Section 17 of Heroines of Fiction by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 17. Thackeray's Good Heroines. It will have been noted by the attentive reader that the bad heroines of Thackeray had all some virtue, which, if not quite a saving virtue, was still such as to move them to good actions at times, and to keep them from being wholly reprobate. Blanche Amory, who was less direly wicked than either Becky Sharp or Beatrix Esmond, had rather less of this virtue than they, and being vain where they were ambitious, was less moved to occasional kindness. In this she was truly divine, and in her Thackeray marked a great advance in the study of the bad heroine, quite as great as that he made in the study of the good heroine when he learned that she was never altogether good, but was sometimes cruel and jealous and even mean, and was very apt to be capricious. He was once considered a terrible cynic, and I think this notion of him, which now seems so droll, must have come from women unwisely dissatisfied that he did not find the best of their sex altogether angelic. At any rate, he was the discoverer, so far as any man may be the discoverer of anything, of the fallibility of angels. But he had not the courage of his facts quite, and when he had allowed the defects of their qualities to be seen, he felt bound to colour these qualities to a yet more heavenly hue, and so was in danger of undoing all the good of his discovery. 1. I have already supposed that when Thackeray's good heroines are mentioned, Lady Castlewood, Helen Pendennis, and Laura Bell would come first to mind. It has been pretty well agreed that Amelia Sedley, sweet and kind and true as she is, cannot be counted with the others because she is too passive, too insipid, and yet I think a good word might be said for her. 9/10 of the kindly people in the world are no more positive than she. Goodness, in fact, is not a very positive thing, or not nearly so positive as evil. And in the things that lie next to active goodness, as patience, quiet courage, devotion to an ideal, Amelia is very well. Her devotion does not avail her with the lovers of lovers, because it is for an unworthy ideal, and it is counter to the devotion of another who is of the highest desert. But the fact that George Osborne was shallow and false does not impeach the wisdom of the woman whom he deceived, and who remains constant to his memory so many years. And the fact that Major Dobbin so preeminently merits her love is no just censure of her refusal. It is a disadvantage of Thackeray's method that his conception of a situation does not reach his reader clear and simple. It is so darkened with advice about it that the reader is not able to judge it without prejudice. He must free his mind of all sorts of suggestion from the author before he can fairly judge it. But if he once does this in the case of Amelia Sedley, I think he will find her neither so weak nor so silly as he must from the impression given him, as it were, at second hand. The situation left to take its chance with the reader is of a delicate pathos, and not of that serio-comic cast which it otherwise wears. This is something like saying that Thackeray imagined his things better than he represented them, and I am afraid that this is what I mean. I think that sometimes he changed his mind about them, and fought them, as the actors say, to a conclusion different from that which he originally had in view. This appears to me particularly true of the situation in Henry Esmond, where, without knowing the inside facts, I believe that when he first imagined Esmond in love with Beatrix, he meant him to be either fortunate or unfortunate in his love of her, with no ulterior view for him. His love for Lady Castlewood, and hers for him, affects me as an afterthought, and though Thackeray achieved a novelty by it, he did not create beauty, as one always does when one follows the line of probability. It is, of course, possible that a man may fall in love with a woman 10 years his senior, after he has been in love with her daughter. And of course such a woman may have cherished a passion for him, at first unconscious, and always silent, and having promoted his love for her daughter by every means in her power, may end by marrying him herself. I say the thing is possible, but it is so ugly, so out of nature, that it is not less than revolting, and therefore I cannot believe that the case was first imagined so." Having finally imagined it so, Lady Castlewood's creator begins well back in her duplex personality to prepare the reader for the unhandsome denouement. The story is told by Esmond, and very early in it he dwells upon the beauty of his sweet mistress, his dear mistress, and more repeats his sense of it, with an increasing emphasis upon the surprising youthfulness which survives in the mother of a married son and grown-up daughter. Apart from this perfunctory admiration of her charms, however, Esmond shows her a most interesting and noble character, with those limitations which best realize her virtues. It is altogether in character that a beautiful and serious girl should fall in love with a dashing young nobleman like Castlewood, that she should be devoted to him, and then with just cause resentfully jealous; that she should turn in her despair of him to the friendless little Esmond who has come to live with them, and should spend her wounded and outraged love in motherly tenderness upon him; that she should rely increasingly upon his truth and courage, and love him as an eldest son; that later, when he has become a man, and has been wounded in her husband's fatal quarrel, she should come to him sick and in prison, to upbraid him for her loss. It is a great scene where she does so, and much admired, though I doubt if it is always admired for what is finest in the subjective drama, namely, her wish to punish herself in him for the fact that she had really ceased to love her husband. She does not really suspect Esmond of failing Castlewood, or abetting him in his quarrel, but somehow she must take out her remorse, and womanlike she takes it out of the creature she loves best. Sometimes she must begin to be conscious that she no longer loves Esmond quite as a mother. Of a young girl it could be supposed that she might continue ignorant of the nature of her feeling, but Lady Castlewood is a mature woman, with all the experience of a wife. The false note is first sounded, when in this necessary consciousness she tries to promote his passion for her daughter, which would be impossible. I know that all sorts of idiotic and detestable self-sacrifice is preached in fiction, but this is a little too repulsive for belief. The imagination of the reader refuses to join with that of the author, who is left henceforth to manage the affair alone, and no greater proofs of his power could be shown than he gives in certain ensuing passages of the story. To humour the conceit, we may suppose that Lady Castlewood is doing penance for her own passion in favouring Esmond with Beatrix, but in such a scene as that with the Duke of Hamilton, just before his intended marriage with her daughter, she rises into a nobler function than any mere suffering, and shows herself at her loveliest and best. Beatrix had just put on a diamond necklace, which Esmond had given her for a wedding gift, when the Duke was announced. He looked very black at Mr. Esmond, to whom he made a very low bow indeed, and kissed the hand of each lady in his most ceremonious manner. "Look, my Lord Duke," says Mistress Beatrix, advancing to him, and showing the diamonds on her breast. "Diamonds," says his Grace. They seem pretty. They are a present on my marriage," says Beatrix. "From her Majesty?" asked the Duke. "From our cousin Colonel Henry Esmond," says Beatrix, taking the Colonel's hand very bravely, "who was left guardian to us by our father, and who has 100 times shown his love and friendship for our family. The Duchess of Hamilton receives no diamonds but from her husband." "Madam," says the Duke, "may I pray you to restore these to Mr. Esmond?" "Beatrice Esmond may receive a present from our kinsman and benefactor, my Lord Duke," says Lady Castlewood, with an air of great dignity. "Kinsman and benefactor," says the Duke. "I know of no kinsman, and I do not choose that my wife should have for a benefactor my lord," says Colonel Esmond. "I am not here to bandy words," says his Grace. "Frankly I tell you that your visits to this house are too frequent, and that I choose no presents for the Duchess of Hamilton from gentlemen that bear a name they have no right to." "My lord," breaks out Lady Castlewood, "Mr. Esmond hath the best right to that name of any man in the world, and 'tis as old and honourable as your Grace's." My Lord Duke smiled, and looked as if Lady Castlewood was mad, that was so talking to him. "If I called him benefactor," said my mistress, "it is because he has been so to us, the noblest, the truest, the bravest, the dearest of benefactors. He would have saved my husband's life from Mohun's sword. He did save my boy's, and defend him from that villain. The title we bear is his if he would claim it. 'Tis we who have no right to our name, not he, that's too great for it. His father was Viscount of Castlewood, and Marquis of Esmond before him, and he is his father's lawful son and true heir, and if he is content to forego his name that my child may bear it, we love and honour him, and bless him under whatever name he bears." And here the fond and affectionate creature would have knelt to Esmond, but that he prevented her; and Beatrix, running up to her with a pale face and a cry of alarm, embraced her, and said, "Mother, what is this?" "'Tis a family secret, my Lord Duke," says Esmond. Poor Beatrix knew nothing of it, nor did my lady till a year ago. And then in her touching way, and having hold of her daughter's hand, and speaking to her rather than my Lord Duke, Lady Castlewood told the story which you already know, lauding up to the skies her kinsman's behaviour. On his side, Mr. Esmond explained the reasons that seemed sufficiently cogent with him why he should remain as he was, Colonel Esmond. "And Marquis of Esmond, my lord," says his Grace, with a low bow, "permit me to ask your lordship's pardon for words that were uttered in ignorance, and to beg for the favour of your friendship. I shall esteem it a favour, my lord, if Colonel Esmond will give away the bride." "And if he will take the usual payment in advance, he is welcome," says Beatrix, stepping up to him. And as Esmond kissed her, she whispered, "Oh, why didn't I know you before?" Lady Castlewood, in fine, seems to me a beautiful creation, of which too much is asked. If she could have been left quietly a widow, and Esmond been allowed, or required, to console himself for Beatrix with some other, or no other, if need be, she would have remained one of the most perfect figures in fiction. But as it is, her loveliness is blotted, her perfection is marred, by the part so improbably attributed to her. Women marry a second time, and they are not unapt to marry men younger than themselves in such cases; but Lady Castlewood is apparently the only woman who brought up a boy as her son, and after she had witnessed his unrequited love for her daughter, whom she tries to have marry him, marries him herself. It does not seem either nice or true. If it were true, that would go a great way towards consoling one for its not being nice. 2. Thackeray cannot be called the inventor of the superstition that people who are crossed in love when young keep their thwarted passion tenderly and sacred in mind during a long married life with partners they have never loved. But he preached it much and often. He preached it in the case of Mrs. Pendennis, who is supposed to live in respect and awe for the man she married, while keeping green the memory of her lost love in her heart. This may be possible, but it does not seem probable, and it is not to my mind pathetic, but merely sentimental. It does not indeed take so much from Helen Pendennis as the abnormal passion attributed to Lady Castlewood takes from her, but it adds nothing to our sense of her loveliness, and the probability of the situation is not heightened by her having her dead lover's little daughter, by the second marriage he had made, come to live with her as her own child. That must render it even a little more difficult for her unloved but honoured husband. It is supposed to happen, however, and the little girl who is brought up with Arthur Pendennis like a sister is Laura Bell, the heroine jointly with Blanche Amory of the novel named Pendennis after him, and the heroine who finally marries him. She does so after much misgiving, and after foregoing the love of a nobler man. Yet her affection for Pendennis has borne the test, not only of familiar association with him from childhood, but also of much wandering and vacillation on his part. He is generally pronounced altogether unworthy of her, but women have a way of knowing who is worthy of them that may be generally trusted, and Laura Bell is not illogically willing to take Arthur Pendennis in the end. She is a girl of character, which is to say of sense, and the book in which she figures so greatly to her credit is the effect of a constant good sense, such as has rarely found expression in fiction. It is a work of far greater mastery than Vanity Fair, and paints the great world with which Thackeray loved to deal with a touch altogether lighter and finer. Its charm is that presence of youth which warms and illumines it, youth sometimes spoiled and sometimes unspoiled, but still youth with its wide horizons and far perspectives. For the purpose of these inadequate studies I have been going through all Thackeray's great novels, once so familiar to me, again, and Pendennis, without any such supreme figure as Becky Sharp, seems to me still his supreme effort, especially in respect to its women, the ultimate test of greatness in a novel. Helen Pendennis, Laura Bell, Blanche Amory, Lady Clavering, Fanny Bolton, Miss Fotheringay form a group of extraordinary interest and variety, and the first of them are the first named. 3. Helen Pendennis I have called a sentimentalist, and so she is, but she is not wholly a sentimentalist. Only a man can be that. She wants to spoil her boy, but she knows what is good for him, and she wishes him to marry Laura. She is tolerant of the girl's contempt for his airs and egotisms. She even borrows her money to pay his debts and give him a start in life. But she finds it hard to forgive her for refusing him. Still she does forgive her, and lives on with her in tender affection, and a hope which she loses only when she believes her son guilty of betraying poor little Fanny Bolton, and when she has no thought but of his righting the supposed wrong by marrying the girl. This is altogether fine, and one of the best parts of the book is that relating to Pendennis's sickness, where she and Laura come up to London, and in the delusion of a superior virtue spurn poor Fanny from his bedside. The whole episode, down to the son's quarrel with his mother for her mistaken condemnation of Fanny, is most admirable, but out of it all I believe I prefer that exalted moment when Helen and Laura arrive upon the scene. As Fanny saw the two ladies, and the anxious countenance of the elder, who regarded her with a look of inscrutable alarm and terror, the poor girl knew at once that Pen's mother was before her. Fanny looked wistfully at Mrs. Pendennis, and afterwards at Laura. There was no more expression in the latter's face than if it had been a mass of stone. Hard-heartedness and gloom dwelt in the figures of both of the newcomers. Neither showed any faintest gleam of mercy or sympathy for Fanny. She looked desperately from them to the Major behind them. Old Pendennis dropped his eyelids, looking up ever so stealthily from under them at Arthur's poor little nurse. I wrote to you yesterday, if you please, ma'am," Fanny said, trembling in every limb as she spoke, and as pale as Laura, whose sad menacing face looked over Mrs. Pendennis's shoulder. "Did you, madam?" Mrs. Pendennis said. "I suppose I may now relieve you from nursing my son. I am his mother, you understand." "Yes, ma'am." This is the way to his Oh, wait a minute," cried out Fanny. "I must prepare you for his." The widow, whose face had been hopelessly cruel and ruthless, started back with a little gasp and cry, which she speedily stifled. "He's been so since yesterday," Fanny said, trembling very much, and with chattering teeth. A horrid shriek of laughter came out of Pen's room, and after several shouts the poor wretch began to sing a college drinking song. He was quite delirious. "He does not know me, ma'am," said Fanny. "Indeed! Perhaps he will know his mother. Let me pass, if you please, and go in to him." And the widow hastily pushed by little Fanny, and through the dark passage into Pen's sitting room. Laura sailed by Fanny too, without a word, and Major Pendennis followed them. Fanny sat down on a bench in the passage and cried. The story seldom rises into so much of pure drama as this. Thackeray seems rather ashamed of drama, and shrugs it away when he can, or spoils it by too much chorusing. But here we have it almost pure, at least for an instant, and it makes us wish we had it oftener from him. Of subjective drama there is a constant abundance, and that of Laura's high and wise soul is always good and genuine, through the whole progress of her love for Pendennis, with its phases and changes, and its total eclipse at one time by her passion for Warrington. She has no other. She owns to Pendennis that she has had this, and that if it had not been for Warrington's fatal entanglement, she would gladly have married him. Out of what she knows of Pendennis, she knows comparatively little that is good, and yet somehow she divines his essential goodness, and confides her future to it. Laura is, in fact, a most generous as well as most sensible creature. Her relation to money is that of the highest-minded woman. She does not want to waste it, but she will give it without a care, though not without a thought for herself. Her relation to Helen Pendennis is wholly beautiful, and without idealizing that over-idealizing lady, she is utterly devoted to her. She makes her tacit criticisms of her, but they make no difference in her conduct towards her adoptive mother. She has a girl's fondness for the pleasures of the world, but she gets only good from it. Even from such a hardened worldling as Blanche Amory she gets only good, both in her illusion and her disillusion concerning her. Towards Pendennis, in his long, insincere flirtation with Blanche, she has a cool contempt, which fires into a single instant of jealousy. Her cruelty to Fanny Bolton is of ignorant purity. It is almost a necessary evil. 4. To have imagined a creature so just and fine and real is a high effect, both of mind and heart, in Thackeray, who has a right to be judged as much by Laura Bell as by Becky Sharp, by Ethel Newcome as by Blanche Amory. Between those two good heroines of his, I should be puzzled which to choose as the better, or more importantly as the truer study in girlhood. They have both great qualities, and I am not going to decide for Ethel Newcome, because she has more the defects of her qualities and figures on a larger stage, though I like to have the limitations of virtue shown, and incline to believe that those are the best portraits in which I find not only the realization of beauty, but the suggestion of what is unlovely. After all, unless a girl comes outright to folly or evil, even her potentialities of wrong have their charm, and Ethel Newcome is the more interesting, because at a certain time she is ready to reverse the old saw, and count love well lost for the world. She does not finally change her mind so much as have it changed for her by events and circumstances, and in this she, even more than Laura Bell, is like girls in life, and justifies herself as a work of the author's highest art. End of section 17. Section 18 of Heroines of Fiction by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Thackeray's Ethel Newcome and Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre. There are so many of Thackeray's women that to choose any 8 or 10 of them must seem like ignoring as many others equally worthy of study. The reader may demand in fit dudgeon why this one or that one, whom he has always thought a significant figure, is left out, and against such censure it is not easy to provide. All one can say is that by universal consent such and such women have been chosen the novelist's great heroines, and that these must represent him, even if injustice seems done to others. In the Newcomes, for instance, there are half a score of women who will come to mind at the mention of the novel: Lady Kew and her daughter Lady Anne Newcome, Mrs. Mackenzie and her daughter Rosie, Miss Honeyman, Madame de Florac, Mrs. Pendennis, Mrs. Hobson Newcome, Lady Clara Pullen. These all have claims nicely differenced and distinguished, and yet it is Ethel Newcome who remains first, and has the largest share of our interest, if not our sympathy. 1. It seems to me that in Ethel Newcome the author has done his utmost to imagine a character of noble but not unnatural beauty. He has fancied her of a station of life in which her qualities could best show themselves with the light of the great world upon them. He has not pretended that she was at once perfect or ever perfect, but he has wished her to appear capable of learning from her own faults and from the errors and miseries of others. He is admirably successful in making us feel her growth. She really grows in our knowledge from a young, unformed girl to a mature woman, who has come to the knowledge of right and wrong by the use of her own sense, and has finally chosen the right through a love of it. Her youthful love-making with Clive Newcome is pretty and winning, though she gives him up at the bidding of the world in the terrible old Lady Kew, her grandmother, and for a while she thinks she cares more for rank and splendour than for love. She might not so unjustly have them with Clive married, but it is of her own motion, from the instruction of the unhappiness she has seen so near her in her brother's marriage, that she breaks with the Marquis of Farintosh, whom she does not love, and prefers a life of such usefulness as she can lead in her family, with her kind, dull, capricious mother, and her younger brothers and sisters. She is never an insipid saint, and she fights evil in her wicked brother, as well as eschews it, chiefly employing the powers of sarcasm with which she is gifted. She is rather satirical with most people, and is not afraid to measure wits even with her grandmother, who has a very trenchant wit, and wields it so mercilessly that all the rest of her family are in terror of her. In short, Ethel sums up in her character the virtues and defects of the highest type of Thackeray women. And as women go, the type is not so low as might be, though he used to be accused of such a cynical hatred of women. Her greatest fault as a creation is that she talks too much in the interest of the author for the pleasure of the reader. I am far from implying that a woman in choosing the better part cannot express herself with a breadth and depth worthy of any novelist, but if she is really doing it for herself, she will do it in her own way, and as it were in her own words. This is certainly not the case with Ethel Newcome in her last conversation with the Marquis of Farintosh, where her simple-heartedly selfish lover, not having the author or reader in mind, talks straight from himself, and is perfectly mean and natural. It is not that Ethel says anything out of character, but the critic who reads that scene can hardly help feeling its aesthetic deficiency in the sort I have suggested. 2. Of course, the psychological climax of the story is in the chapter detailing the conversations at Paris between Ethel and Madame de Florac, Ethel and Clive, and finally Clive and Madame de Florac, where the girl definitely refuses her cousin, after long wishing to accept him, and after more or less indecisive love-making between them. The voices are not the very voices of life, nor the words the very words, but the thoughts and feelings are, and at times the voices and the words are. Inevitably, the writer who has written much becomes confirmed in his manner, and it is not surprising that there is so much, but that there is so little of the Thackeray manner in these conversations, which are based upon a familiar Thackeray convention. Here is the make-believe that an old woman like Madame de Florac has kept a love disappointment alive through a long loveless marriage, and is promoting, against all the French proprieties, the meeting of her lost lover's son with the girl he loves, out of a romantic tenderness for her own past. Here is the clever aristocratic girl, who is better than her aristocracy, as we poor plebeians like to fancy some aristocrats, and who has her dreams that come and go, of well losing the world for love. Here is the youth, handsome, witty, gifted, who is tempting her to the better part. The girl is letting her heart go, and he is drawing it, and in the background is the old woman with her romantic wishes for his success. The lovers talk it all over with openness on Clive's part, and on Ethel's with at least transparent insincerity, and the result is, like the conception, more natural than the representation, as mostly happens with Thackeray, though in this case the representation is unusually good. I've been reading that chapter over again, and I'm not sure but that in Ethel's final speech the author has insinuated a fine satire of her, which escaped the unspectacled eyes of my youth. If this is true, he has done it so delicately that it does not audibly clash with the romantic sentiment of the closing passage between Clive and Madame de Florac. Ethel. You spoke quite scornfully of palaces just now, Clive. I won't say a word about the regard which you express for me. I think you have it. Indeed, I do. But it were best not said, Clive. Best for me, perhaps, not to own that I know it. In your speeches, my poor boy, and you will please not make any more, or I never can see you or speak to you again, never. You forgot one part of a girl's duty, obedience to her parents. They would never agree to my marrying any one below, any one whose union would not be advantageous in a worldly point of view. I never would give such pain to the poor father, or to the kind soul who has never said a harsh word to me since I was born. My grandmamma, too, is very kind in her way. I came to her of my own free will. When she said that she would leave me her fortune, do you think it was for myself alone that I was glad? My father's passion is to make an estate, and all my brothers and sisters will be but slenderly portioned. Lady Kew said she would help them if I came to her. It is the welfare of those little people that depends upon me, Clive. Now do you see, brother, why you must speak to me so no more? There is the carriage. God bless you, dear Clive." Clive sees the carriage drive away after Miss Newcome has entered it, without once looking up to the window where he stands. When it is gone, he goes to the opposite windows of the salon, which are open towards the garden. The chapel music begins to play from the convent next door. As he hears it, he sinks down, his head in his hands. Enter Madame de Florac. She goes to him with anxious looks. "What hast thou, my child? Hast thou spoken?" Clive, very steadily, "Yes." Madame de F. "And she loves thee. I know she loves thee." Clive, "You hear the organ of the convent?" Madame de F. "Qu'as tu?" Clive, "I might as well hope to marry one of the sisters of yonder convent, dear lady." He sinks down again, and she kisses him. Clive, "I never had a mother, but you seem like one." Madame de F. "Mon fils, oh mon fils." This is not melodrama, but it is the highest mood of the theatre, a supreme moment of genteel comedy that sends the playgoers home fancying they have been profoundly stirred. For the rest, does not Ethel talk a little too like an amateur of 18th century English who has been doing French exercises? Yes, she is a genuine girl of the late forenoon or early afternoon of our century, a living personality, a true character, and a noble spirit in spite of her world. If you compare her with some of the bad characters of the book, you may say she is not so good as Mrs. Mackenzie, the mother-in-law of Clive. But then there are very, very few women in fiction as good as that horrible shrew, who afflicts the reader with the same quality of pain that Clive and his father suffer from her. She is wonderfully done. She surpasses in her narrower sphere even Becky Sharp, and no goodness can, aesthetically, hold a candle to her badness. But I incline to think that the goodness of Ethel is artistically better than the badness of Lady Kew, and Ethel's own touches of badness are extremely good. I am not sure that she is as perfectly done as poor slight sick Rosa, Clive's wife, but she was much harder to do. 3. The heroines of the mid-century English novelists can hardly be considered in a distinct chronological order. The greatest of these novelists were contemporaries, and were synchronously writing the books by which they were best known. Bulwer was still thought a prime talent, and was producing his most pretentious fiction, when Dickens was of world-wide fame, and Thackeray, always of less popularity than Dickens, had taken a higher place. By this time Kingsley had written Alton Locke, and was soon to write Hypatia. George Eliot was beginning to make her way towards the primacy which she finally achieved. Charles Reade was coruscating with all the rockets and pinwheels and Roman candles of his pseudo-realism. Trollope, a truer artist than any of them, was making himself known by the novels which, until we had Mr. Thomas Hardy's and Mr. George Moore's, reflected English life with a fidelity unapproached since that of Jane Austen's books. Mrs. Gaskell, Mrs. Oliphant, and others were coming forward in the second order of talents. The weird genius who gave us Paul Ferroll had already made her vivid impression. From her isolation in the alien keeping of Bavaria, Baroness Tautphius had sent out that great and beautiful story, The Initials, a product as purely English as if not made in Germany. In the retrospect, these writers seem simultaneous as well as contemporaneous, and one can as well be taken up first as another. but perhaps it will be generally allowed that the Bronte sisters, especially Charlotte and Emily, have a peculiar right to early mention because of the fresh and emphatic character of their contribution to fiction, and I feel it peculiarly fit to speak of Charlotte Bronte after Thackeray because of the malignant era which connected her first novel with his name, as a supposed satire of the man whom she idolized as a novelist, and because of the noble-minded kindness with which he received the shy girl after she had hurried to London to own Jane Eyre to her publisher, and to deny the monstrous imputation. There is somewhere a story of Thackeray sitting by while Charlotte Bronte read with silent tears a cruel review of her book, and ignoring her anguish with silent compassion, which is enough to make one sorry for not finding his fiction always as great as his nature. It makes me feel it in a sort my misfortune that I cannot now give my whole heart and soul in admiration of his work as I used in my younger days. It makes me almost regret the more perfect models of art which I have since known in Jane Austen, in Hawthorne, in George Eliot, in Anthony Trollope, in Thomas Hardy, in George Moore, in Zola and Maupassant and Flaubert, in Turgenev and Tolstoy, in Galdós and Valdés. How shall I venture to say, then, that no heroine of Thackeray's, except Becky Sharp, seems to me quite so alive as the Jane Eyre of Charlotte Bronte, whom I do not class with him intellectually, any more than I class her artistically with the great novelists I have mentioned. She was the first English novelist to present the impassioned heroine, impassioned not in man's sense, but woman's sense, in which love purifies itself of sensuousness without losing fervor. 4. From the beginning to the ending of her story, Jane Eyre moves a living and consistent soul. From the child we know, grow the girl and woman we know, vivid, energetic, passionate, as well as good, conscientious, devoted. It was a figure which might have well astonished and alarmed the little fastidious world of 50 years ago, far more smug and complacent than the larger world of today, and far more intolerant of any question of religious or social convention. And it is no wonder that the young author should have been attainted of immorality and infidelity, not to name that blacker crime, impropriety. In fact, it must be allowed that Jane Eyre does go rather far in a region where women's imaginations are politely supposed not to wander, and the frank recognition of the rights of love as love, and its claims in Rochester as paramount to those of righteous self-will in St. John, is still a little startling. It is never pretended that Rochester is a good man, or that he is in any accepted sense worthy of the girl who listens so fearlessly to his account of the dubious life he has led. The most that can be said for him is that he truly values and loves her, and this is his best, his sole defense, in his attempt to marry her while he still has a wife living under his own roof, a hopeless and horrible maniac. When the attempt is frustrated at the altar, and nothing remains for Jane Eyre but to be his on the only possible terms, or to fly, it is not feigned that she is not for a moment tempted. She loves him, and she is tempted, but only for a moment, and then she chooses the right, owning that the wrong has allured her with a courage that was once very novel, but without a suggestion of the puerancy which has often characterized later fiction, especially the fiction of women, in dealing with like situations. In this, as in other essentials, Jane Eyre is unsparingly human, and when Jane has got away from Rochester and finds herself unexpectedly among her kindred, and even rich and independent, she does not prefer a loveless marriage, hallowed by the most exalted motives, with her cousin St. John, but elects rather to go back and seek out the man she loves, and when she has found him, opportunely widowed by the disaster that has maimed and blinded him, to marry him. She offers no defense, and one must confess that the close of the story is not ideal. No part of the story, in fact, is so good as the beginning, where the hapless little orphan substantiates herself to us in the hard keeping of her cruel aunt and cousins. And in my second reading of the novel, I have not been so much moved by the love-making between Jane and Rochester as I must have been when I first read it 50 years ago. Rochester is of the forceful type of lover, and he seems scarcely so interesting as the plain little governess of his natural daughter thinks him, and as a whole contemporaneous generation of young girls once thought him. He is past with his kind and with several successive kinds, but in his time, as I have said, he was a true lover, and he began to be in love with Jane as soon as she with him. He likes her better than the insolent young ladies of his own rank whom he asks to his house, and with the proudest and coldest of whom he has some thoughts of committing bigamy before he attempts it with Jane. But neither at this time nor at that last time when she seeks him out blind and maimed, is he so satisfactory in his part of hero as she in hers of heroine. Perhaps a hero who has been both punished and martyred is a little difficult to the imagination, and a hero who is condescending in his love is not much easier. But before this there is a signal moment when the lovers are unconsciously trembling towards each other, and are precipitated into consciousness of their passion by one of the grisly catastrophes of the story, which is illustrative of character in each, and I think that at least its older readers will like to see them in this moment again, though some young readers may think them a little old-fashioned, meeting them in it for the first time. Jane has already heard a wild laugh from that part of the house where the crazy wife is confined, unknown to her, when on a certain night the lunatic makes her escape from her keeper, and the girl has gone to bed with vague melancholy thoughts of Rochester. But it was not fated that I should sleep that night. A dream had scarcely approached my ear when a demoniac laugh, low, suppressed, and deep, was uttered, as it seemed, at the very keyhole of my chamber door. The head of my bed was near the door, and I thought at first the goblin laugher stood at my bedside, or rather crouched by my pillow. But I rose, looked round, and could see nothing; while as I gazed the unnatural sound was reiterated, and I knew it came from behind the panels. Something gurgled and moaned. Ere long steps retreated up the gallery toward the third-story staircase. There was a candle burning just outside, left on the matting of the gallery. I was amazed to perceive the air quite dim, as if filled with smoke. Something creaked. It was a door ajar, and that door was Mr. Rochester's, and the smoke rushed in a cloud from thence. In an instant I was within the chamber. Tongues of flame darted round the bed. The curtains were on fire. In the midst of the blaze and vapour Mr. Rochester lay stretched motionless in deep sleep. "Wake, wake!" I cried. I shook him, but he only murmured and turned. The smoke had stupefied him. Not a moment could be lost. The very sheets were kindling. I rushed to his basin and ewer. Fortunately the one was wide and the other was deep, and both were filled with water. I heaved them up and deluged the bed and its occupant. The hiss of the quenched element, the splash of the shower bath I had liberally bestowed, roused Mr. Rochester at last. Though it was now dark, I knew he was awake, because I heard him fulminating strange anathemas at finding himself lying in a pool of water. "Is there a flood?" he cried. "No, sir," I answered, "but there has been a fire." "In the name of all the elves of Christendom, is that Jane Eyre? Have you plotted to drown me?" "I will fetch you a candle, sir, and in heaven's name get up. Somebody has plotted something. You cannot too soon find out who and what it is. There, I am up now, but at your peril. You fetch a candle yet. Wait 2 minutes till I get into some dry garments, if any dry there be. Yes, here is my dressing gown. Now run." I did run. I brought the candle, which still remained in the gallery. He took it from my hand, surveyed the bed, blackened and scorched, the sheets drenched, the carpet round swimming in water. "What is it? And who did it?" he asked. I briefly related to him what had transpired. He listened very gravely. His face, as I went on, expressed more concern than astonishment. "You have a shawl on. Wrap it about you, and sit down in the armchair. There, I will put it on. I am going to leave you a few minutes. I shall take the candle. I must pay a visit to the second story. Don't move, remember, or call any one." He went. I watched the light withdraw. He passed up the gallery very softly, unclosed the staircase door with as little noise as possible, shut it after him, and the last ray vanished. I was left in total darkness. A very long time elapsed. I was on the point of risking Mr. Rochester's displeasure by disobeying his orders, when a light once more gleamed dimly on the gallery wall, and I heard his unshod feet tread the matting. He re-entered, pale and very gloomy. "I found it all out," said he, setting his candle down on the washstand. "It is as I thought. You are no talking fool. Say nothing about it. I will account for this state of affairs," pointing to the bed. "And now retire to your own room. I shall do very well on the sofa in the library for the rest of the night." "Good night, then, sir," said I, departing. "What!" he exclaimed, "are you quitting me already, and in that way? Why, you have saved my life, and you walk past me as if we were mutual strangers. At least shake hands." He held out his hand. I gave him mine. He took it first in one, then in both his. "I knew," he continued, "you would do me good in some way at some time. I saw it in your eyes when I first beheld you. Their expression and smile did not," again he stopped, "did not," he proceeded hastily, "strike delight to my inmost heart for nothing. People talk of mutual natural sympathies. I have heard of good genii. There are grains of truth in the wildest fable. My cherished preserver, good night." Strange energy was in his voice, strange fire was in his look. "I'm glad I happened to be awake," I said, and then I was going. "What, will you go?" "I am cold, sir." "Cold?" "Yes, and standing in a pool." "Go then, Jane, go." But he still retained my hand, and I could not free it. I bethought myself of an expedient. "I think I hear Mrs. Fairfax move, sir," said I. "Well, leave me." He relaxed his fingers, and I was gone. 5. Old-fashioned, I have suggested, but now, after reading this passage, I find that hardly the word. It is old-fashioned only in the sense of being very simple, and of a quaint sincerity. The fact is presented, the tremendous means are used, with almost childlike artlessness, but the result is of high novelty. Few would have had the courage to deal so frankly with the situation, to chance its turning ludicrous, or would have had the skill to unfold its fine implications of tenderness, and keep them undamaged by the matter-of-fact details. But Charlotte Bronte did all this, and did it out of the resources of her own unique experience of life, which never presented itself in the light of common day, but came to her through strange glooms, and in alternations of native solitude and alien multitude, at Haworth and in Brussels. The whole story, so deeply of nature, is steeped in the supernatural, and just as paradoxically the character of Jane Eyre lacks that final projection from the author which is the supreme effect of art, only because she feels it so intensely that she cannot detach it from herself. End of section 18. Section 19 of Heroines of Fiction by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Two Catharines of Emily Bronte. The heroines of Charlotte Bronte's other books made no such impression upon her public as Jane Eyre, but perhaps one heroine of the first rank is enough for one author. So many authors have invented no memorable heroine at all. Jane Eyre was an epical book, assembling in itself the elements of that electrical disturbance which had been gathering in the minds of women for a generation, and discharging them in a type, a character, which expressed their discontent with their helplessness, their protest against their conditions, their longing for equality with men, as from time to time some real or imaginary personality will. It is extremely interesting viewed in this light, and if it express the weakness that is always seeking to be at rest in strength, or to be changed directly or indirectly into strength, then the fact has its own pathos, which every true man must respect. Rochester is such a man as most women, or most girls, would like to be when they to be men. They would like to be rough if they cannot be strong on other terms. They would even be wicked if they must, and would willingly suffer for their wickedness if only so they could be strong. But failing all this, they would at least like to be the sort of woman, or sort of girl, who is indispensable and vitally essential to strength, as Jane Eyre is in her relation to Rochester. The pity is that they should not see that Jane is really strong, and Rochester is really weak. But Jane does not see this herself, and it is doubtful whether her author saw it. What she and her lonely sisters worshipped in the dreary vicarage at Haworth was manly strength, but from the father and brother, who were the only men they knew, they could not imagine this apart from wilfulness and caprice and error, and so they gave us Rochester in Jane Eyre and Heathcliff in Wuthering Heights, with women to suffer for them and to illustrate or inspire their power. Charlotte Bronte created the impassioned heroine, as I have called Jane Eyre, and Emily Bronte created the lawless heroine, like the two Catharines. But all their heroines measurably shared in the fascination which brutality, the false image of strength, seems to have for weakness. In these characters they changed the ideal of fiction for many a long day, and established the bullied heroine in a supremacy which she held, till the sinuous heroine began softly but effectually to displace her. 1. The heroines of Emily Bronte have not the artistic completeness of Charlotte Bronte's. They are blocked out with hysterical force, and in their character there is something elemental, as if, like the man who beat and browbeat them, they too were close to the savagery of nature. The sort of supernaturalism which appears here and there in their story wants the refinement of the telepathy and presentiment which play a part in Jane Eyre, but it is still more effectual in the ruder clutch which it lays upon the fancy. In her dealing with the wild passion of Heathcliff for the first Catherine, Emily Bronte does not keep even such slight terms with convention as Charlotte does in the love of Rochester and Jane Eyre, but this fierce longing, stated as it were in its own language, is still farther from anything that corrupts or tempts. It is as wholesome and decent as a thunderstorm in the consciousness of the witness. The perversities of the mutual attraction of the lovers are rendered without apparent sense on the part of the author that they can seem out of nature, so deeply does she feel them to be in nature, and there is no hint from her that they need any sort of proof. It is vouchsafed us to know that Heathcliff is a foundling of unknown origin, early fixed in his hereditary evils by the cruelty of Hindley Earnshaw, whose father has adopted him, but it is not explained why he should have his malign power upon Catherine. Perhaps it is enough that she is shown a wilful, impetuous, undisciplined girl, whose pity has been moved for the outcast before her fancy is taken. After that we are told what happens, and are left to account for it as we may. We are very badly told in terms of autobiography, thrice involved. First, we have the narrative of Heathcliff's tenant. Then within his, the narrative of the tenant's housekeeper, as she explains the situation she has witnessed at Heathcliff's house. And then within hers the several narratives of the actors in the tragedy. Seldom has a great romance been worse contrived, both as to generals and particulars, but the essentials are all there, and the book has a tremendous vitality. If it were of the fashion of any other book, it might have passed away, but it is of its own fashion solely, and it endures like a piece of the country in which its scenes are laid, enveloped in a lurid light and tempestuous atmosphere of its own. Its people are all of extreme types, and yet they do not seem unreal, like the extravagant creations of Dickens's fancy. They have an intense and convincing reality, the weak ones, such as Heathcliff's wife and son, equally with the powerful, such as Heathcliff himself, and the Catharines, mother and daughter. A weird malevolence broods over the gloomy drama, and through all plays a force truly demoniacal, with scarcely the relief of a moment's kindliness. The facts are simply conceived and stated without shadow of apology or extenuation, and the imagination from which they sprang cannot adequately be called morbid, for it deals with the brute motives employed without a taint of sickly subjectiveness. The author remains throughout superior to her material. Her creations have all a distinct projection, and in this Emily Bronte shows herself a greater talent than Charlotte, who is never quite detached from her heroine, but is always trammelled in sympathy with Jane Eyre, with whom she is united by ties of a like vocation and experience as governess. You feel that she is present in all Jane's sufferings, small and great, if not in her raptures. But Emily Bronte keeps as sternly aloof from both her Catharines as from Heathcliff himself. She bequeathed the world at her early death a single book of as singular power as any in fiction, and proved herself, in spite of its defective technique, a great artist, of as realistic motive and ideal as any who have followed her. 2. It is not easy to gather up the thread of the story from the several narratives within narratives and find one's way by the tangled clue to the close. But after Earnshaw brings home from Liverpool the gipsy foundling whom his son hates and misuses, he dies. And as this son sinks more and more into drunkenness, it is natural and fated that his wilful sister, Catherine, should pity the dark, silent boy, who repays her pity with all the passion of his turbulent heart. When they are no longer girl and boy, and it is a question of her loving Heathcliff, she marries, if she does not love Edgar Linton, of her own rank and kind, and Heathcliff, returning from years of self-exile, marries Isabella Linton, against her brother's will, and without the pretence of love. His brute force fascinates the slight romantic coquette, and she dies of his cruelty, leaving a son in whose feeble soul her folly centres, with an infusion of the father's malevolence. Catherine dies, and her daughter Catherine inherits her waywardness without her powerful will, which could bend even Heathcliff's. He, by his ruthless cleverness, comes to dominate Hindley Earnshaw through Earnshaw's besetting sin, and gathers the estate into his own control, pushing aside the heir, Hareton Earnshaw, whom he has imbruted, as Hareton's father imbruted him in his time, and kept ignorant as a peasant and even more savage. After Catherine's death he schemes to marry her daughter to his son, and so come into the Linton property as well. In spite of Edgar Linton, the broken and dying father, he succeeds in enticing the girl to his house again and again, and he does finally effect the union of the children, while they are yet scarcely more than children. His son dies, and then Cathy lives with Heathcliff, a terrorized torment, till Heathcliff dies too, hated as he has been by all, except the hapless Hareton Earnshaw, whom he has abused and defrauded, but who truly laments him. The reader is left to forecast a marriage between Hareton and Cathy, whom he has always loved, but who has outrageously mocked and insulted him. Within this outline the author makes it not only possible, but imperative, for the reader to believe that in rural England of the mid-century savageries were of occurrence among people of not ungentle condition, and atrocious wrongs were perpetuated, such as would be incredible without her compelling magic, though things like them are well enough known to science. Throughout there is a dumb ache in the witness for help against Heathcliff, whose infernal will fulfils itself in spite of everything, and whose cunning entrenches him so safely that he does not defy so much as boldly ignore the laws under which other men live. Once or twice he is in danger of them, but chance as well as his own hardihood and subtlety befriend him, and when he dies successful in all his purposes, and dominant over all those he has put under him, a thrill of perverse sympathy with him softens the reader's heart. Heathcliff is a great creation, but the women of the story are imagined with truth as great, and to hardly less tremendous effect. I am not sure, indeed, that the effect in the case of the first Catherine is less tremendous at all times, or at least I should be puzzled to match with any scene in which he rules certain passages where she is the chief figure. The reader will perhaps have in mind, as I have, their meeting, when Catherine has been sick well nigh to death from the quarrel between Heathcliff and her husband, and Heathcliff, always lurking about Linton's house, makes his forbidden entrance and finds his way to her room. It is Mrs. Dean, the housekeeper, who tells the tale in this part. He did not hit the right door directly. She motioned to me to admit him, but he found it ere I could reach the door, and in a stride or two he was at her side, and had grasped her in his arms. He neither spoke nor loosed his hold for some 5 minutes, during which period he bestowed more kisses than ever he gave in his life before, I dare say. But then my mistress had kissed him first, and I plainly saw that he could hardly bear, for downright agony, to look in her face. "Oh, Cathy, oh, my life, how can I bear it?" was the first sentence he uttered in a tone that did not seek to disguise his despair. "What now?" said Catherine, leaning back and returning his look with a suddenly clouded brow. Her humour was a mere vein for constantly varying caprices. "You and Edgar have broken my heart, Heathcliff, and you both come to bewail the deed to me, as if you were the people to be pitied. I shall not pity you, not I. You have killed me, and thriven on it, I think. How strong you are! How many years do you mean to live after I am gone?" Heathcliff had knelt on one knee to support her. He attempted to rise, but she seized his hair and kept him down. "I wish I could hold you," she bitterly continued, "till we were both dead. I shouldn't care what you suffered. I care nothing for your sufferings. Why shouldn't you suffer? I do. Will you forget me? Will you be happy when I am in the earth? Will you say 20 years hence, 'That's the grave of Catherine Earnshaw. I loved her long ago, and was wretched to lose her, but that's past. I've loved many others since. My children are dearer to me than she was, and at death I shall not rejoice that I am going to her. I shall be sorry that I must leave them.' Will you say that, Heathcliff?" "Don't torture me till I'm as mad as yourself," cried he, wrenching his head free and grinding his teeth. While raising himself with one hand, he had taken her arm with the other, and so inadequate was his stock of gentleness to the requirements of her condition, that on his letting go I saw 4 distinct impressions left blue in the colourless skin. "Are you possessed with the devil?" he pursued savagely, "to talk in that manner to me when you are dying? You know you lie when you say that I have killed you. And, Catherine, you know that I could as soon forget you as my own existence. Is it not sufficient for your infernal selfishness that while you are at peace I shall writhe in the torments of hell?" "I shall not be at peace," moaned Catherine, recalled to a sense of physical weakness by the violent, unequal throbbing of her heart, which beat visibly and audibly under this excess of agitation. She said nothing farther till the paroxysm was over. Then she continued more kindly. "I'm not wishing you greater torment than I have, Heathcliff. I only wish us never to be parted. Won't you come here again? Do." Heathcliff went back to her chair and leant over her, but not so far as to let her see his face, which was livid with emotion. She bent round to look at him. He would not permit it. Turning abruptly, he walked to the fireplace, where he stood silent with his back towards us. In her eagerness she rose and supported herself on the arm of her chair. At that earnest appeal he turned to her. An instant they held asunder, and then how they met I hardly knew. But Catherine made a spring, and he caught her, and they were locked in an embrace from which I thought my mistress would never be released alive. She put up her hand to clasp his neck and bring his cheek to her own. "You teach me now how cruel you have been, cruel and false. Why did you despise me? Why did you betray your own heart, Cathy? I have not one word of comfort. You deserve this. You have killed yourself. Yes, you may kiss me and cry, and wring out my tears and kisses. They'll blight you. They'll damn you. You loved me. Then what right had you to leave me? What right, answer me, for the poor fancy you felt for Linton?" "Let me alone. Let me alone," sobbed Catherine. "If I've done wrong, I'm dying for it. It is enough. You left me too, but I won't upbraid you. I forgive you. Forgive me." "It is hard to forgive, and look at those eyes and feel these wasted hands," he answered. "Kiss me again, and don't let me see your eyes. I can forgive you for what you've done to me. I love my murderer, but yours, how can I?" They were silent, their faces hid against each other, and washed by each other's tears. "Service is over," I announced. "My master will be here in half an hour." Heathcliff groaned a curse and strained Catherine closer. She never stirred. "Now he is here!" I exclaimed. "For heaven's sake, hurry down. You'll not meet any one at the front stairs." "I must go, Cathy," said Heathcliff, seeking to extricate himself from his companion's arms. "You must not go," she answered, holding him as firmly as her strength allowed. "You shall not, I tell you." He would have risen and unfixed her fingers by the act. She clung fast, gasping. "No," she shrieked. "Oh, don't go. It is the last time. Edgar will not hurt us. Heathcliff, I shall die. I shall die. Damn the fool. There he is," cried Heathcliff, sinking back into his seat. "Hush, my darling. Hush, hush, Catherine. I'll stay. If he shot me so, I'd expire with a blessing on my lips." Edgar sprang to his unbidden guest, blanched with astonishment and rage. What he meant to do I cannot tell. However, the other stopped all demonstrations at once by placing the lifeless form in his arms. "Look there," he said, "unless you be a fiend, help her first. Then you shall speak to me." 3. It might be thought that Catherine Linton was sufficiently involved in her ungoverned impulses, but her daughter Catherine is of a still more labyrinthine lawlessness. She has her father's violent temperament as well as his complexion. Her malice, if qualities can be assigned a tint, is peculiarly blonde, while her mother's fury was brunette. She lends herself to Heathcliff's purposes by her disobedience to her father, and first puts herself in his power by a romantic fancy for his weakling son, whom she only despises when Heathcliff has forced their marriage, and her husband willingly and even gladly abandons her to his father's barbarity. She effectively lives Heathcliff's prisoner till he dies, but she never yields in spirit to him, though quelled by blows into a literal submission, and from time to time she breaks out into reckless taunts and defiances. It is an exposition of woman's nature unparalleled in some traits. She has been delicately bred in her father's house, and educated if not disciplined. She would be expected to have the instincts of a class, but she seems not to feel the insult of Heathcliff's blows so much as to dread the mere pain. And you cannot help believing these are the facts of the case. You know it to be also true that he never relents to her out of tenderness for her mother's memory, and that in the mere wantonness of her power she is quite capable of lacerating the proud, ignorant soul of the only man who could have protected her against his ferocity. Surely that side of a girl's nature was never so unsparingly studied as in the love-making between Hareton and Catherine, who first rouses all the wild beast in him by laughing at his crude attempts to learn from her teaching, and then tames it to her will by the arts which her growing fancy for him inspires. Earnshaw sat morose as usual at the chimney corner, and my little mistress was beguiling an idle hour with drawing pictures on the window panes, varying her amusement by smothered bursts of songs and whispered ejaculations, and quick looks of annoyance and impatience in the direction of her cousin, who steadfastly smoked and looked into the grate. Presently I heard her begin. "I've found out, Hareton, that I want, that I'm glad, that I should like you to be my cousin now, if you had not grown so cross to me, and so rough." Hareton returned no answer. "Let me take that pipe," she said cautiously, advancing her hand and abstracting it from his mouth. Before he could attempt to recover it, it was broken and behind the fire. He swore at her, and seized another. "Stop," she cried. "You must listen to me first, and I can't speak while those clouds are floating in my face." "Will you go to the devil," he exclaimed ferociously, "and let me be?" "No," she persisted, "I won't." "Come, you shall take notice of me, Hareton. You are my cousin, and you shall own me." "I shall have nothing to do with you and your mucky pride, and your damned mocking tricks. Side a to gate now this minute." Catherine frowned, and retreated to the window seat, chewing her lip, and endeavouring, by humming an eccentric tune, to conceal a growing tendency to sob. You hate me as much as Mr. Heathcliff does, and more." "You're a damned liar," began Earnshaw. "Why have I made him angry by taking your part 100 times? And that when you sneered at me and despised me, and—" "I didn't know you took my part," she answered, drying her eyes, "and I was miserable and bitter at everybody. But now I thank you, and beg you to forgive me. What can I do besides?" She returned to the hearth and frankly extended her hand. He blackened and scowled like a thunder cloud, and kept his fists resolutely clenched and his gaze fixed on the ground. Catharine, by instinct, must have divined that it was obdurate perversity, and not dislike, that prompted this dogged conduct; for after remaining an instant undecided, she stooped and impressed on his cheek a gentle kiss. "Say you forgive me, Hareton, do. You can make me so happy by speaking that little word." He muttered something inaudible. "And you'll be my friend?" added Catharine, interrogatively. "Nay, you'll be ashamed of me every day of your life," he answered, "and the more ashamed the more you know me, and I cannot bide it." "So you won't be my friend?" she said, smiling as sweet as honey, and creeping close up. No one can deny the charm of this, the absolute reality, the consummate art, which is still art, however unconscious. Did the dying girl who wrote the strange book, where it is only one of so many scenes of unfaltering truth, know how great it was, with all its defects? In any case, criticism must recognize its mastery and rejoice in its courage. End of Section 19. Section 20 of Heroines of Fiction by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Charles Kingsley's Hypatia. The interest felt in the novels of the Bronte sisters was from the first intensely personal, and it grew more and more personal as the veil was lifted from their pathetic lives, and the close relation between what they had written and what they had been was seen. In the average unliterary mind, the relation between the author and his work is always a thing to be taken for granted. He is identified with this or that person in the fiction, and if the reader of average unliterary mind has the chance of speaking to him about his story, he will say, "There where the girl comes to you, and you tell her," or the like. Sometimes this is amusing, and sometimes it is dismaying. In any case, it is useless for the author to protest, and it is not very good business for him to do so. The average unliterary reader loves him and his work according as he finds him personally in it, or believes he finds him. This passion was fed full in the case of the Brontes, and they were taken to the hearts of their readers as few authors have been. Their books were in fact very personal to themselves. Charlotte may be easily and probably associated with the nature, if not the character and experience of Jane Eyre. She can hardly be dissociated from it. And if in the more detached and dramatic story of Wuthering Heights, Emily cannot be so unfailingly identified with this or that person, yet there is an identity in the animate and inanimate environment of her life and that of the people in Wuthering Heights, which is quite as satisfying to the average unliterary mind. She had not and could not have the worldwide worship of her sister, but her cult was of a more fervent devotion, with the zeal and the spiritual pride of a small sect in it. And doubtless many a bruised and prisoned spirit wreaked its bitterness in the wild turbulence, the lawless violence of Wuthering Heights, which could not find outlet even in the revolt of Jane Eyre against the social and religious formalism of the time. But perhaps because personal merit triumphs in that book over all adverse circumstances, it was dearer to more hearts, and the author was dearer, for people like to see virtue rewarded. It is at least certain that it was personal to more hearts, and it stands better than Wuthering Heights, which is a struggle with fate for the personal insurrection against convention, which in some sort or other is always active. The insurrection against society, in the larger sense, is less pervasive, because it is of more alarming implication, but this too is perpetual. And at the same time that Jane Eyre was stirring the world's sympathy for a young girl striving single-handed with unkindness and temptation, there was another book making its powerful appeal for justice in behalf of all those who have not against those who have, for the toilers against the idlers, for famine against surfeit, for mass against class, for manhood against moneyhood. One of the most striking things in Charles Kingsley's Alton Locke, Tailor and Poet, is the modernity of the problems involved, the conditions combated, the terms of the contest, and the very language in which they are stated. The book is on this side palpitantly actual, though the literary attitude is so old-fashioned and outdated. The Chartist agitation of 50 years ago is mirrored in the Socialist aspiration of the present day. Its aims are effectively the same, its means the same, its vocabulary the same, and neither the reasons nor the unreasons with which it was then met have since changed. Its quarrel is now less with aristocracy and more with plutocracy, but these were always really convertible, if not identical. And now the quarrel is more directly with capital, because class without capital is no longer to be feared. The one great matter in which the new industrial rebellion differs from the old is in its attitude towards religion, but this change has taken place less through the hearts of the toilers than through the hearts of the teachers. The Church has risen to an ideal of Christianity which was intuitive with the world of work and need, and it was already beginning to imagine its duty in the modern industrial conditions when Alton Locke was written. How much that book had to do with clarifying its conception of this duty, it would not be easy to say, but we can make sure of the fact that Alton Locke has been potent as a twofold protest. First, against the cruel exploitation of labor, and second, against the misdirected resentment of the sufferers. Its insurrection is on a far broader ground and with a much wider intention than that of Jane Eyre. It is human, and that is personal, but because humanity is still so much weaker than personality, it has probably influenced vastly fewer readers. Then it has failed of equal influence, undoubtedly because it is not of equal art. It is a polemic in which all the characters, of whatever party they apparently are always arguing for the author. They stand for this thing or that, but they have not risen of themselves. They are where they are because he put them there. English fiction is for the most part still in the stage of allegory, though there were always masters who could teach it the higher function of drama. Charles Kingsley was not of these masters, at least in Alton Locke, and he was too didactic by nature and by culture ever to be simply representative. He is trying to carry a point, to enforce a truth, rather than to show it and let it enforce itself. In Alton Locke, the hero, who speaks for himself in the autobiographical form, is really a character, a person. Kingsley always dealt well with the literary type, its consciousness, its conceit, its self-distrust, its timid selfishness, and its bursts of enthusiasm. But the others are merely frameworks, actuated directly from the author, doing the things they are expected to do. This is especially true of the two women who must stand for the heroines. Neither Lillian Winstay, the shallow-hearted romantic beauty, who flatters the poor poet by her pleasure in his verse and his picturesque personality, nor Eleanor Staunton, who snubs him for his good, but is really his friend and the faithful friend of all the poor, is more than an illustration. They have their being not in a world of law, but a world of special providences, the world of nearly all English fiction. and they do what it happens to them to do, and for the effect upon Alton Locke, whom they are to teach, that if the upper classes are sometimes self-absorbed, they are also sometimes self-devoted. This was a useful thing enough, and something that not only a burning-hearted orator and agitator like Alton Locke could profitably realize, but that all the struggling and suffering lower classes would do well to understand. Yet it was not a thing that could give them dramatic projection, apparently, beyond the will of their Creator. Lilian Wednesday was of rather more palpable substance than Eleanor Staunton, and in her more complex behaviour she achieves something like the complexity of a real character. She is at least not exemplary, and so far she is saved from the worst that can befall a type in fiction or perhaps in life. In a book so largely devoted to making it clear that the Church is not the enemy, but the true friend, if not sole hope of the poor, it is much to have her the daughter of a dean, and it is in the interest of her reality that she is kept from anything worse than an intellectual flirtation with the sweat-shop poet, or from anything but an aesthetical appreciation of his picturesqueness. 2. It is a curious fact that a sort of imagination like that of a poet, and especially such a poet as Kingsley was, can somehow give its creations greater verisimilitude by putting them back in time, where they may be posed in an arbitrary light, with a setting unquestioned by the familiar experiences and associations of the reader. For this reason Hypatia, in the novel of her name, is more lifelike than Eleanor Staunton, and her foil Pelagia is more lifelike than Eleanor Staunton's foil Lilian Wednesday. Hypatia is really a young lady of the early 1850s, of the time when young ladies of her type were crudely called strong-minded. She was a sort of Alexandrian Margaret Fuller, with more good looks than our transcendental muse could pretend to, but not of a loftier ideal, a purer soul, a more Orphic utterance. She was a woman version of Julian the Apostate, and she was born in Athens and lived and lectured at Alexandria not long after that paganizing reactionary failed to persuade the world that there was something in the old mythology or philosophy. She had a large following of cultured and gilded youth, but the mob, led on by the turbulent monks of the city, under the countenance of the patriarch Cyril, rose in tumult against her, and she was torn to pieces by the Christian zealots. So far history, with whose elements our poet, and Kingsley was a very true, if not a very great poet, deals as he may and will, and reconstructs in a figure of at least as much recognizable reality as the heroines of his novels of modern life. It cannot be said by the unprejudiced reader that his Hypatia is an attractive personality. He has somehow failed to give her charm, though he has given her a beautiful body, perfectly molded features, with blue eyes and yellow hair, and a glorious intellect. But the truth is, his Hypatia remains as cold as the baths of Apollo, and it is not going too far to say that she is rather repellent. Of course she might answer that she did not mean to be otherwise in her poet's hands, and that what he had shown her that she was, rather arrogant in mind, holding matrimony in high scorn, and thinking but little better, if any, of maternity. The passion of the ardent young monk Philemon for this snow-cold divinity is not made altogether credible, and his sister, poor pretty Pelagia, who has lived the life of a wanton, and is presently the paramour of the Gothic chief Amal, is more winning in some things that take the heart. She is passionately faithful to her huge, stupid, honest Goth, and she is kind to every one else, with a willingness to see people happy, even if they are not virtuous. She is spiritually modest, and at least unconscious in her other immodesty. When she is awakened, through the dim memories of childhood, to the fact that she and Philemon are sister and brother, long ago carried captive from Athens and sold into slavery, she tries hard to let the monk bring her to a conviction of sin. But though she is good Christian enough to believe in hell, she also believes in God, and thinks He will take into consideration the peculiar circumstances under which she remains constant to Amal, whom the customs of the Goths tribe will not suffer to marry her. In all this, Pelagia is certainly not a better woman than Hypatia, but she is a more lovable nature, and she does not make Hypatia's fatal mistake of trying to transcend her own nature. Hypatia would have married the faithless prefect Orestes in the hope of restoring the old Greek faith, though in her Neoplatonism she is as passionless as he is faithless. Her author deals intelligently with her, but somehow he fails to deal impressively, and as regards the reader's sympathy or even interest, he fails to deal successfully. It may be that he suffers himself to be too strictly trammelled by history. The historical romance must not, of all things, be historical, and does not give his imagination free play in her character. In any case, she remains a woman without warmth of heart, that supreme mode of motion, without heat even of intellect. She cannot, therefore, impart movement to the figures of the drama around her and centering in her. The Alexandria of the fifth century is a great scene, with its wild monks doing the will of the bigoted Cyril, and wreaking their fanaticism now upon the Jews and now upon the pagans, with its Roman prefect seeking to hold the turbulent population in check alternately by tyranny and flattery, with its belated schools of Greek philosophy, with its church already sunk into superstition and corruption, with its swarming masses of every race and color, the prey of every lawless impulse from within and without, effete and hysterical, violent and cruel, kept from famine by public doles of food, and amused by bloody public shows, at once pitiless and shameless. And Hypatia is Kingsley's endeavour and his failure to fuse all these warring elements into a dramatic whole. In spite of his admirable conception of the situation, his learning, his poetic insight, they will not respond to his intention. They remain dispersed, as they might not if they had been grouped about a central figure of more cohesive power. But all the different particles seem to crumble away from the repellent nature of the heroine, whose fate the spectator beholds with compassion, certainly, but with more horror than compassion, on a far higher plane than Bulwer's work in The Last Days of Pompeii. Kingsley's work in Hypatia falls below it in artistic effect, for Bulwer, cheap as he was at least a melodramatist, while Kingsley was no dramatist at all, but an exalted moralist, willing to borrow the theatre for the ends of the church. If we realize this, we shall understand why his figures seem to have come out of the property room by way of the vestry. Orestes, the debauched Roman prefect, believing neither in the gods nor the saints, but willing to propitiate the friends of either as they shall serve the turn of his ambition. Miriam, the haggish slave dealer, who knows the common paternity of Pelagia and Philemon, and is the mother of Orestes's boon companion, the brilliant Jewish skeptic and cynic Raphael Aben Ezra, partner of Orestes's passion for the snow-cold Hypatia, and destined to a true Christian conversion. Theon, the heavy father of Hypatia, who consents for his sake as well as her own ambition to listen to the suit of Orestes. The whole tribe of monkish and prelatic fanatics, the 40 Gothic barbarians stalking large and blond through the scene, and casually hewing down enough miscreants of every tradition and persuasion to satisfy the bloodthirstiest reader, the hermits and fathers of the desert, and the various soldiers, students, porters, slaves, and singing and dancing women who thickly people the scene, all affect us like old friends from beyond the footlights. The conception is not wanting in originality. It is the performance which seems somehow second hand in most cases. The affair has many dramatic moments. It often promises to be a drama, but it never quite is so. As a representation of antique life, closer to our own than either that of Quo Vadis or the last days of Pompeii, it lacks as much the brute plethora and intensity of the one as the histrionic knack of the other, and yet the message it conveys is more vital than that of either. It realizes to us that human motives and passions are immutably the same in all times and places, that philosophy perishes in spite of its beauty and truth, and that religion survives in spite of its ugliness and falsehood, because it takes account of the things of the soul, and philosophy cares only for the things of the mind. It teaches that the Christianity of the 19th century, as well as the 5th, needs to be saved from itself before it can save the world, but that it alone can save the world. Kingsley was a poet, I am always saying that, and he passionately loved the artistic presence of the antique world. He was one of those Hellenizing English minds, of whom Keats was the first and finest, and he stood in some such relation to the pagan past as one of the earliest Greek Christians might, feeling the beauty of its ideality while abhorring its sensuality. He was very fit indeed to write a much better story of the zealots and sophists of Alexandria than he actually wrote in Hypatia, and I still think it was through his heroine that he failed. If I fail to prove this, and any reader recurring to the book after many years, or coming newly to it, shall find it greater than I have found it in my second reading, I shall rejoice, and save myself by making my critic observe that I always said the author was a poet. 3. Kingsley himself recognizes a difficulty in rehabilitating to the fancy the period he has chosen, and this difficulty lies in the impossibility of telling all about paganism. He could tell the worst about Christianity, but without a statement of the unnameable iniquities which the old faith suffered if it did not foster, there could be no sufficient contrast of the two. In paganism there could be no conviction of sin. There could be offenses against the will or the dignity of the gods, but none against the spirit of righteousness, such as quicken the soul of the offender to repentance. And in like manner there could be no such meekness of heart as attributes its virtue to some source of goodness outside itself. Hypatia's enthusiasm for the pagan philosophy must ignore the foulness of the pagan life, and her stainless personal purity must rejoice in itself as the effect of her own will. She has but two passions, or rather one, for ambition includes jealousy, and she is envious of the witchery which Pelagia has for the hearts of men, and cannot bear that the dancing woman should enjoy the triumph which she herself disdains. She has her following of those who can adore beauty, that lectures and illumines, but she must have all, or at least she cannot suffer that her rival should have any. It will have been seen that Hypatia, after all, does not escape being a woman. She is indeed the more a woman in failing, and it is in the throes of her self-recognized limitations that the heart warms to her a little. Hypatia, angered that Pelagia should be the supreme attraction of the spectacle that the prefect is planning, is at least more tolerable than Hypatia refusing to let Pelagia profit by her teaching, even at the prayer of her beloved pupil Philemon, because she will not have her own purity contaminated by Pelagia's presence. In her former mood she is at the worst sincere, but in the latter mood she is at the best not credible, even if she is sincere. It is hard to see what side of Hypatia is accessible to sympathy, but the terrible spectacle of her death must inspire compassion. This acquires reality rather from the passions of her murderers than from any quality of her own, and it is difficult to conceive of her even as a living impersonation of intellectual pride suffering martyrdom. Is not she rather a statue to a belated ideal, thrown down and broken to pieces by the sanguinary zealots of another faith? It is hard even to believe in Philemon, her pupil and lover, who has turned monk again, but who deserts his brethren to warn her of their hate, and to save her from their fury, as she appears after her lecture in the street where they are lurking. At last a curricle, glittering with silver, rattled round the corner and stopped opposite him. A slave brought forth an embroidered cushion, and then Hypatia herself came forth, looking more glorious than ever, her lips set in a sad, firm smile, her eyes uplifted, inquiring, eager, and yet gentle, dimmed by some great inward awe, as if her soul were far away aloft, and face to face with God. In a moment he sprang to her, caught her robe convulsively, threw himself on his knees before her. "Stop! Stay! You are going to destruction." Calmly she looked down upon him. "Accomplice of witches! Would you make of Theon's daughter a traitor like yourself?" She believed him guilty then. It was the will of God. The plumes of the horses were waving far down the street before he recovered himself, and rushed after her, shouting he knew not what. It was too late. A dark wave of men rushed from the ambuscade, surged round the car, swept forward. She had disappeared, and as Philemon followed breathless, the horses galloped past him madly homeward with the empty carriage. Whither were they dragging her? To the Caesareum, to the Church of God himself. Impossible! Why thither, of all places on the earth? Why did the mob, increasing momentarily by hundreds, pour down upon the beach and return brandishing flints, shells, fragments of pottery? She was upon the church steps before he caught them up, invisible among the crowd, but he could track her by the fragments of her dress. He would save her, and he struggled in vain to pierce the dense mass of parabolani and monks, who, mingled with fishwives and dock workers, leaped and yelled around their victim. Yes, on into the church itself, into the cool, dim shadow, with its fretted pillars and lowering domes and candles and incense and blazing altar and great pictures looking from the walls across the gorgeous gloom. And right in front, above the altar, the colossal Christ, watching unmoved from off the wall, his right hand raised to give a blessing or a curse. On up the nave, fresh shreds of her dress strewing the holy pavement, up the chancel steps themselves, up to the altar, right underneath the great still Christ, and there even these hell hounds paused. She shook herself free from her tormentors, and springing back, rose for a moment to her full height, naked, snow white against the dusky mass around, shame and indignation in those wide, clear eyes, but not a stain of fear. With one hand she clasped her golden locks around her, the other long white arm was stretched upward toward the great still Christ, appealing, and who dare say in vain, from man to God? Her lips were open to speak, but the words that would have come from them reached God's ear alone, for in an instant Peter struck her down. The dark mass closed over her again, and then wail on wail, long, wild, ear-piercing, rung along the vaulted roof. But enough of this. As the novelist himself would say, poor Hypatia, framed of such great elements by the hand of a true poet, how is it she fails of the due effect? Perhaps it is because of the double charge which the poet felt laid upon him, as also a priest. He must make her at once the beautiful apostle of a creed outworn, and an example of its insufficiency, to the needs at least of woman nature, if not of human nature. Hawthorne could have dealt triumphantly with such a figure, and wrapped us with the mystical and thrilling charm of its contrasts, but not Kingsley, too earnest as he always was for the long patience of art, and too perfervid in that zeal for his reader's soul first of all things. The dramatist can preach, and he does preach, by Hamlet, by Macbeth, by Othello, who are never freed, either of them, to an absolute and single significance. But if the preacher attempts to dramatize, we forget his lesson in our sense of his failure. The moral of Hypatia is, beware of spiritual pride, and do not evil that good may come. But what is the meaning of Hypatia herself? End of Section 20. Section 21 of Heroines of Fiction by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The nature of Charles Reade's heroines. Each great novelist invents or discovers a certain type of feminine nature, which is his predominant, if not his favorite type, although it is by no means his only type. He may wholly depart from it and easily paint its opposite, or he may vary it and disguise it without really departing from it, but this type in its most distinctive form will characterize him in the reader's general impression. We have only to think of the dominant types of Thackeray, Dickens, Hawthorne, George Eliot, Thomas Hardy, and the rest, in order to realize the fact, and they need not be alleged in proof, either themselves or their analogues or their opposites. We know what they are, and still better, we know what the predominant type of such a minor novelist — he was very nearly a major novelist — as Charles Reade is. It is with an effort that I refrain from writing was. He and his works seem so quite of the past. I have lately been re-reading them nearly all, with a keen sense of his extraordinary knowledge, and a regret for his knowingness in the region of woman's nature, which I could not so readily qualify. It was the fatal defect of his faculty that he valued himself most upon his knowingness, and that he flourished it in the face of his readers instead of using his knowledge to instruct and delight them. He liked better to release a spring and let his heroine jump at you out of a box, than to have her grow softly upon you through the mystery of womanhood, a tangible and adorable personality. 1. Charles Reade's peculiar invention is a species of coquette manquée. All coquettes are coquettes manquées in so far as the flirt is always self-defeated in her triumph, and loses more than she gains by any conquest. But the sort of coquette manquée that Reade invented is the flirt in whom the impulse of mere flirtation is arrested or interrupted by a throe of conscience or a thrill of passion, and who, for peace sake or love's sake, is willing to forego the pleasure of winning a heart to no other end than feeling it hers. She has the nature of a coquette, but the heart of a woman, and is capable of sudden and supreme self-sacrifice. She is as sinuous as a serpent, in arriving finally at the effects of the dove. Reade perceived that there is something feline in every woman, but he also divined that in many, and perhaps in most cases, she wishes to use the arts of the cat for no worse purpose than getting a soft place in a man's soul and sweetly purring there. This discovery appeared to him so extraordinary that he not only embodied its results in nearly all his heroines, but continually shouted over it and flaunted it as the great discovery of the age, or of every age. It was indeed a very pretty find, and was not spoiled by the temperamental excesses of the discoverer, who was not without the qualities of his defects, and amidst his violences to art and taste, his ground and lofty tumbling, and his antics of all sorts, had the gift of denoting the traits of his peculiar heroines with unerring skill. He fired from the hip as well as the shoulder. He fired lying down and standing on his head. He fired with his back to the target, looking into a mirror. He fired on the quick run, but he rarely failed to strike the centre of the mark, and when he rang the bell one could, at least in one's youth, forgive him if he leaped into the air and clicked his heels together with a whoop of triumph. 2. He was as apt to give a whoop of triumph upon a small occasion as a great, and he made no unusual noise over so admirable a creature as Lucy Fountain in Love Me Little, Love Me Long. He was perhaps rather more boisterous about Mrs. Bazalgette, who is the ultimation of all Lucy's worst feminine tendencies. We see in this full-blown flirt what Lucy might have been if she had not resolutely remained a bud, and kept her wiles and lures firmly folded within the green leaves of the calyx out of which they were suffered merely to peep. But this delightful girl is shown us with reticence almost as discreet as her own, and an artist who had apprenticed boyishness to the last (his boyishness grew upon him, in fact) shows in her likeness more of the quiet of a master than in any other portraiture. She is most charmingly and originally imagined throughout. Many ladies have loved below them in fiction as well as out, but Lucy is the first girl of her kind to do so, for she is not romantic or passionate, and is of a fancy well guarded by the knowledge and the wisdom of the world. She cannot help seeing that David Dodd is a hero in his unconscious way, but she is perfectly aware that the mate of a merchantman is no mate for a young lady of her wealth and station, to say nothing of her birth and breeding. She is captivated by his career and character, but almost in an aesthetic way at first, and not in any fond fashion of loving him for the dangers he has passed. He surprises her, and then he interests her, and, as it were, convinces her. Her heart slips away from her while she is in full possession of her reason, and while she can still be shocked at his awkwardness and ashamed of him, even at times. All the successive and synchronous facts of her consciousness are clearly and subtly, if not delicately, studied. Her beauty is vividly painted, and her little tricks and traits, the things in which personality most shows itself, if not resides, are bewitchingly caught. Her serviceable subservience to her Aunt Bazalgette, which always ends at some point where Lucy has made up her mind to have her own way, is of the same texture as her complaisance with her Uncle Fountain, who believes that she is going to marry the man of his choice, while she is sweetly meaning to marry the man of her own; or rather to let him marry the woman of his, for that is more exactly the relation of the strenuous David Dodd to the event. Her good sense and sagacity are equal to the demands upon them, even after marriage, when they so often fail with ladies who marry for love, and having let the mate of a merchantman choose her, she chooses his lot in life and forsakes her own. She abdicates her place in society, and accepts her new condition with the grace that distinguishes her in all things great and small. In recently reading her history through again, I have found it, because of her, as delightful as it was at the first or the second reading. I have felt the author's foibles more, but I think I have been also more sensible of his very uncommon cleverness, and I am more than ever grateful to him for such a girl as Lucy Fountain. He does not overdo her. In his most successful moments he does not make such a clamour as usual. She has the ladylike power to put even her creator on his best behaviour, and to make almost a master of him. Just as she knows how to get the better of her Aunt Bazalgette and her Uncle Fountain in their respective forms of selfishness, to keep Mr. Talboys from being offensive, and to prevent David Dodd from kicking him when she fails. She is the universal solvent of the story, reconciling and adapting its warring elements, and when she has done her office, resuming her individuality at the final precipitation of events, to lose it then in the absolute self-devotion of love. 3. I do not know in fiction or more pleasing story, on the lines along which her story capers so nimbly. The situation is one which has always tempted the novelist, and always will till novelists shall be no more. There is a perennial fascination in the notion of love between higher station and lower, but commonly the fascination is too great for the novelist's sense of proportion, his respect for probability, and his reverence for truth. He is very, very rarely so candid as Reade, who has dealt with it more than once, and always pretty faithfully resisting fairly well the temptation to blink its implications. Difference of social tradition is effaced in the glow of passion, as we see in the case of young ladies who now and then run away with their father's coachman. But their experience seems to be that it reasserts itself as passion fades. This is the experience of Lucy Fountain after she becomes Mrs. David Dodd. But that adorable creature philosophically ignores what she practically knows. That is, she makes the best of the inevitable, and as we see in Very Hard Cash, where the tale of her life after marriage is continued from Love Me Little, Love Me Long, she is not less fond of Dodd because he proves inalienably the simple heroic sailor that she fell in love with him for being. Few heroines are equal to so much, and it is for this reason chiefly that we must respect her. The author far more easily makes us like her, for it is easier to impart the sense of charm than the sense of character, and we begin to feel her charm from the moment when, bored to death helping her Uncle Fountain find himself at the top of his family tree by a gymnastic of courtesy she first crushed, and then so moulded a yawn that it glided into a society smile. You begin to feel her character still earlier, in that wonderful first chapter where she is shown the triumphant victim of her Aunt Basil Get's selfishness, a wily martyr who plans to have her own amidst the flames of sacrifice, and a moralist who keeps her conscience clean from the environing pitch of Mrs. Basil Get's lies. This lady once takes possession of the drawing-room to try on a dress she means to make Lucy make over for her. Mrs. Bazalgette then rang the bell, and told the servant to say she was out if any one called, no matter who. Meantime, Lucy, impressed with the gravity of her office, took the dress carefully down from the pegs, and as it would have been death to crease it, and destruction to let its hem sweep against any of the inferior forms of matter, she came down the stairs holding this female weapon of destruction as high above her head as Judith waves the sword of Holofernes in Etty's immortal picture. The other had just found time to loosen her dress and lock one of the doors. She now locked the other, and the rites began. "Well, it fits you like a glove." "Really? Tell the truth now. It is a sin to tell a story about a new gown. What a nuisance, one can't see behind one. I could fetch another glass, but you may trust my word, aunt. This point behind is very becoming. It gives distinction to the waist. Yes, Baldwin cuts these bodies better than Olivier. But the worst of her is, when it comes to the trimming, you have to think for yourself. The woman has no mind. She is a pair of hands, and there is an end of her." "I must confess it is a little plain, for one thing," said Lucy. "Why, you little goose, you don't think I am going to wear it like this?" "No, I thought of having down a wreath and bouquet from Foster's of violets and heart's ease. The bosom and sleeves covered with blonde, you know, and caught up here and there with a small bunch of the flowers. Then in the centre heart's ease of the bosom I meant to have had two of my largest diamonds set." "Hush!" The door handle worked viciously. Then came rap, 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 rap. Tick, tick, tick. This is always the way. Who is there? Go away. You can't come here. "But I want to speak to you." "What the deuce are you doing?" said, through the keyhole, the wretch that owned the room in a mere legal sense. "We are trying a dress. Come again in an hour." "Confound your dresses." "Who is we?" "Lucy has got a new dress." "Aunt," whispered Lucy, in a tone of piteous expostulation. "Oh, if it is Lucy. Well, good bye, ladies. I am obliged to go to London at a moment's notice for a couple of days. You will have done by when I come back, perhaps. and off went Bazalgette, whistling, but not best pleased. He had told his wife more than once that the drawing-rooms and dining-rooms of a house are the public rooms, and the bedrooms the private ones. Lucy's Aunt Bazalgette, whose husband is a banker, is determined she shall marry a brilliant financier. Her uncle Fountain, who is cultivating a family tree, has set his mind on her marrying a man of old family, as exemplified in his neighbour Talboys. When she goes to her uncle, she has the long-descended Talboys about the house pretty much all the time, and after a certain evening of him, he rejoices that he never saw her in better spirits. "I am glad you saw that," said Lucy, with a languid smile. "And how Talboys came out." "He did," sighed Lucy. Here the young lady lighted softly on an ottoman, and sunk gracefully back with a weary o' the world air, and when she had settled down like so much floss silk, fixing her eye on the ceiling, and doling her words out languidly yet thoughtfully, just above a whisper, "Uncle, darling," inquired she, "where are the men we have all heard of?" "How should I know?" "What men?" "Where are the men of sentiment, that can understand a woman, and win her to reveal her real heart, the best treasure she has, uncle dear?" She paused for a reply. None coming, she continued, with decreasing energy, "Where are the men of spirit, the men of action, the upright, downright men that Heaven sends to cure us of our disingenuousness? Where are the heroes and the wits?" An infinitesimal yawn. "Where are the real men, and where are the women to whom such men can do homage without degrading themselves? Where are the men who elevate a woman without making her masculine, and the women who can brighten and polish, and yet not soften the steel of manhood? Tell me instantly," said she, with still greater languor and want of earnestness, and her eyes remained fixed on the ceiling in deep abstraction. Lucy's aspiration for the heroic aptly prepares the way for David Dodd, who directly appears on the scene with his sister Eve, at one of those teas which replace for them the greater distinction of dinner. He tells stories of his seafaring, and supplies for her the demand she has made of her helpless uncle, and fills the long-felt want of her heart. Of course she knows this before she will own it, and the love-making goes deviously on, but never quite halts, though it often seems to halt. Through it all Lucy is still Lucy, arming herself for final truth by all sorts of provisional feints, and never failing of a just sense of her sailor's worth in any circumstances. Sometimes her magnanimity is severely tried, as when David, asked to be her aunt's guest, appears among her fine company one day suddenly, with his carpet-bag on his shoulder, the boy whom he had paid to carry it proving too weak for the work. Lucy manages so well that she commands her aunt's entire admiration and esteem, which Mrs. Bazalgette confesses in a reading of the girl's nature. "If the gentlemen take you for a pane of glass, why all the better. Meantime, shall I tell you your real character? I have only just discovered it myself." "Oh, yes, aunt, tell me my character. I should so like to hear it from you." "Should you?" said the other, a little satirically. "Well, then, you are an innocent fox." "Aunt, an innocent fox! So run and get your work-box. I want you to run up a tear in my flounce." Lucy went thoughtfully for her work-box, murmuring ruefully, "I am an innocent fox. I am an innocent fox." She did not like her new character at all. It mortified her, and seemed self-contradictory as well as derogatory. On her return she could not help remonstrating. "How can that be my character? A fox is cunning, and I despise cunning. And I am sure I am not innocent," added she, putting up both hands and looking penitent. With all this, a shade of vexation was painted on her lovely cheeks as she appealed against her epigram. But the innocence of all the foxes in the world cannot save a girl from the love with which she has filled a true man's heart, if she happens to have filled it from her own, and the time has come when, after long twisting and turning to escape him, Lucy Fountain is forced to listen to David Dodd. It is when she comes back to the garden, where she thinks she has left her glove, and finds Dodd on his knees, with his face to the ground. She almost runs over him. "What are you doing, Mr. Dodd?" David arose from his oriental position, and being a young man whose impulse always was to tell the simple truth, replied, "I was kissing the place where you stood so long." He did not feel that he had done anything extraordinary, so he gave her this information composedly. But her face was scarlet in an instant, and he, seeing that, began to blush too. For once Lucy's tact was baffled. She did not know what on earth to say, and she stood blushing like a girl of 15. Then she tried to turn it off. "Mr. Dodd, how can you be so ridiculous?" said she, affecting humorous disdain. But David was not to be put down now. He was launched. "I am not ridiculous for loving and worshipping you, for you are worthy of even more love than any human heart can hold." "Oh, hush, Mr. Dodd. I must not hear this." "Miss Lucy, I can't keep it any longer. You must, you shall hear me. You can despise my love if you will, but you shall know it before you reject it. Mr. Dodd, you have every right to be heard, but let me persuade you not to insist. Oh, why did I come back? The first moment I saw you, Miss Lucy, it was a new life to me. I never looked twice at any girl before. It is not your beauty only. Oh, no, it is your goodness. Goodness such as I never thought was to be found on earth. Don't turn your head from me. I know my defects. Could I look on you and not see them? My manners are blunt and rude. Oh, how different from yours! But you could soon make me a fine gentleman. I love you so. And I am only the first mate of an Indiaman, but I should be captain next voyage, Miss Lucy, and a sailor like me has no expenses. All he has is his wife's. The first lady in the land will not be petted as you will if you will look kindly on me. Listen to me," trying to tempt her. "No, Miss Lucy, I have nothing to offer you worth your acceptance, only my love. No man ever loved woman as I love you. It is not love, it is worship, it is adoration. Ah, she is going to speak to me at last." Lucy presented at this moment a strange contrast of calmness and agitation. Her bosom heaved quickly, and she was pale, but her voice was calm, and, though gentle, decided. "I know you love me, Mr. Dodd, and I feared this. I have tried to save you the mortification of being declined by one who, in many things, is your inferior. I have even been rude and unkind to you. Forgive me for it. I meant kindly. I regret it now. Mr. Dodd, I thank you for the honour you do me, but I cannot accept your love." There was a pause, but David's tongue seemed glued to the roof of his mouth. He was not surprised, yet he was stupefied when the blow came. At last he gasped out, "You love some other man?" Lucy was silent. "Answer me, for pity's sake. Give me something to help me." "You have no right to ask me such a question." "But I have no attachment, Mr. Dodd." "Ah, then one word more. Is it because you cannot love me, or because I am poor, only first mate of an Indiaman?" "That I will not answer. You have no right to question a lady why she—" "Stay, you wish to despise me." "Well, why not, if that will cure you of this unfortunate—" "Think what you please of me, Mr. Dodd," murmured Lucy, sadly. "Ah, you know I can't," cried David, despairingly. "I know that you esteem me more than I deserve. Well, I esteem you, Mr. Dodd. Why, then, can we not be friends? You have only to promise me you will never return to this subject." Come. Me promise not to love you? What is the use? Me be your friend, and nothing more, and stand looking on at the heaven that is to be another's, and never to be mine? It is my turn to decline. Never. Betrothed lovers or strangers, but nothing between. Shall I go now? Yes, murmured Lucy, softly, trying to disarm the fatal word. Forget me, and forgive me. And with this last word, scarce audible, she averted her face and held out her hand with angelic dignity, modesty, and pity. The kind words and the gentle action brought down the stout heart that had looked death in the face so often without flinching. "Forgive you, sweet angel!" he cried. "I pray Heaven to bless you, and to make you as happy as I am desolate for your sake. Oh, you show me more and more what I lose this day. God bless you, God bless!" And David's heart filled to choking, and he burst out sobbing despairingly, and the hot tears ran suddenly from his eyes over her hand as he kissed and kissed it. Then, with an almost savage feeling of shame, for these were not eyes that were wont to weep, he uttered one cry of despair and ran away, leaving her pale and panting heavily. She looked at her hand wet with a hero's tears, and for the second time her own began to gush. No intelligent reader would suppose this was the end, although he had not already been told that the lovers are securely wedded before the tale is done. Their story is subordinately prolonged, as we all know, through very hard cash. And I do not think that there is anything Mrs. David Dodd says or does in that rather inferior book to de-characterize Miss Lucy Fountain. That girl is a great invention, and if it is true, as I have several times contended in these papers, that a novelist's power is to be tested largely by his success in dealing with feminine nature, I do not see why I have called Charles Reade a minor novelist. It must be that the offences of his manner and the impertinences of his method have weighed too heavily with me. It is certain that these are so many and so grievous that a far more lenient critic might find them damnatory. 4. Lucy Fountain is of the same type of heroine as Helen Rolleston in Foul Play, and the heroine of A Terrible Temptation. There is another type, the frankly honest, or the almost frankly honest type, which he deals with in Christy Johnstone, in the novel of her name, and Catherine Gaunt in Griffith Gaunt, and Margaret in The Cloister and the Hearth, and Grace Carden in Put Yourself in His Place. But each of these has some little hint or tint of the Lucy Fountain type in her, which is perhaps nothing after all but the ultimate and inevitable expression of her femininity. Possibly when women are quite equal in their chances and conditions with men, they will cease to be innocent foxes, but in the meantime we must be glad and grateful when they are innocent. Still another type of heroine in Charles Reade's fiction is that supremely illustrated by the titulary heroine of Peg Woffington. If such heroines could always be openly or professionally of the theatre, we should have no right to object that they are mechanical. Actresses are, and must be, so entirely subservient to the exigencies of the stage that they end by exchanging their nature for its artifice, and in the highest effects of character deliver a coup de théâtre. It is not that they stab the potatoes, but that they peel or mash them with one eye on the public, or that they conceive of nothing sublimer than eating a poisoned potato, so that their rivals may marry the men they love. It is not their fault, poor things. They have been so warped by their art that they cannot imagine anything finer than the devices with which they have brought down houses, or their inventors cannot imagine it for them, which is quite as bad in effect. Charles Reade was of a better theatre than Charles Dickens, but he was of the theatre, and you seem to be reading a dramatization of his novels, rather than the novels themselves. Yet they are ingenious, brilliant, witty, and abound in true suggestions of femininity, and their heroines merit much more attention than can be given them in a single paper. End of section 21. Section 22 of Heroines of Fiction by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Variations of Reade's type of heroines. The absence of anything like a philosophic criticism in England must account for the antics and aberrations of English novelists who were greatly gifted, but wholly undisciplined, and who let themselves go to the bounds of their eccentricities, because they were aware of no law that they need stand in fear of. Several of the greatest, like Jane Austen, Anthony Trollope, Thomas Hardy, and George Moore, have been so admirably tempered by nature that they could not help being artists worthy of any continental school, amidst the prevailing aesthetic anarchy of their native island, where there is no school, where criticism is arbitrary and personal, where there are no ideals but only standards, no principles but only preferences. I have to note the lamentable results of these conditions in the case of nearly all the English novelists, except those I have named. In the case of such a novelist as Charles Reade, a powerful but most wilful talent, they are comically disastrous. The final complexion of their tragedy is bouffe. Charles Reade was as nobly intentioned as any novelist who has written. He imagined his vocation to be painting truly from nature, to be, as Mr. James defines the office of fiction, the representation of life. Yet, for want of a principled criticism, he could never understand that the painter has no business in the picture, the dramatist has no business on the stage. He is forever at your elbow as you read, audibly directing your attention to this and that surprising fact, winking to you, sticking his tongue in his cheek, and clucking to make you notice. He is not as bad as Thackeray, who spoils the illusion by whispering you that the whole thing is make-believe. He is faithful to his own fancy at least, but he is of a worse literary taste, and in his anxiety to show you how full of drama the real world is, he drags in raw incident by the hair and makes a newspaper of his page. 1. Charles Reade was not helplessly a dramatist like Charles Dickens, who brought the theatre into life, but he saw life so dramatically that he was consciously arranging it for the theatre at every moment, and his novels were often confessedly, as eventually they often became, plays, and very good plays. I have seldom seen a better melodrama than Foul Play, which is also a most delightful story, with a heroine in Helen Rolleston, who is of the author's very best sort, and almost fit to match with Margaret in The Cloister and the Hearth. Margaret, indeed, is his finest creation, being less mechanically operated, less of a Jill in the box, more vitalized from within than the others. She is very sweet and simple and noble, and is found a true woman in that remote mediaeval twilight, where she obediently abides, without insubordinately getting over into the glare of modern times, as people in historical novels are apt to do. Upon the whole, I think that book Charles Reade's greatest book, at least in a show of the past, which must always be a gymnastic. His ground and lofty tumbling is not so offensive there as it is amidst a representation of actual life. But all his novels bear reading again after many years. They are no more boyish now than they were at first. They were never as deep as wells, nor as wide as church doors, but they served to surprise, to amuse, almost to convince. A Terrible Temptation is a mighty good book with a charming heroine, and Put Yourself in His Place is another. So is Griffith Gaunt. Catherine Gaunt is finely imagined. It is Never Too Late to Mend is a good story, but the heroine has not remained with me. I dare say she would come back with a little coaxing. 2. I'm not sure whether Peg Woffington is to be put among the author's minor works or not, but as an historical novel dealing with the nature of an actress, it has every chance of falling very low in the scale of fiction. Perhaps, however, one condition of unreality offsets the other, and the theatricality neutralizes the historicality. At any rate, the result is a story which, if not true, is such a story as every actress could wish to be true. What better could the histrionic heart desire than the case of a country gentleman leaving his young bride behind him and coming for a few days on business up to London, where he falls in love with the divine Mistress Woffington, and remains wooing and winning her for weeks and months, till the neglected wife follows him to town, and finds him giving a dinner to La Peg, as Reade would call her, and throws herself on Mistress Woffington's mercy. There is a situation which no woman need be long upon the stage to find exquisitely natural. If you add the fact that Peg has never known her lover was married, it is almost too natural. For the éclaircissement, what could be more profitable and feasible than for Mabel Vane to seek her rival in the studio of the scene painter who is doing her portrait, and there succeed an audience of connoisseurs who have been trapped into criticizing Mrs. Woffington's real face in the hole cut out of the canvas where the painted face was. The connoisseurs have been mocked and driven out by the actress who has hidden behind her portrait when the hapless wife appears, and who now puts back her face into the hole in the canvas, the better to witness the scene between the painter and her rival. Mrs. Vane pours out her artless tale of grief to the powerless triplet, and avows her purpose of trying to see Mrs. Woffington and appeal to her as her sole hope. At this moment, in spite of Triplet's precaution, Mrs. Vane, casting her eye accidentally round, caught sight of the picture, and instantly started up, crying, "She is there!" Triplet was thunderstruck. "What a likeness!" cried she, and moved towards the supposed picture. "Don't go to it!" cried Triplet, aghast. "The colour's wet." She stopped, but her eye and her very soul dwelt upon the supposed picture, and Triplet stood quaking. "How light! It seems to breathe. You are a great painter, sir. A glass is not truer." Triplet, hardly knowing what he said, muttered something about critics and lights and shades. "Then they are blind!" cried Mabel, never for a moment removing her eye from the object. "Tell me not of lights and shades. The pictures I see have a look of paint, but yours looks like life." "Oh, that she were here, as this wonderful image of hers is! I would speak to her. I am not wise or learned, but orators never pleaded as I would plead to her for my Ernest's heart." Still her eye glanced upon the picture, and I suppose her heart realized an actual presence, though her judgment did not, for by some irresistible impulse she sank slowly down, and stretched her clasped hands towards it, while sobs and words seemed to break direct from her bursting heart. "Oh, yes, you are beautiful, you are gifted, and the eyes of thousands wait upon your very word and look. What wonder that he, ardent, refined, and genial, should lay his heart at your feet? And I have nothing but my love to make him love me. I cannot take him from you. Oh, be generous to the weak. Oh, give him back to me. What is one heart more to you? You are so rich, and I am so poor, that without his love I have nothing, and can do nothing but sit me down and cry till my heart breaks. Give him back to me, beautiful, terrible woman, for with all your gifts you cannot love him as his poor Mabel does, and I will love you longer perhaps than men can love. I will kiss your feet, and heaven above will bless you, and I will bless you, and pray for you to my dying day. Ah, it is alive! I am frightened, I am frightened." She ran to Triplet and seized his arm. "No," cried she, quivering close to him. "I am not frightened, for it was for me she Oh, Mrs. Woffington!" And hiding her face on Mr. Triplet's shoulder, she blushed and wept and trembled. What was it had betrayed Mrs. Woffington? A tear? During the whole of this interview, which had taken a turn so unlooked for by the listener, she might have said with Beatrice, "What fire is in mine ears!" and what self-reproach and chill misgiving in her heart, too. She had passed through 100 emotions, as the young innocent wife told her sad and simple story, but anxious now above all things to escape without being recognized, for she had long repented having listened at all, or placed herself in her present position, she fiercely mastered her countenance, but though she ruled her features, she could not rule her heart, And when the young wife, instead of inveighing against her, came to her as a supplicant with faith in her goodness, and sobbed to her for pity, a big tear rolled down her cheek and proved her something more than a picture or an actress. Mrs. Vane, as we have related, screamed and ran to Triplet. Mrs. Woffington came instantly from her frame, and stood before them in a despairing attitude, with one hand upon her brow. For a single moment her impulse was to fly from the apartment, so ashamed was she of having listened, and of meeting her rival in this way. But she conquered this feeling, and as soon as she saw Mrs. Vane too had recovered some composure, she said to Triplet in a low but firm voice, "Leave us, sir. No living creature must hear what I say to this lady." 3. This is quite as an actress would wish things to be, and they fall out in this wise so often on the stage, that the great wonder is they have never begun falling out so in life yet. The time must come for that if the stage only keeps on, and in the meanwhile it must be owned that in the less dramatic moments of the story, the nature of La Peg, it is impossible to escape the contagion of the author's example, is studied much more in the light of fact. She is of really a far simpler nature than many women who are actresses merely off the stage. The actress has had her disillusions, but she lives in a world of illusions, and when one is gone, she goes and gets more from the vast property room of fable. Without having been a very good woman, Reade's Peg Woffington is never so bad as not to wish being better. She has her dream of being purely loved, and is willing to love so again, and in her trust of Vane she has given him her heart. That is the pity of it, and the probability. But there perhaps the fable parts company with fact. Would the actress in real life, if she is ever there, give back the foolish husband to the faithful wife? This may be too much to ask of any one profession. But in the world at large, would she do it? This may be too much to ask of any one sex. Probability was what Reade was always trying to get away from, and he justified himself by the example of reality, as recorded in the manifold incidents of the voluminous scrap-books of newspaper cuttings which he kept. His simple philosophy was that the marvellous, the bizarre, the high heroic, the monstrous, was fit material for art, because it was to be found in experience, and that it was preferable to the wonted aspect of life. So his books put together of characters and events which could every one be matched in contemporaneous history, and wearing the air of lively reality, failed to convince the reader that the things in them happened, or persuade him no longer than a thrilling passage on the stage. People were very primitive in the early 50s, and author and public both accepted a convention of fiction which no author or public of prime quality would accept now, though it still embodies the creed of those who write and read the novels which sell their half-millions today. In Reade's books it is a comedy convention, for except The Cloister and the Hearth, the greatest of them all, they all end well, and we are expected to suppose every manner of substantiated facts which would be important if true. The range of his later novels includes many exciting interests, such as deportations and shipwrecks, labor strikes, abuses in private insane asylums, and doings in gold diggings. But after all, these have not the charm of such an earlier story as Christy Johnstone, which deals with a series of sweet impossibilities among gentlefolk and simple folk in the little Scotch fishing town of New Haven. It is such a very early book that I may safely trust the elder reader's oblivion and the younger reader's ignorance for my excuse, if I briefly sketch the plot. Lord Ipsden, crossed in love with his cousin Lady Barbara, and sick from it, goes down to New Haven with a famous doctor's prescription directing him to get well by doing good among the poor, just about the time that Charles Gaddy, a youthful artist full of the new truth that you must paint life from life, has set up his easel in the same port, and has there given his heart for that of Christy Johnstone, the prettiest fishing lass of the place. Lord Ipsden does good right and left with an unsparing hand in drawing cheques. He early makes the acquaintance of Christy, and at a hint from her goes and buys pictures of Gaddy, who is on the point of imprisonment for debt, at the same time that Christy herself surprises a school of herring unknown to other fisher folk, and comes to her lover with the money for them. But before this, Gaddy's mother, who has been a cook and is a Cockney, has heard of Christie, and has appeared to prevent his marrying beneath him. Through Lord Ipsden's beneficence, she is able to thank Christie kindly, and tell her that she and her son do not need her herring money, and nothing then remains for Christie to do but to save Gaddy's life, and she promptly manages this by putting out in her boat, and rescuing him from a flood tide, such as is apt to overtake people in fiction. His mother then naturally gives way, and at the same moment Lady Barbara, who has always wanted to marry an earnest man, convinces herself of Lord Ipsden's earnestness, and marries him. 4. In order to begin doing good as soon as possible, Lord Ipsden has his valet go out and get him some of the lower orders directly after his arrival in New Haven, and Saunders returns with Christie Johnstone and her friend Jean Carney. On their heads they wore caps of Dutch or Flemish origin, with a broad lace border, stiffened and arched over the forehead, about 3 inches high, leaving the brow and cheeks unencumbered. They had cotton jackets, bright red and yellow, mixed in patterns, confined at the waist by the apron strings, but bob-tailed below the waist; short woolen petticoats with broad vertical stripes, red and white, most vivid in colour; white worsted stockings, and neat though high-quartered shoes. Under their jackets they wore a thick spotted cotton handkerchief, about 1 inch of which was visible round the lower part of the throat. Of their petticoats, the outer one was kilted, or gathered up towards the front, and the second, of the same colour, hung in the usual way. Of these young women, one had an olive complexion, with the red blood mantling under it, and black hair, and glorious black eyebrows. The other was fair, with a massive but shapely throat, as white as milk, glossy brown hair, the loose threads of which glittered like gold, and a blue eye, which, being contrasted with dark eyebrows and lashes, took the luminous effect peculiar to that rare beauty. Their short petticoats revealed a neat ankle and a leg with a noble swell; for nature, when she is in earnest, builds beauty on the ideals of ancient sculptors and poets, not of modern poetasters, who with their airy like sylphs, and their smoke like verses, fight for want of flesh in woman, and want of fact in poetry, as parallel beauties. They are, my lads, continuez. These women had a grand corporeal trait. They had never known a corset, so they were straight as javelins. They could lift their hands above their heads, actually. Their supple persons moved as nature intended. Every gesture was ease, grace, and freedom. What with their own radiance, and the snowy cleanliness and brightness of their costume, they came like meteors into the apartment. Lord Ipsden, rising gently from his seat with the same quiet politeness with which he would have received 2 princes of the blood, said, "How do you do?" and smiled a welcome. "Fine. How's yoursel?" answered the dark lass, whose name was Jean Carney, and whose voice was not so sweet as her face. "Whatten lord are ye?" continued she. "Are you a Juke? I wad like fine to hae a crack wi' a Juke." Saunders, who knew himself the cause of this question, replied sotto voce, "His lordship is a viscount." "I didna ken't," was Jean's remark; "but it has a bonny sound." "What mair would ye hae?" said the fair beauty, whose name was Christie Johnstone. Then, appealing to his lordship as the likeliest to know, she added, "Nobeelity is just a sound itself, I'm told." The Viscount, finding himself expected to say something on a topic he had not attended much to, answered dryly, "We must ask the Republicans. They are the people that give their minds to such subjects." The fair lass, who had watched the Viscount all this time as demurely as a cat cream, now approached him. This young woman was the thinker. Her voice was also rich, full, and melodious, and her manner very engaging. It was half advancing, half retiring, not easy to resist or to describe. "Noo," said she, with a very slight blush stealing across her face, "ye maun let me catechise ye, wull ye?" The last 2 words were said in a way that would have induced a bear to reveal his winter residence. He smiled assent. Saunders retired to the door, and, excluding every shade of curiosity from his face, took an attitude, half majesty, half obsequiousness. Christie stood by Lord Ipsden, with one hand on her hip, the knuckles downwards, but graceful as Antinous, and began, "Hoo muckle is the Queen greater than y'are?" His lordship was obliged to reflect. "Let me see. As is the moon to a wax taper, so is her Majesty the Queen to you and me and the rest." "Nou," said the fair inquisitor, "ye shall tell me how ye came to be lords, your family, 500 years ago." "Listen, Jean," said Christy, "we gaun to get a bony story." 500 years ago," added she, with interest and awe. "Was a great battle," resumed the narrator, in cheerful tones, as one larking with history, "between a king of England and his rebels. He was in the thick of the fight." "That's the king, Jean. He was in the thick o't. My ancestor killed a fellow who was sneaking behind him, but the next moment a man at arms prepared a thrust at his Majesty, who had his hands full with 3 assailants." "Eh, that's no fair," said Christy, "as sure as death. My ancestor dashed forward, and as the king's sword passed through one of them, he clove another to the waist with a blow. Weel done, weel done. Aweel, I hae gotten a heap out o' ye. Say no, I'll gang, since ye are no for Heron. Come away, Jean." At this their host remonstrated, and inquired why boors are at one's service night and day, and bright people are always in a hurry. He was informed in reply, "Labour is the lot o' man." "Div ye no ken that muckle? And aboon a' o' women? Why, what can 2 such pretty creatures have to do except to be admired?" This question coming within the dark beauty's scope, she hastened to reply, "To sell our Heron. We hae 300 left in the creel." "What is the price?" At this question the poetry died out of Christy Johnstone's face. She gave her companion a rapid look, indiscernible by male eye, and answered, "3 a penny, sir. They are no plenty the day," added she, in smooth tones that carried conviction. Little liar! They were selling 6 a penny everywhere. "Saunders, buy them all, and be ever so long about it. Count them, or some nonsense." "He's daft, he's daft. Oh, ye ken, Jean, an Englishman and a lord, twa daft things thegither. He couldna miss the road. Coont them, lassie." "Come away, Sandy, till I count them to ye," said Jean. Saunders and Jean disappeared. Business being out of sight, curiosity revived. "And what brings ye here from London, if ye please?" recommenced the fair inquisitor. "You have a good countenance. There is something in your face. I could find it in my heart to tell you, but I should bore you." "Deil a fear. Bore me, bore me. Wha's that, I wonder?" "What is your name, madam?" "Mine is Ibston. They call me Christy Johnstone." "Well, Christy Johnstone, I am under the doctor's hands." "Puir lad! What's the trouble?" solemnly and tenderly. "Ennui," rather piteously. "Yonwee? I never heerd tell on't." "Oh, you lucky girl!" burst out he. "But the doctor has undertaken to cure me. In one thing you could assist me, if I am not presuming too far on our short acquaintance. I am to relieve one poor distressed person every day, but I mustn't do 2. Is not that a bore? Gi'es your hand, gi'es your hand. I'm vexed for calling you daft. Hech, what a soft hand ye hae! Jean, I'm saying, come here. Feel this." Jean, who had run in, took the Viscount's hand from Christy. "It never rockst any," explained Jean. "And he has bonny hair," said Christy, just touching his locks on the other side. "He's a bonny lad," said Jean, inspecting him scientifically and point blank. Of course this is playing to the gallery openly, but not so very grossly, and although the human nature is as impossible as the wit and caprice in the circumstances, it is still human nature. It represents the heroine in thoughtful repose, but if the reader is of a mind to see her in high dramatic action, here is the scene of her rescuing Gaddy from the high tide to which he has heedlessly committed himself. The poor fellow, whom Sandy, by aid of his glass, now discovered to be in a worn out condition, was about half a mile east of Newhaven Pier Head, and unfortunately the wind was nearly due east. Christy was standing north northeast, her boat hook jammed against the sail, which stood as flat as a knife. The natives of the old town were now seen pouring down to the pier and the beach, and strangers were collecting like bees. "That boat is not going to the poor man," said Mrs. Gaddy. "It is turning its back upon him." "She cannot lie in the wind's eye, for as clever as she is," answered a fishwife. "I ken what it is," suddenly squeaked a little fishwife. "It's Christy Johnstone's lad. It's yon daft painter frae England. Hech! cried she suddenly, observing Mrs. Gaddy. "It's your son, woman." The unfortunate woman gave a fearful scream, and flying like a tiger on Liston, commanded him to go straight out to sea and save her son. Jean Carney seized her arm. "Div ye see yon boat?" cried she, "and div ye mind Christy, the lass was hairt ye hae broken a wheel, woman? It's just a race between Death and Christy Johnstone for your son." The poor old woman swooned dead away. They carried her into Christy Johnstone's house, and laid her down, then hurried back. The greater terror absorbed the less. Lady Barbara Sinclair was there from Leith, and seeing Lord Ibston standing in the boat with a fisherman, she asked him to tell her what it was. Neither he nor any one answered her. "Why doesn't she come about, Liston?" cried Lord Ibston, stamping with anxiety and impatience. "She'll no be lang," said Sandy, "but they'll mak a mess o't with ne'er a man in the boat." "Ye're sure o' that?" put in a woman. "Ay, about she comes," said Liston, as the sail came down on the first tack. He was mistaken. They dipped the lug as cleverly as any man in the town could. "Heck, look at her hauling on the rope like a mon," cried a woman. The sail flew up on the other tack. "She'll no let him dee." "Ah, she's in the bows, hailing him and waving the lad's bonnet ower her head to gie him courage. Good bless ye, lass, good bless ye." Christy knew it was no use hailing him against the wind, but the moment she got the wind she darted into the bows, and pitched in its highest key her full and brilliant voice. After a moment of suspense she received proof that she must be heard by him, for on the pier now hung men and women clustered like bees, breathless with anxiety, and the moment after she hailed the drowning man she saw and heard a wild yell of applause burst from the pier, and the pier was more distant than the man. She snatched Flucker's cap, planted her foot on the gunwale, held on by a rope, hailed the poor fellow again, and waved the cap round and round her head to give him courage, and in a moment, at the sight of this, thousands of voices thundered back their cheers to her across the water. "Blow, wind, spring, boat, and you, Christy, still ring life towards those despairing ears, and wave hope to those sinking eyes. Cheer the boat on, you thousands that look upon this action. Hurrah from the pier, hurrah from the town, hurrah from the shore, hurrah now from the very ships in the roads, whose crews are swarming on the yards to look. 5 minutes ago they laughed at you. 3,000 eyes and hearts hang upon you now. Ay, these are the moments we live for." And now dead silence. The boat is within 50 yards. They are all three consulting together round the mast. And Eyre now is deaf. His forehead only seems above water. "If they miss him on that tack," said Lord Ibston, significantly to Liston, "he'll never see London brig again," was the whispered reply. They carried on till all on shore thought they would run over him or past him, but no, at 10 yards distant they were all at the sail, and had it down like lightning, and then Flucker sprang to the bows, the other boy to the helm. Unfortunately there were but 2 Johnstones in the boat, and this boy in his hurry actually put the helm to port instead of to starboard. Christy, who stood amidships, saw the error. She sprang aft, flung the boy from the helm, and jammed it hard a starboard with her foot. The boat answered the helm, but too late for Flucker. The man was 4 yards from him as the boat drifted by. "He's a deed mon," cried Liston on shore. The boat's length gave one more little chance. The after part must drift nearer him, thanks to Christy. Flucker flew aft, flung himself on his back, and seized his sister's petticoats. "Fling yourself over the gunwale," screamed he. "Ye'll no hurt. I'se haud ye." She flung herself boldly over the gunwale. The man was sinking. Her nails touched his hair. Her fingers entangled themselves in it. She gave him a powerful wrench, and brought him alongside. The boys pinned him like wildcats. Christy darted away forward to the mast, passed a rope round it, threw it to the boys. In a moment it was under his shoulders. Christy hauled on it from the fore thwart. The boys lifted him, and they tumbled him, gasping and gurgling like a dying salmon, into the bottom of the boat, and flung net and jackets and sail over him to keep the life in him. 5. Dickens created a new school, or rather he characterized every young writer of his generation, and in a less measure Thackeray did the like. But Reade had no imitators, and left none, though in certain things he was cleverer than either of these betters of his. He knew women better than they, and he could paint their manners, if not their minds, better than both his betters put together. Why should I say his betters? If I do, I am again controverting my prime position that the highest type of novelist is he who can most winningly impart the sense of womanhood. Charles Reade could do this beyond Dickens and beyond Thackeray, and so let the fact praise him as it may. End of section 22. Section 23 of Heroines of Fiction by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. George Eliot's Maggie Tulliver and Hetty Sorrel. In George Eliot we come to the greatest talent in English fiction after Jane Austen, but a talent of vastly wider and deeper reach than that delicate and delightful artist, and of a far more serious import. It is useless to compare any of her contemporaries with this great woman in the expectation of finding them her equals, except in that poor expression which was from their singularities rather than their qualities. Neither Dickens, with his dramatic or theatric picturesqueness, nor Thackeray, with his moralized mockery, his sentimentalized satire, nor Reade, with his self-celebrated discoveries in character and manners, nor Anthony Trollope, with his immense, quiet, ruminant reality, ox-like cropping the field of English life and converting its succulent juices into the nourishing beef of his fiction. None of these writers can match with the author of Adam Bede and The Mill on the Floss and Romola and Middlemarch in the things which give a novelist the highest claim to the reader's interest. Hawthorne, arriving at effects of equal seriousness from a quarter so opposite to hers, among her contemporaries, can alone rival her in the respect, not to say the reverence, of criticism. It was not till the wide canvases of Thomas Hardy began to glow with the light and color, the mystery and the comedy and tragedy with which he best knows how to paint, and which became the expression of a supreme mastery in his Jude, it was not till these appeared that it could be felt George Eliot had a peer in late English fiction. But if there is a power in the Christianity which she disowned, but which never disowned her, profounder than the farthest reach of fatalism, even Mr. Hardy cannot stand beside her. She had many and lamentable defects. The very seriousness and sincerity of her motive implied them. Her learning overweighted her knowledge. Her conscience clogged her art. Her strong grasp of human nature was weakened by foibles of manner. The warmth of her womanly sympathies and the subtlety of her womanly intuitions failed of their due effect, because the sympathies were sometimes hysterical and the intuitions were sometimes over-intellectualized. Her immense reading, which freed her from the worst influences of the English example in fiction, cumbered her with pedantic acquisitions, under which her style labored conscious and diffuse. Her just sense of her own power fostered a kind of intellectual vanity fatal to art, in which she first personally intruded herself into the story, and Thackerayesquely commented upon the facts and persons without the Thackerayesque lightness or the Thackerayesque convention that it is all a make-believe anyway. This foible becomes positive, offensive, and pernicious in The Mill on the Floss, but it is right to add that it has there its worst effect, and that in later stories it gradually disappears. 1. If we choose Maggie Tulliver for the representative woman of George Eliot, as we chose Lucy Fountain in the case of Charles Reade, we shall at least be going no farther wrong, I think. She is, at any rate, typical of that order of heroine which her author most strongly imagined, not quite upon the Miltonian formula for a poem of simple, sensuous, passionate, but upon such a variation of it as should read complex, sensuous, passionate. She is of all the kinds of heroines the most difficult for men justly to appreciate, and in their failure something of the ignoble slight they feel for her attaches also to her creator. They are ashamed for a woman who could give herself with her heart as passionately as they seek women without their hearts. The fact will not be easily put into words, and if it be forced it demands terms too plain for print, but it underlies the vital difference between the grosser make of men and the finer make of women. Above all others, Tolstoy has suggested it in the Natasha Rostov in his War and Peace. But most novelists shy off from it, leaving their readers to make what they can of the recorded events, and in English fiction George Eliot has alone recognized it so recognizably as not to leave it to the reader. Her heroines' souls are incarnate in bodies that glow with passion, none the less, but all the more pure because it is aflame. Maggie Tulliver, conscientious, intellectual, is compact of it. Dorothea Casaubon, in Middlemarch, loves Ladislaw from it, as Romola loves Tito Melema in the romance of her name. Poor little Hetty Sorrel, in Adam Bede, is betrayed as much by it as by her vanity. Dinah Morris herself is not without it. In Daniel Deronda, Gwendolen Harleth is redeemed by it, at least in the reader's pity. 2. It is by her nature, complex, passionate, sensuous, by her sex, intellectualized and spiritualized, that she is most important to the reader. In her relations to her brother, which are apparently the chief interest of the book, she is interestingly and novelly studied. But these, though they involve the catastrophe, do not involve the climax. That is reached, as it seems to me, not when she and Tom are drowned together in the flood of the Floss, but when her reason and her conscience are provisionally overborne by her love for Stephen Guest, and she floats with him down a tide and out upon a sea more perilous than any inundation, and saves herself only by a powerful impulse of her will which is almost a convulsion. The fruition of her love would have been a double treason, treason to her cousin Lucy, who was Guest's betrothed, and treason to Philip Wakem, to whom she was herself pledged, and the sense of this blackened it with guilt, and turned it to despair, even while she yielded, and yielded to the love of being loved. Never has an unhappy passion been more faithfully studied in a character with strength enough finally to forbid it, or more subtly felt from that first moment when Maggie begins to rejoice in her beauty because of her love for the man who loves it, till that last moment when she refuses to marry him, and goes back to suffer shame rather than to merit shame. Every step of the way is accurately and firmly traced up to that passage where Stephen Guest comes to ask her to row with him on the river, and from which there seems no retreat. "Oh, we can't go," said Maggie, sinking into her chair again. "Lucy did not expect she would be hurt. Why is not Philip come?" "He is not well. He asked me to come instead." "Lucy is gone to Lindham," said Maggie, taking off her bonnet with hurried, trembling fingers. "We must not go." "Very well," said Stephen dreamily, looking at her as he rested his arm on the back of his chair. "Then we'll stay here." He was looking into her deep, deep eyes, far off and mysterious as the starlit blackness, and yet very near and timidly loving. Maggie sat perfectly still, perhaps for moments, perhaps for minutes, until the helpless trembling had ceased, and there was a warm glow on her cheek. "Let us go," Stephen murmured, entreatingly, rising and taking her hand to raise her too. "We shall not be long together." And they went. Maggie felt that she was being led down the garden among the roses, being helped with firm, tender care into the boat, having the cushion and cloak arranged for her feet, and her parasol opened for her, which she had forgotten. all by this stronger presence that seemed to bear her along without any act of her own will, like the added self which comes with the sudden exalting influence of a strong tonic, and she felt nothing else. Memory was excluded. "Oh, have we passed Luckreth, where we were to stop?" she exclaimed, looking back to see if the place were out of sight. No village was to be seen. She turned round again with a look of distressed questioning at Stephen. He went on watching the water, and said in a strange, dreamy, absent tone, "Yes, a long way." "Oh, what shall I do?" cried Maggie in an agony. "We shall not get home for hours. And Lucy, oh, God, help me!" She clasped her hands and broke into a sob like a frightened child. She thought of nothing but of meeting Lucy, and seeing her look of pained surprise and doubt, perhaps of just upbraiding. Stephen moved and sat near her, and gently drew down the clasped hands. "Maggie," he said, in a deep tone of slow decision, "let us never go home again till no one can part us, till we are married." The unusual tone, the startling words, arrested Maggie's sob, and she sat quite still, wondering, as if Stephen might have seen some possibilities that would alter everything and annul the wretched facts. "Let me go," she said in an agitated tone, flashing an indignant look at him, and trying to get her hands free. "You have wanted to deprive me of any choice. You knew we were come too far. You have dared to take advantage of my thoughtlessness. It is unmanly to bring me into such a position." Stung by this reproach, he released her hands, moved back to his former place, and folded his arms in a sort of desperation at the difficulty Maggie's words had made present to him. The indignant fire in her eyes was quenched, and she began to look at him with timid distress. She had reproached him for being hurried into irrevocable trespass, she who had been so weak herself. "As if I shouldn't feel what happened to you, just the same," she said, with reproach of another kind, the reproach of love, asking for more trust. This yielding to the idea of Stephen's suffering was more fatal than the other yielding, because it was less distinguishable from that sense of others' claims which was the moral basis of her resistance. He felt all the relenting in her look and tone. It was heaven opening again. He moved to her side, and took her hand, leaning his elbow on the back of the boat, and saying nothing. They glided along in this way, both resting in that silence as in a haven, both dreading lest their feelings should be divided again, till they became aware that the clouds had gathered, and that the slightest perceptible freshening of the breeze was growing and growing, so that the whole character of the day was altered. "You will be chill, Maggie, in this thin dress. Let me raise the cloak over your shoulders. Get up an instant, dearest." Maggie obeyed. There was an unspeakable charm in being told what to do, and having everything decided for her. Presently Stephen observed a vessel coming after them. "Maggie, dearest," he said at last, "if this vessel should be going to Mudport, or to any convenient place on the coast northward, it would be our best plan to get them to take us on board." Maggie's heart began to beat with reawakened alarm at this new proposition, but she was silent. One course seemed as difficult as another. Stephen hailed the vessel. It was a Dutch vessel going to Mudport, the English mate informed him, and if this wind held out, would be there in less than 2 days. Maggie was to sleep all night in the poop. It was better than going below, and she was covered with the warmest wrappings the ship could furnish. It was still early when the fatigues of the day brought on a drowsy longing for perfect rest, and she laid down her head, looking at the faint dying flush in the west, where the one golden lamp was getting brighter and brighter. Then she looked up at Stephen, who was still seated by her, hanging over her as he leaned against the vessel's side. Behind all the delicious visions of these last hours, which had flowed over her like a soft stream, and made her entirely passive. There was the dim consciousness that the condition was a transient one, and that the morrow must bring back the old life of struggle, that there were thoughts which would presently avenge themselves for this oblivion. Daybreak came, and the reddening eastern light, while her past life was grasping her in this way, with that tightening clutch which comes in the last moments of possible rescue. She could see Stephen now lying on the deck, still fast asleep, and with the sight of him there came a wave of anguish that found its way in a long, suppressed sob. "Here we are in sight of Mudport," he said at last. "Now, dearest," he added, turning toward her with a look that was half beseeching, "the worst part of your fatigue is over. On the land we can command swiftness. In another hour and a half we shall be in a chaise together, and that will seem rest to you after this." Maggie felt it was time to speak. It would only be unkind now to assent by silence. She spoke in the lowest tone, as he had done, but with distinct decision. "We shall not be together. We shall have parted." The blood rushed to Stephen's face. "We shall not," he said. "I'll die first." It was as he had dreamed. There was a struggle coming, but neither of them dared to say another word till the boat was let down and they were taken to the landing place. A porter guided them to the nearest inn and posting house, and Stephen gave the order for the chaise as they passed through the yard. Maggie took no notice of this, and only said, "Ask them to show us into a room where we can sit down. We must not wait," she said, in a low but distinct voice. "We must part at once." "We will not part," Stephen burst out instinctively, placing his back against the door, forgetting everything he had said a few moments before. "I will not endure it." "You will make me desperate. I shan't know what I do." Maggie trembled. Her heart beat like the heart of a frightened bird, but this direct opposition helped her. She felt her determination growing stronger. "Maggie, dearest, if you love me, you are mine. Who can have so great a claim on you as I have? My life is bound up in your love. There is nothing in the past that can annul our right to each other. It is the first time we have either of us loved with our whole heart and soul." Maggie was still silent for a little while, looking down. Stephen was in a flutter of new hope. He was going to triumph. But she raised her eyes and met his with a glance that was filled with the anguish of regret, not with yielding. "No, not with my whole heart and soul, Stephen," she said, with timid resolution. "I have never consented to it with my whole mind. There are memories, and affections, and longings after perfect goodness that have such a strong hold on me. They would never quit me for long. They would come back and be pain to me, repentance. I couldn't live in peace if I put the shadow of a wilful sin between myself and God. I have caused sorrow already. I know. I feel it. But I have never deliberately consented to it. I have never said, 'They shall suffer that I may have joy.' It has never been my will to marry you. If you were to win consent from the momentary triumph of my feeling for you, you would not have my whole soul. If I could wake back again into the time before yesterday, I would choose to be true to my calmer affections and live without the joy of love." Again a deep flush came over Maggie's face, and she was silent. Stephen thought again that he was beginning to prevail. He had never yet believed that he should not prevail. There are possibilities which our minds shrink from too completely for us to fear them. "Dearest," he said, in his deepest, tenderest tone, leaning toward her and putting his arm round her, "you are mine now. The world believes it. Duty must spring out of that now. In a few hours you will be legally mine, and those who had claims on us will submit. They will see that there was a force which declared against their claims." Maggie's eyes opened wide in one terrified look at the face that was close to hers, and she started up, pale again. "Oh, I can't do it," she said, in a voice almost of agony. "Stephen, don't ask me. Don't urge me. I can't argue any longer. I don't know what is wise, but my heart will not let me do it. I see, I feel their trouble now. It is as if it were branded on my mind. I have suffered, and had no one to pity me, and now I have made others suffer. It would never leave me. It would embitter your love to me." "Good God, Maggie!" said Stephen, rising too, and grasping her arm. "You rave. How can you go back without marrying me? You don't know what will be said, dearest. You see nothing as it really is." "Yes, I do. But they will believe me. I will confess everything. Lucy will believe me. She will forgive you, and oh, some good will come by clinging to the right. Dear, dear Stephen, let me go. Don't drag me into deeper remorse. My whole soul has never consented. It does not consent now." Stephen let go her arm and sank back on the chair, half stunned by despairing rage. He was silent a few moments, not looking at her, while her eyes were turned toward him yearningly, in alarm at this sudden change. At last he said, still without looking at her, "Go, then. Leave me. Don't torture me any longer. I can't bear it." Involuntarily she leaned toward him and put out her hand to touch his, but he shrank from it as if it had been burning iron, and said again, "Leave me." 3. It does not seem to me that the true logic of the tale is Maggie's death with Tom Tulliver, or Stephen's marriage with Lucy. It is a forced touch where the husband and wife stand together beside the grave of the brother and sister. But in the novels, the best of the novels 50 years ago, they forced their touches rather more than they do now. To kill people or to marry them is to beg the question, but into some corner the novelist is commonly driven who deals with a problem. It is only life that can deal masterfully with problems, and life does not solve them by referring them to another life, or by stifling them with happiness. How life would have solved the problem of Maggie Tulliver, I am not quite prepared to say. But I have my revolt against George Eliot's solution. All the more, I must own that the evolution of the heroine's character from the sort of undisciplined, imaginative, fascinating little girl we see her at first, into the impassioned, bewildered, self-disciplined woman we see her at last, is masterly. Having given my opinion that her supreme expression is in her relation to her lover, I have my doubts, or at least my compunctions, in behalf of her relation to her brother. Unquestionably the greatest pathos of the story appeals to us from her relation to her brother. The adoring dependence, the grieving indignation, the devotion, the revolt, the submission, and the reunion which make up her love for him is such a study of sisterly affection as I should not know where to match. The very conditions of her intellectual and emotional superiority involve a moral inferiority to the brute simplicity, the narrow integrity, the heroic truth of the more singly natured man. Maggie saw life more whole than Tom, but that part of it which he saw, he discerned with a clearness denied to her large but cloudy vision. It is a great and beautiful story, which one reads with a helpless wonder that such a book should ever be in any wise superseded, or should not constantly keep the attention at least of those fitted to feel its deep and lasting significance. 4. Through the immeasurably greater importance of its heroine, The Mill on the Floss is a greater book than Adam Bede, if we are to take Hetty Sorrel for the heroine of Adam Bede, as I suppose we must, and not Dinah Morris. I have no doubt but the author gave her best work to the portrayal of Dinah's nature, and not in any merely voluntary or mechanical way, but from the highest artistic perception and intention. She is revealed in her character one of the highest types of womanhood and of sainthood, and yet it is poor, shallow, weak, sinful Hetty, with the mind of a child, scarcely maturing through the will, if not the guilt of a murderess, that takes our interest from this great woman and saint, and holds us heart wrung and gasping in the presence of that squalid experience. Soul for soul, even the light man who betrays Hetty has, through the anguish of his repentance, really a higher claim upon our pity. But it is a law which must be divine, though we find it embodied in human justice nowhere out of fiction, that the weak and slight nature has a paramount right to our sympathy when it suffers. Its suffering moves us like that of some hapless little animal, agonizing before our eyes in throes for which we can imagine no compensation elsewhere. For the soul that suffers there is the possibility of an eternity of happiness, but for the thing that has no soul, or to which we attribute none, there is no reparation. Its anguish affects the spectator like an injustice, a wrong not less atrocious because indefinable. It does not matter that Hetty Sorrel is a vain, thin, hard little nature, snared through nothing better perhaps than her vulgar fancy, her ignorant and selfish ambition. All the same she is snared, she is deceived, she is blotted out of hope as effectually as if she were, in the scope of the story, blotted out of life. The author's hold upon her nature, it can hardly be called her character, is shown in nothing more than in the artistic conscience with which she keeps her from becoming more or other than her moral potentialities imply. There are two great passages in her history, almost as far apart as its beginning and its ending, which give the whole range of her spiritual experience, and one of these will occur to the reader as the passage in which the poor creature triumphs in her beauty with her first definite hopes of Arthur Donnithorne's love. It occurs in the chapter called "The Two Bedchambers," where Dinah and Hetty sleep in the farmhouse, and while Dinah is dedicating herself in thoughts that are cares and prayers, Hetty is peacocking up and down her little room in worship of her own pretty looks. Having taken off her gown and white kerchief, she drew a key from the large pocket that hung outside her petticoat, and unlocking one of the lower drawers in the chest, reached from it two short bits of wax candle, secretly bought at Treddleston, and stuck them in the two brass sockets. Then she drew forth a bundle of matches and lighted the candles, and last of all, a small red-framed shilling looking-glass without blotches. It was into this small glass that she chose to look first after seating herself. She looked into it, smiling, and turning her head on one side for a minute, then laid it down, and took out her brush and comb from an upper drawer. She was going to let down her hair, and make herself look like that picture of a lady in Miss Lydia Donnithorne's dressing-room. It was soon done, and the dark hyacinthine curves fell on her neck. It was not heavy, massive, merely rippling hair, but soft and silken, running at every opportunity into delicate rings. But she pushed it all backward to look like the picture, and form a dark curtain throwing into relief her round white neck. Then she put down her brush and comb, and looked at herself, folding her arms before her, still like the picture. Oh, yes, she was very pretty. Captain Donnithorne thought so. Prettier than anybody about Hayslope, prettier than any of the ladies she had ever seen visiting at the Chase. Indeed, it seemed fine ladies were rather old and ugly, and prettier than Miss Bacon, the miller's daughter, who was called the beauty of Treddleston. And Hetty looked at herself to-night with quite a different sensation from what she had ever felt before. There was an invisible spectator, whose eye rested on her like morning on the flowers. His soft voice was saying over and over again those pretty things she had heard in the wood. His arm was round her, and the delicate rose scent of his hair was with her still. The vainest woman is never thoroughly conscious of her own beauty till she is loved by the man who sets her own passion vibrating in return. But Hetty seemed to have made up her mind that something was wanting, for she got up and reached an old black lace scarf out of the linen press, and a pair of large earrings out of the sacred drawer from which She had taken her candles. It was an old scarf full of rents, but it would make a becoming border round her shoulders, and set off the whiteness of her upper arm. And she would take out the little earrings she had in her ears. Oh, how her aunt had scolded her for having her ears bored, and put in those large ones. They were but coloured glass and gilding, but if you didn't know what they were made of, they looked just as well as what the ladies wore. And so she sat down again with the large earrings in her ears, and the black lace scarf adjusted round her shoulders. She looked down at her arms. No arms could be prettier down to a little way below the elbow. They were white and plump and dimpled to match her cheeks. But towards the wrist she thought with vexation that they were coarsened by butter making and other work that ladies never did. Captain Donnithorne wouldn't like her to go on doing work. He would like to see her in nice clothes, and thin shoes, and white stockings, perhaps with silk clocks to them. For he must love her very much. No one else had ever put his arm around her and kissed her in that way. He would want to marry her, and make a lady of her. She could hardly dare to shape the thought, yet how else could it be? And nothing could be as it had been again. Perhaps some day she should be a grand lady, and ride in her coach, and dress for dinner in a brocaded silk, with feathers in her hair, and her dress sweeping the ground, like Miss Lydia and Lady Dacy. When she saw them going into the dining room one evening, as she peeped through the little round window in the lobby, only she should not be old and ugly like Miss Lydia, or all the same thickness like Lady Dacy, but very pretty, with her hair done in a great many different ways, and sometimes in a pink dress, and sometimes in a white one. She didn't know which she liked best. And Mary Burge and everybody would perhaps see her going out in her carriage, or rather they would hear of it. It was impossible to imagine these things happening at Hayslope in sight of her aunt. At the thought of all this splendour, Hetty got up from her chair, and in doing so caught the little red framed glass with the edge of her scarf, so that it fell with a bang on the floor. But she was too eagerly occupied with her vision to care about picking it up, and after a momentary start began to pace with a pigeon-like stateliness backward and forward along her room, in her coloured stays and coloured skirt, and the old black lace scarf round her shoulders, and the great glass earrings in her ears. No eyelashes could be more beautiful than Hetty's. And now, while she walks with her pigeon-like stateliness along the room, and looks down on her shoulders, bordered by the old black lace, the dark fringe shows to perfection on her pink cheek. They are but dim, ill-defined pictures that her narrow bit of an imagination can make of the future, but of every picture she is the central figure in fine clothes. Captain Donnithorne is very close to her, putting his arm round her, perhaps kissing her, and everybody else is admiring and envying her, especially Mary Burge, whose new print dress looks very contemptible by the side of Hetty's resplendent toilet. Does any sweet or sad memory mingle with this dream of the future? Any loving thought of her second parents, of the children she had helped to tend, of any youthful companion, any pet animal, any relic of her own childhood even? Not one. There are some plants that have hardly any roots. You may tear them from their native nook of rock or wall, and just lay them over your ornamental flower pot, and they blossom none the worse. 5. The whole dark, fateful drama, the drama predestined of the contact of such natures as Hetty Sorrel's and Arthur Donnithorne's, passes between this typical scene and the other of which I wish to remind the reader. That has happened which must happen with a spirit so selfish and shallow as hers, and a spirit so selfish and soft as his. And though his guilt is greater because his knowledge is greater, she is guilty to the limit of her lesser knowledge. When the man who loves her with the love of the husband he had hoped to be compels her paramour to break with her, but too late, and when Hetty can no longer hide her shame, she seeks to hide herself from all who know her. She runs away from home, and when her time comes and her child is born, she is tempted to kill it. It is found dead, though she has not killed it, and its death is traced to her, and she is condemned to die for the deed she is thought to do but has not done. The night before she is appointed to suffer, she is in her cell with Dinah Morris watching and praying beside her. "Dinah," Hetty sobbed out, throwing her arms round Dinah's neck, "I will speak. I will tell. I won't hide it any more." But the tears and sobs were too violent. Dinah raised her gently from her knees and seated her on the pallet again, sitting down by her side. It was a long time before the convulsed throat was quiet, and even then they sat some time in stillness and darkness, holding each other's hands. At last Hetty whispered, "I didn't do it, Dinah. I buried it in the wood, and it cried. I heard it cry ever such a way off all night, and I went back because it cried." She paused, and then spoke hurriedly in a louder, pleading tone. "But I thought perhaps it wouldn't die. There might somebody find it. I didn't kill it. I didn't kill it myself. I put it down there and covered it up. When I came back it was gone. It was because I was so very miserable, Dinah. I didn't know where to go, and I tried to kill myself before, and I couldn't. Or I tried so to drown myself in the pool, and I couldn't. I went to Windsor. I ran away. Did you know? I went to find him, as he might take care of me, and he was gone, and then I didn't know what to do. I dared not go back home again. I couldn't bear it. I couldn't have borne to look at anybody, for they'd have scorned me. I thought of you sometimes and thought I'd come to you, for I didn't think you'd be cross with me and cry shame on me. I thought I could tell you, and I came to a haystack where I thought I could lie down and keep myself warm all night. There was a place cut into it where I could make me a bed, and I lay comfortable, and the baby was warm against me. And I must have gone to sleep for a good while, for when I woke it was morning, but not very light, and the baby was crying, and I saw a wood a little way off. I thought there'd perhaps be a ditch or a pond there, and it was so early I thought I could hide the child there and get a long way off before the folks was up, and then I thought I'd go home. I'd get rides and carts and go home and tell 'em I'd been to try and see for a place and couldn't get one. I longed so for it, Dinah. I longed so to be safe at home. I don't know how I felt about the baby. I seemed to hate it. It was like a heavy weight hanging round my neck, and yet its crying went through me, and I dared not look at its little hands and face. But I went on to the wood, and I walked about, but there was no water." Hetty shuddered. She was silent for some moments, and when she began again it was in a whisper. "I came to a place where there were lots of chips and turf, and I sat down on the trunk of a tree to think what I should do, and all of a sudden I saw a hole under the nut tree like a little grave, and it darted into me like lightning. I'd lay the baby there and cover it with the grass and the chips. I couldn't kill it any other way, and I'd done it in a minute, and oh, it cried so, Dinah, I couldn't cover it quite up. I thought perhaps somebody'd come and take care of it, and then it wouldn't die. And I made haste out of the wood, but I could hear it crying all the while, and when I got out into the fields, it was as if I was held fast. I couldn't go away, for all I wanted so to go. But it was morning, for it kept getting lighter, and I turned back the way I'd come. I couldn't help it, Dinah. It was the baby's crying made me go, and yet I was frightened to death. I saw nothing but that place in the wood where I'd buried the baby. I see it now. Oh, Dinah, shall I always see it?" Hetty hung round Dinah and shuddered again. The silence seemed long before she went on. "I met nobody, for it was very early, and I got into the wood. I knew the way to the place against the nut tree, and I could hear it crying at every step. I thought it was alive. I don't know whether I was frightened or glad. I don't know what I felt. I only know I was in the wood and heard the cry. I don't know what I felt till I saw the baby was gone. And when I'd put it there, I thought I should like somebody to find it and save it from dying. But when I saw it was gone, I was struck like a stone with fear. I never thought of stirring. I felt so weak. I knew I couldn't run away, and everybody as saw me would know about the baby. My heart went like a stone. I couldn't wish or try for anything. It seemed like as if I should stay there forever, and nothing would ever change. But they came and took me away." Hetty was silent, but she shuddered again, as if there were still something behind, and Dinah waited, for her heart was so full that tears must come before words. At last Hetty burst out with a sob. "Dinah, do you think God will take away that crying and the place in the wood now I've told everything? Let us pray, poor sinner. Let us fall on our knees again and pray to the God of all mercy." 6. It is a mark of maturing power in an author to deal more with complex and less with simple character. Acquaintance with life brings an increasing sense of the prevalence of mixed motives in the actions of men, and a keener perception of the fact that personality resides rather in the motives than the actions of men. An action is black or white, a motive is commonly the blend of several, if not all, the colors. This law of life, the ripening talent, gladly makes the law of its art. But there is another law, rather of the author's nature than his art, to which his allegiance is involuntary and insensible, and this is the law of recurrence in the types he treats. Adam Bede was George Eliot's first great novel, and its characters, imposing and important as they were almost primitively simple. Then came The Mill on the Floss, where the characters are mainly simple, but where we have in Maggie Tulliver a personality worthy in its complexity of the maturing power of the author. In Romola, a later book, there is a reversion in the heroine to the singly motive types of the earlier books, and in Middlemarch, which came still later, the characters are so subtly studied that with the exception of Rosamond Vincy's plain selfishness, the motives of nearly all, good, bad, and indifferent, are found as mixed as they would be in life. In Daniel Deronda we see not a recurrence to the original simplicity in the motives of the persons represented, but rather the matured power of showing them complex, beginning to fall into decay, to weaken, and to fail of the supreme effects achieved in Middlemarch. It may almost be said that in Romola, George Eliot, as an artist, came to what Tolstoy, in the moral world, calls the first consciousness. In Tito Melema she must have rejoiced with full knowledge, as the prime figure in English fiction since Shakespeare's men, to illustrate the play of mixed motives in character. That consummate scoundrel is indeed a glorious achievement, but Romola, generously as she is imagined, is comparatively a failure. She is not an Italian of the Renaissance. She is not an Italian at all. She is a deeply ethicized, intellectual Englishwoman of the 19th century, with a Protestant conscience and a middle-class tradition, moved by Puritanic principles, which, even if we suppose her a Florentine Piagnone and a follower of Savonarola, would not have actuated a Bardi in the time of the declining Republic. She is spiritually a reversion to Dinah Morris, though appointed to such different offices in the story. As Tessa, her husband's ignorant little paramour, is a reversion to Hetty Sorrel. Tessa, of course, has nothing of Hetty's ignorant ambition, and there is no tragedy of self-deceit in her case. She has given herself to Tito because she has been asked, and not because she has ever dreamt of marrying him. She is as soft as Hetty is hard, and she is not vain. She is a contadina, as Hetty is a country girl, and Tito in her dim world holds the same high place that Donnithorne holds in Hetty's. But her fate is not so terrible, because in that old Italy, still pagan under the Christian forms, there is no such tragedy for her as for Hetty in a time and a place where the Christian ideal of womanhood had made the fear of shame stronger than even the fear of crime. End of section 23. Section 24 of Heroines of Fiction by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. George Eliot's Rosamond Vincy and Dorothea Brooke. The cultivated world was long ago brought to profess its open pleasure in character because it is true, rather than in character because it is pleasing or edifying. But whether this pleasure is real or not, or whether it is not underlain by a secret preference for a character because he is good or she is pretty, I am not quite sure. In the theatres frequented by the simple-hearted sort of people, the actor playing the part of a virtuous person is applauded, and the actor playing the part of a villain is hissed, irrespective of their artistic merits. But this rarely happens in any $2 house. Still, I am not satisfied that it would not happen if the $2 audience were as sincere as the 50-cent audience, and I have my misgivings in offering to the admiration of the reader a detestable character merely because it is a masterpiece. 1. I am certain that it would be difficult to find a more detestable character, or a truer, than Rosamond Vincy, who, equally with Dorothea Brooke, is the heroine of Middlemarch. She is a very beautiful girl, and Lydgate, who marries her, loves her with a tenderness worthy the soul that is not in her. The soul that is in her is small and meanly selfish, but neither she nor he knows how small or meanly selfish at first. Rosamond, indeed, has a very high ideal of herself, which eventuates in an inexorable conceit after marriage, when the early tumult of the emotions subsides, and she has time to take full thought of her merits in contrast to her husband's demerits. She is of that intensely personal nature which receives whatever happens as of direct intention toward itself, and feels injured or favored by the course of human events as if they were primarily concerned with it. As the course of events is not agreeable to Rosamond after her marriage with Lydgate, she naturally holds him responsible for them, and he falls in her esteem and her affection when he finds that they have been living extravagantly, and wishes her to help him retrench. She never could have duly appreciated either his brilliant mind or his tender heart, and she sets herself to thwart and baffle him with a success which the greatness of both his mind and heart render easy for a dull, narrow, pretty egotist. There can be nothing more tragical than the story of their unhappy married life, in which she harasses him with her paltry ambitions and resentments, and wears him out at last. Such women literally kill men, and the more generous the men, the more easily they fall the prey of such women. It is nothing to Rosamond, and can be nothing, that her husband is recognized as a man of great scientific importance, and has the making of the highest professional fame in him. There is no sort of opinion, public or private, which could convince her that he had not wronged her by falling into money difficulties after he married her, or in failing to make her life as luxurious for her as she had expected. She breaks his heart, and then she breaks his spirit, and when he dies she inherits the money that at last comes to her from his life insurance, with a sense of desert which has never once forsaken her. We all know women like Rosamond Vincy. The type is eternal and ineffaceable, but a woman of her sort will complacently sit before Rosamond's portrait, and never dream that there is anything like herself in it. The successive scenes in which her unconscious, abominable selfishness is developed can scarcely be said to culminate, but they each deepen and widen a little the sense of her deadly and deadening egotism, and of the hopelessness with which a generous spirit like Lydgate's must struggle in the clinging and stifling hold of a polyp nature like hers. In a novel of later date, where the dramatic method is more used, the whole situation would be imparted at once, but it must be seen that the partial suggestions of George Eliot follow one upon another with a deepening impression, till the reader's pity for Lydgate's doom in the wretched creature he loves would have excused his surrender to almost any temptation. Lydgate suffers a certain moral decay in his endeavour to please his wife, and even falls under suspicion of complicity with another's crime, but at the worst he has done no wrong beyond lowering his aspirations, and has only sinned against himself. Any one of the passages in which the author securely, if slowly, feels her way to the eventuality would serve to exhibit Rosamond as she always is, and I cannot say that I choose the first scene, in which Lydgate tries to make her understand the situation, as stronger than the others. "Dear Rosie, "Lay down your work and come to sit by me," he said gently, pushing away the table and stretching out his arm to draw a chair near his own. Rosamond obeyed. As she came toward him in her drapery of transparent, faintly tinted muslin, her slim yet round figure never looked more graceful. As she sat down by him and laid one hand on the elbow of his chair, at last looking at him and meeting his eyes, her delicate neck and cheek and purely cut lips never had more of that untarnished beauty which touches us in springtime and infancy and all sweet freshness. It touched Lydgate now, and mingled the early memories of his love for her with all the other memories which were stirred in this crisis of deep trouble. He laid his ample hand softly on hers, saying, "Dear," with the lingering utterance which affection gives to the word. Rosamond, too, was still under the power of that same past, and her husband was still, in part, the Lydgate whose approval had stirred delight. She put his hair lightly away from his forehead, then laid her other hand on his, and was conscious of forgiving him. "I am obliged to tell you what will hurt you, Rosie, but there are things which husband and wife must think of together. I dare say it has occurred to you already that I am short of money." Lydgate paused, but Rosamond turned her neck and looked at a vase on the mantelpiece. "I was not able to pay for all the things we had to get before we were married, and there have been expenses since which I have been obliged to meet. I took pains to keep it from you while you were not well. Now we must think about it together, and you must help me." "What can I do, Tertius?" said Rosamond, turning her eyes on him again. That little speech of 4 words, like so many others in all languages, is capable, by varied vocal inflections, of expressing all states of mind, from helpless dimness to exhaustive argumentative perception, from the completest self-devoting fellowship to the most neutral aloofness. Rosamond's thin utterance threw into the words, "What can I do?" as much neutrality as they could hold. They fell like a mortal chill on Lydgate's roused tenderness. He did not storm in indignation. He felt too sad a sinking of the heart, and when he spoke again, it was more in the tone of a man who forces himself to fulfil a task. "It is necessary for you to know, because I have to give security for a time, and a man must come to make an inventory of the furniture." Rosamond coloured deeply. "Have you not asked papa for money?" she said, as soon as she could speak. "No, Rosie," said Lydgate, decisively. "It is too late to do that. I insist upon it that your father shall not know, unless I choose to tell him," added Lydgate, with a more peremptory emphasis. This certainly was unkind, but Rosamond had thrown him back on evil expectation as to what she would do in the way of quiet, steady disobedience. The unkindness seemed unpardonable to her. She was not given to weeping, and disliked it, but now her chin and lips began to tremble, and the tears welled up. He could not speak again immediately, but Rosamond did not go on sobbing. She tried to conquer her agitation, and wiped away her tears, continuing to look before her at the mantelpiece. "Your friends would not wish you to be without money, and surely these odious tradesmen might be made to understand that, and to wait if you would make proper representations to them." "This is idle, Rosamond," said Lydgate, angrily. "You must learn to take my judgment on questions you don't understand. I have made necessary arrangements, and they must be carried out." Rosamond quietly went out of the room, leaving Lydgate helpless and wondering. Was she not coming back? It seemed that she had no more identified herself with him than if they had been creatures of different species and opposing interests. "This is all the jewellery you ever gave me. You can return what you like of it, and of the plate also. You will not, of course, expect me to stay at home to morrow. I shall go to papa's." To many women the look Lydgate cast at her would have been more terrible than one of anger. It had in it a despairing acceptance of the distance she was placing between them. "I shall not touch these jewels, Rosie. Take them away again. But I will write out a list of plate that we may return, and that can be packed up and sent at once." Rosamond went to reach the inkstand, and after setting it on the table was going to turn away, when Lydgate, who was standing close by, put his arm around her and drew her toward him, saying, "Come, darling, let us make the best of things. It will only be for a time, I hope, that we shall have to be stingy and particular. Kiss me." His native warm heartedness took a great deal of quenching, and it is a part of manliness for a husband to feel keenly the fact that an inexperienced girl has got into trouble by marrying him. She received his kiss and returned it faintly, and in this way an appearance of accord was recovered for the time. 2. It may be said that we know Rosamond Vincy from the beginning, and that her character does not reveal itself more fully in the different scenes that follow this. But so do we know the character of Hamlet from the beginning, and it is new light, rather than more light, that events throw upon it, as the drama proceeds. There is no surprise, but a very great interest and instruction in Rosamond's meddling conceit, when she interferes with Lydgate's brave endeavours to get out of debt, and brings shame upon him by her secret appeals to his family, and in the absolute immorality of her willingness to have him so bound by a money favour to Bulstrode that he is helpless to declare his suspicions of Bulstrode's guilt in an affair very like murder. When the shadow of this affair falls upon Lydgate too, Rosamond feels herself chiefly aggrieved, and blames her husband for her suffering through him. It is by no means out of keeping with what else we know of her, that she should have meantime supposed herself to be loved by Lydgate's friend Ladislaw, and that she should have suffered his passion without returning it as a just tribute to her meritorious beauty. There is, of course, the question, which I hope will occur to the reader of these papers, whether, in portraying a nature so altogether odious as Rosamond's, the author has not been guilty of Lee's complexity. Is not such a character too simply, too singly detestable to be a true copy? I confess that it comes perilously near incurring some such censure, but perhaps the defence may be that we have not taken due account of mitigating circumstances in Rosamond's case. If Lydgate had smoothly and splendidly succeeded as she expected from the beginning, and there had been no hint of debts or troubles, her conceit would have concerned itself with little insignificant things. She would have been content chiefly to talk incessantly about herself, and safely flirt well within a devoted admiration of her husband. She would have been a pretty bore, without the power of considerable mischief, as she was certainly always without the wish for it or the cognizance of it. There is fairly enough the implication of all this in the representation of her character, as we must own when we most suspect the author of having come to hate Rosamond so much that she is just to her with difficulty. Novelists ought not to have their favourites among their creations, as parents ought not to have their favourites among their children, but no doubt they have them. If the novelists are women, they wish their readers to share their preferences, and it might be true to say the same thing of the novelists, even if they are men. At any rate, George Eliot has her preferences most distinctly, and she pursues some of her women with a rancour as perceptible as her fondness for others. I will not deny that I think this a defect of her art. It is so, and I am not going to defend it any more in the case of Dorothea Brooke, whom she loves, than in the case of Rosamond Vincy, whom she hates, with a hatred passing her hatred of Hetty Sorrel and Gwendolen Harleth and all the other anti-heroines of her books. She succeeds in commending these to our dislike, rather than she succeeds in commending to our liking her Romolas and Mary Garths and Miras, perhaps because in fiction, as in life, a woman does not know how to praise her friends sparingly enough. But in Dorothea Brooke she has known how to hold her hand, or rather has she known how so to temper Dorothea's strength with weakness, her wisdom with folly, her good with evil, as to render her entirely credible and entirely lovable. 3. Since I wrote the foregoing paragraph, I have been reviewing the whole career, or rather the whole character, of Dorothea in Middlemarch, and I think I can now go still farther in praise of her, and keep well within the limits of reason. She is of a most noble make, not merely because she is of a high mind and an eager conscience, but because she has a will to be generously of use to those who need her, and because she is above all pettiness in the cruel disappointment which life brings when it teaches her that sometimes those who need her help most cannot receive it ungrudgingly, or even at all. She once says it herself in talk with Will Ladislaw, "I have a belief of my own, and it comforts me." "What is that?" said Will, rather jealous of the belief. "That by desiring what is perfectly good, even when we don't quite know what it is, and cannot do what we would, we are part of the divine power against evil, widening the skirt of light and making the struggle with darkness narrower." "Please not to call it by any name," said Dorothea, putting out her hands entreatingly. "You will say it is Persian, or something else geographical. It is my life. I have found it out, and cannot part with it." Dorothea is here spiritually outlined almost as strongly as she is physically intimated in this fine bit of portraiture. Miss Brooke had that kind of beauty which seems to be thrown into relief by poor dress. Her hand and wrist were so finely formed that she could wear sleeves not less bare of style than those in which the Blessed Virgin appeared to Italian painters, and her profile as well as her stature and bearing seemed to gain the more dignity from her plain garments, which by the side of provincial fashion gave her the impressiveness of a fine quotation from the Bible, or from one of our elder poets in a paragraph of today's newspaper. But it would be doing wrong to the human part, which is so great a part of Dorothea, as it is with all George Eliot's real heroines, not to let her be seen in yet another phase, where her beauty is contrasted with the different beauty of Rosamond Vincy, and the very difference of their souls is suggested in the difference of their styles. Let those who know tell us exactly what stuff it was that Dorothea wore in those days of mild autumn, that thin white woolen stuff, soft to the touch and soft to the eye. It always seemed to have been lately washed, and to smell of the sweet hedges, was always in the shape of a pelisse, with sleeves hanging all out of the fashion. The grace and dignity were in her limbs and neck, and about her simply parted hair and candid eyes. The large round poke, which was then in the fate of women, seemed no more odd as a headdress than the gold trencher we call a halo. Dorothea put out her hand with her usual simple kindness, and looked admiringly at Lydgate's lovely bride. They were both tall, and their eyes were on a level, but imagine Rosamond's infantile blondness and wondrous crown of hairplaits, with her pale blue dress of a fit and fashion so perfect that no dressmaker could look at it without emotion, her small hands duly set off with rings, and that controlled self-consciousness of manner which is the expensive substitute for simplicity. Outlines. I have called these sketches of Dorothea, and perhaps she is never more than outlined. The inferior nature can be fully shown, because it is of a material which can be palpably handled without loss or hurt. But in the superior nature there is something elusive, something sensitive, that escapes or perishes under the touch, and leaves the exhaustive study of a dumb image and not a speaking likeness. Rosamond Vincy can be decanted to the dregs, and be only more and more Rosamond. But if you pour out all Dorothea, her essence flies from you in a vital aroma. She seems hardly to be contained in the story of her life, but to exist mainly somewhere outside of it. That story is indeed very slight, and without the incidents that lend themselves to remembrance, has powerful dramatic moments, though it is of such a fatal pathos. It is reportedly that of a magnanimous young girl who falls in love with the notion of being the helpmeet of an eminent scholar, because she believes in the importance of his work to the world, and in her own fitness to be of use to him in it, and so marries a dull, passionless pedant of mean soul and mistaken mind, who forces her out of his life from first to last, because there is no room in it for any but his paltry self. The tragedy of Edward Casaubon is that he has undertaken work inconceivably beyond his powers, and that to a real scholarship his devoted labours are worse than useless. But his wife's tragedy is that he himself is a greater error, a sadder solecism, than even these. He cannot see her divine goodwill any more than he can feel value in the facts with which his learning deals. It is the law of his narrow being that he must forbid almost her sympathy, restrict her help to the merest mechanical effect, and scarcely suffer her the efficiency of a trained nurse when his health fails. It is to be said in his defence that he cannot admit her to his inner life because he has none. And if on that mere outside, which is his whole being, he is cold and jealous and repellent, that he was made so, and cannot help it. But Dorothea's fate is not the less cruel, because it is his fate too, and she is all the greater because she rises above it, not constantly, but finally. In her case, as in the case of Lydgate, we see a meaner nature making a noble nature its prey. But Dorothea is more enduringly built than Lydgate, or else she is more favoured by chance. Perhaps it is scientifically accurate to say this rather than the other thing, for Rosamond outlives Lydgate instead of dying and releasing him to new chances, while Casaubon suddenly, in the most critical moment, dies of heart failure and leaves Dorothea free. He has been on the point of enslaving her for ever, of holding her by mortmain from that happiness to which his death must liberate her, for her morbid conscience has sided with him in his jealousy of the man whom she is unconsciously tending to love. And when he has put the cruelest pressure upon her to make her promise to be ruled by his wish after his death, she comes out, after a sleepless night, to consent. When Dorothea was out on the gravel walks, she lingered among the nearer clumps of trees, hesitating, as she had done once before, though from a different cause. Then she had feared lest her effort at fellowship should be unwelcome. Now she dreaded going to the spot where she foresaw that she must bind herself to a fellowship from which she shrank. Neither law nor the world's opinion compelled her to this. Only her husband's nature and her own compassion, only the ideal and not the real yoke of marriage. When she entered the yew tree walk she could not see her husband, but the walk had bends, and she went expecting to catch sight of his figure wrapped in a blue cloak, which, with a warm velvet cap, was his outer garment on chill days for the garden. It occurred to her that he might be resting in the summer house, toward which the path diverged a little. Turning the angle, she could see him seated on the bench, and his brow was bowed down on them, the blue cloak being dragged forward and screening the face on each side. He exhausted himself last night, Dorothea said to herself, thinking at first that he was asleep, and that the summer house was too damp a place to rest in. She went into the summer house and said, "I am come, Edward, I am ready." He took no notice, and she thought that he must be fast asleep. She laid her hand on his shoulder and repeated, "I am ready." Still he was motionless, and with a sudden confused fear she leaned down to him, close to his head, crying in a distressed tone, "Wake, dear, wake. Listen to me. I am come to answer." But Dorothea never gave her answer. This end, with whatever skill it is managed, must be confessed a mechanical means of extricating Dorothea from her difficulty. It is to be condemned for that, and it is to be regretted that George Eliot had not had the higher courage of her art and the clearer vision of her morality, and shown Dorothea capable of breaking a promise extorted from her against her reason and against her heart. It was from Ladislaw and her chance of happiness with him that her husband would have withheld her, and she could not have been more recreant to his will in being recreant to her word. Her marriage to Ladislaw at last is one of the finest things, and one of the truest things, in a book so great that it almost persuades one to call it the greatest in English fiction. It was not because Middlemarch is an immense canvas, thronged with such a multitude of marvellously distinguished and different figures, that it so richly represents life. Other huge novels have been of as great scope and greater dramatic effect, but Middlemarch alone seems to me akin in spiritual power to War and Peace. It is in its truth to motives as well as results, but it is so tremendously convincing. After a lapse of years, one comes to it not with a sense of having overmeasured it before, but with the perception that one had not at first realized its grandeur. It is as large as life in those moral dimensions which deepen inwardly, and give the real compass of any artistic achievement through the impression received. There are none of its incidents that I find were overestimated in my earlier knowledge of them, and there are some that are far greater than I had remembered. I have had especially to correct my former judgment. I am not sure that it was mine at first hand, of the character of Ladislaw, and his fitness to be Dorothea's lover. I had thought him a slight, if not a light man, a poorish sort of bohemian, existing by her preference, in the reader's tolerance, and perhaps, as her husband, half a mistake. But in this renewed acquaintance with him, I must own him a person of weight, by those measures which test the value of precious stones or precious metals, an artist through and through, a man of high courage and high honor, and of a certain social detachment which leaves him free to see the more easily and honestly himself. Dorothea made great and sorrowful mistakes through her generous and loyal nature, but Ladislaw was one of her inspirations, a centre of truth in which her love and her duty, otherwise so sadly at odds, could meet and be at peace. End of section 24. Section 25 of Heroines of Fiction by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 6, George Eliot's Gwendolen Harleth and Janet Dempster. There was such strength and such promise of strenuous continuance in the work which made Marian Evans's pseudonym known that her public could await each of her successive novels in reliance upon some fresh evidence of her power. This could scarcely be shown in greater measure than at first, and there are people of sound judgment who consider her Scenes of Clerical Life still her best fiction, though it was followed by Silas Marner, and Adam Bede, and The Mill on the Floss, and Romola, and Middlemarch, and Daniel Deronda. The last stands at the other end of the great line, and until we reach Theophrastus such, there is scarcely after the first a sign of failing skill in the cunning hand. It has seemed to me, therefore, the more interesting, in this concluding study of George Eliot's heroines, to deal with types drawn from the extremes, parted by so many and such splendid performances. 1. Few students of Daniel Deronda, if they were readers of the novel when it began to appear, will have forgotten the characteristic terms which form Gwendolen Harleth's introduction. Was she beautiful or not beautiful? And what was the secret of form or expression which gave the dynamic quality to her glance? Was the good or the evil genius dominant in those beams? Probably the evil, else why was the effect that of unrest rather than of undisturbed charm? Why was the wish to look again felt as coercion, and not as a longing in which the whole being consents? She who raised these questions in Daniel Deronda's mind was occupied in gambling in one of those splendid continental resorts, now mostly closed to their rich and noble patrons, and the talk about her goes on, rather too much for the reader's ear, among the spectators. The Nereid in sea green robes and silver ornaments, with a pale sea green feather fastened in silver falling backward over her green hat and light brown hair, was Gwendolen Harleth. She was under the wing, or rather soared by the shoulder, of the lady who had sat by her at the roulette table. A striking girl, that Miss Harleth, unlike others. Yes, she has got herself up a sort of serpent now, all green and silver, and winds her neck about a little more than usual. Oh, she must always be doing something extraordinary. She is that kind of girl, I fancy. You like a nez retroussé, then, and long narrow eyes, when they go with such an ensemble, the ensemble du serpent. She is certainly very graceful, but she wants a tinge of colour in her cheeks. It is a sort of Lamia beauty she has. On the contrary, I think her complexion one of her charms. It is a warm paleness. It looks thoroughly healthy. And that delicate nose, with its gradual little upward curve, is distracting. And then her mouth. There never was a prettier mouth. The lips curl backward so finely, eh? Think so? I cannot endure that sort of mouth. It looks so self-complacent, as if it knew its own beauty. The curves are too immovable. I like a mouth that trembles more. It appears, of course, that the girl is gambling, this once, for the distraction of the experience, that she is of good family in good society, and that she is chaperoned at the roulette table by her elderly cousin, who is a baroness. The impression that she is wilful, conscious, selfish, and spoiled is not corrected by anything in her very ugly history as it ensues, though there is throughout the suggestion of potentialities for good in her nature, eventuating at last in a magnanimous penitence, of which we have at once some hint in the interest which Deronda's quality inspires in her. A young girl in the first pages of a novel does not betray for nothing the curiosity Gwendolen confesses. It is obvious to the meanest intelligence that she is going to be in love with him, and her passion, though unrequited, and not very well justified to the reader by anything shown in the elaborated personality of that fine young Jew, proves the saving factor in her life. It does not keep her from the great error and wickedness of marrying so brutally bad a man as Grandcourt, out of sordid ambition and lust of the things that money can buy. But those who like to condone the faults of pretty women will find some excuse for Gwendolen Harleth in her failure to win the love of Deronda. It may be also urged in her behalf that she is poor, as well as proud and pretty, and that she is tempted and flattered out of her better self by the sense of inherent power. I hope there are none who go so far as to find merit in her letting her abominable husband come so near drowning before her eyes, that when she has made up her mind to save him, it is too late. Even the reader who is not acquainted with Gwendolen Harleth at first hands will perceive from these intimations that she is a person of very mixed qualities, very daringly composed. The ordinary observer who discovers that a woman is a poseuse is apt rashly to decide that she is also a fool. But this by no means follows. She is often a person of a great deal of sense, and perhaps principle, and she may behave wisely up to that point where the brain requires the help of the heart in achieving final wisdom. She may even have a heart, and experience its compunctions at all times, except in the deliriums of triumphant will or of gratified vanity. Flirts are by no means wholly wicked, or the world, which is pretty full of them, would be a much worse world than it is. Flirts, even of the deadly quality of Gwendolen Harleth, are tempered to mercy by their womanly weaknesses, and are very rarely quite demoniacal. The histrionic strain in her nature, which makes her a poseuse, would, if it had gone a little deeper, have made her an artist, and depersonalized its effects. It is, in fact, very pitiful when, while hesitating to accept Grandcourt, she turns her thoughts to art with the modest ambition of excelling in opera, for in society she has been admired both for her acting and singing. She determines not to take this step without due authorization, and she asks the advice of Klesmer, the musician. That conscientious artist is kindly merciless concerning her gifts, and he leaves her to a mortification and despair, after which there is nothing for her worldliness but a loveless marriage with a man of whom she knows nothing but evil. One very black chapter of his past is revealed to her by a woman whom he has wronged, and who comes to plead with her not to marry him, bringing Grandcourt's children with her in proof that he should be her husband and not Gwendolen's. She promises, and she breaks her promise. She marries Grandcourt, and he takes her home to the splendor and luxury for which she marries him. She fell silent in spite of herself as they approached the gates, and when her husband said, "Here we are at home," and for the first time kissed her on the lips, she hardly knew of it. It was no more than the passive acceptance of a greeting in the midst of an absorbing show. But there was a brilliant light in the hall, warmth, matting, carpets, full-length portraits, Olympian statues, assiduous servants. Gwendolen felt herself being led by Grandcourt along a subtly scented corridor into an anteroom, where she saw an open doorway sending out a rich glow of light and colour. "These are our dens," said Grandcourt. "You will like to be quiet here till dinner. We shall dine early." He pressed her hand to his lips and moved away, more in love than he had ever expected to be. Gwendolen yielded up her hat and mantle, threw herself into a chair by the glowing hearth, and saw herself repeated in glass panels, with all her faint green satin surroundings. The housekeeper had passed into this boudoir from the adjoining dressing-room, and seemed disposed to linger. "Here is a packet, madame, which I was ordered to give into nobody's hands but yours, when you were alone. The person who brought it said it was a present particularly ordered by Mr. Grandcourt, but he was not to know of its arrival till he saw you wear it. Excuse me, madame, I felt it right to obey orders." Gwendolen took the packet and let it lie on her lap till she heard the doors close. It came into her mind that the packet might contain the diamonds, which Grandcourt had spoken of as being deposited somewhere, and to be given to her on her marriage. In this moment of confused feeling and creeping luxurious languor, she was glad of this diversion, and glad of such an event as having her own diamonds to try on. Within all the sealed paper coverings was a box, but within the box there was a jewel case. and now she felt no doubt that she had the diamonds. But on opening the case, in the same instant that she saw them gleam, she saw a letter lying above them. It was as if an adder had lain on them. Her heart gave a leap which seemed to have spent all her strength, and as she opened the bit of thin paper it shook with the trembling of her hands. But it was legible as print, and thrust its words upon her. "These diamonds, which were once given with ardent love to Lydia Glasher, she passes on to you. You have broken your word to her that you might possess what was hers. Perhaps you think of being happy as she once was, and of having beautiful children such as hers, who will thrust hers aside. God is too just for that. The man you have married has a withered heart. His best young love was mine. You could not take that from me when you took the rest. He would have married me at last if you had not broken your word. You will have your punishment. I desire it with all my soul. You took him with your eyes open. The willing wrong you have done me will be your curse." It seemed at first as if Gwendolen's eyes were spellbound in reading the horrible words of the letter over and over again as a doom of penance, but suddenly a new spasm of terror made her lean forward and stretch out the paper toward the fire, lest accusation and proof at once should meet all eyes. It flew like a feather from her trembling fingers, and was caught up in a great draught of flame. In her movement the casket fell to the floor, and the diamonds rolled out. She took no notice, but fell back in her chair again helpless. She could not see the reflections of herself then. They were like so many women, petrified white. But coming near herself, you might have seen the tremor in her lips and hands. After that long while there was a tap at the door, and Grandcourt entered dressed for dinner. The sight of him brought a new nervous shock, and Gwendolen screamed again and again with hysterical violence. He had expected to see her dressed and smiling, ready to be led down. He saw her pallid, shrieking, as it seemed, with terror, the jewels scattered around her on the floor. In Grandcourt, the imperious girl, who had dreamed of ruling him, finds a master whose will can break her own, or bend it to his when he chooses, and their marriage is a long atrocity, which begins almost from this awful moment. One evening, shortly before they came to the Abbey, they were going to dine at Brackenshaw Castle. Gwendolen had said to herself that she would never wear those diamonds. They had horrible words clinging and crawling about them, as from some bad dream, whose images lingered on the perturbed sense. She came down dressed in her white, with only a streak of gold and a pendant of emeralds, which Grandcourt had given her, round her neck, and the little emerald stars in her ears. Grandcourt stood with his back to the fire, and looked at her as she entered. "Am I altogether as you like?" she said, speaking rather gaily. She was not without enjoyment in this occasion of going to Brackenshaw Castle with her new dignities upon her, as men whose affairs are sadly involved will enjoy dining out among persons likely to be under a pleasant mistake about them. "No," said Grandcourt. Gwendolen felt suddenly uncomfortable, wondering what was to come. "Oh, mercy!" she exclaimed, the pause lasting till she could bear it no longer. "How am I to alter myself?" "Put on the diamonds," said Grandcourt, looking straight at her with his narrow glance. Gwendolen paused in her turn, afraid of showing any emotion, and feeling that nevertheless there was some change in her eyes as they met his. But she was obliged to answer, and said as indifferently as she could, "Oh, please not. I don't think diamonds suit me." "What you think has nothing to do with it," said Grandcourt, his sotto voce imperiousness seeming to have an evening quietude and finish like his toilet. "I wish you to wear the diamonds." "Pray excuse me. I like the emeralds," said Gwendolen, frightened in spite of her preparation. That white hand of his, which was touching his whisker, was capable, she fancied, of clinging round her neck and threatening to throttle her, for her fear of him mingled with the vague foreboding of some retributive calamity which hung about her life, had reached a superstitious point. "Oblige me by telling me your reason for not wearing the diamonds when I desire it," said Grandcourt. His eyes were still fixed upon her, and she felt her own eyes narrowing under them as if to shut out an entering pain. Of what use was the rebellion within her? She could say nothing that would not hurt her worse than submission. Turning slowly and covering herself again, she went to her dressing room. As she reached out the diamonds, it occurred to her that her unwillingness to wear them might have already raised a suspicion in Grandcourt that she had some knowledge about them which he had not given her. She fancied that his eyes showed a delight in torturing her. How could she be defiant? She had nothing to say that would touch him, nothing but what would give him a more painful grasp of her consciousness. "He delights in making the dogs and horses quail. That is half his pleasure in calling them his," she said to herself as she opened the jewel case with a shivering sensation. "It will be so with me, and I shall quail. What else is there for me? I will not say to the world, 'Pity me.'" She was about to ring for her maid, when she heard the door open behind her. It was Grandcourt who came in. "You want some one to fasten them?" he said, coming toward her. She did not answer, but simply stood still, leaving him to take out the ornaments and fasten them as he would. "What makes you so cold?" said Grandcourt, when he had fastened the last earring. "Pray put plenty of furs on. I hate to see a woman come into a room looking frozen. If you are to appear as a bride at all, appear decently." II. The tragedy can scarcely be said to culminate in the scene of Grandcourt's death, which Gwendolen herself describes to Duranda, not knowing whether she has really been willing he should drown, and not seeking to defend herself in telling how she leaped to him with a rope at last, too late. But it ends there, and there is perhaps a supreme effect in this uncertainty of hers which agonizes as much as it consoles. It sets the seal to a record as true to human nature as it is terrible, and testifies to a power in the writer which is nowhere surpassed in the art which her great conscience exalted heaven high above its wonted office of amusing. To revert from her character and its development to that of Janet Dempster in Scenes of Clerical Life is a curious and valuable experience for the student of George Eliot's work. We go from an ethicism in Gwendolen Harleth's case, as rootless and flowerless as that of the Stoics, back to an ideal of conduct sprung from a sense of the power, not ourselves, that makes for righteousness, and to a faith in the fatherly love of the Judge of all the earth, which promises itself compensation hereafter for whatever is wrong here. In Daniel Deronda, George Eliot had reached that moment of her agnosticism when it seemed enough to join the choir invisible of those whose personality has indeed perished forever, but whose character remains to help and comfort us who are still wandering through this twilight toward the eternal night. It involved a sublime self-abnegation, which we cannot contemplate without a glow of pride in the humanity so self-sufficing, and a thrill of reverent admiration. It was magnificent, and I will not withhold my sense that if it was sincere, it transcended the rapture of martyrdom. All the more I feel bound to recognize the meek beauty of the faith which was the spring and inspiration of the author's art in Janet's repentance. Their right conduct was not self-derived, but was an effect of the universal law of love, which remembers and considers every minutest atom of life, and guards the finite human consciousness through its affinity to the infinite and the divine. It is not pertinent to pronounce upon the moral quality of the two creative moods of the author, but only to note their difference. There is socially almost as wide a difference between Gwendolen Harleth and Janet Dempster, who are alike in their unhappiness, and its common source in a cruel marriage. But Gwendolen has sought her misery through her ambition, and Janice has come to her through her love, and it has had power to drag her down through the refuge she takes from it, but never to spoil her noble nature. Her husband, a shrewd and able lawyer in a provincial town, is himself a drunkard, and when he is in drink he is of a brutal cruelty to his wife, which has at last driven her to try his vice as a means of deadening her misery from it. We have seen how Grandcourt could torture his bride. Now let us see how, on another level of life, Dempster could devote a yet more helpless victim to a less guilty rage when he comes home imbruted by his cups. There was a large heavy knocker on the green door, and though Mr. Dempster carried a latch key, he sometimes chose to use the knocker. He chose to do so now. The thunder resounded through Orchard Street, and after a single minute there was a second clap, louder than the first. Another minute, and still the door was not opened, whereupon Mr. Dempster, muttering, took out his latch key, and with less difficulty than might have been expected, thrust it into the door. When he opened the door, the passage was dark. "Janet!" in the loudest rasping tone, was the next sound that rang through the house. "Janet!" again, before a slow step was heard on the stairs, and a distant light began to flicker on the wall of the passage. "Curse you, you creeping idiot! Come faster, can't you?" Yet a few seconds, and the figure of a tall woman holding aslant a heavy-plated drawing-room candlestick appeared at the turning of the passage that led to the broader entrance. She had on a light dress which sat loosely about her figure, but did not disguise its liberal, graceful outline. A heavy mass of straight, jet-black hair had escaped from its fastening and hung over her shoulders. Her grandly cut features, pale with the natural paleness of a brunette, had premature lines about them, telling that the years had been lengthened by sorrow, and the delicately curved nostril, which seemed made to quiver with the proud consciousness of power and beauty, must have quivered to the heart-piercing griefs which had given that worn look to the corners of her mouth. Her wide open black eyes had a strangely fixed, sightless gaze as she paused at the turning and stood silent before her husband. "I'll teach you to keep me waiting in the dark, you pale, staring fool," he said, advancing with his slow, drunken step. "What, you've been drinking again, have you? I'll beat you into your senses." He laid his hand with a firm grip on her shoulder, turned her round, and pushed her slowly before him along the passage and through the dining-room door, which stood wide open on their left hand. There was a portrait of Janet's mother, a grey-haired, dark-eyed old woman, in a neatly fluted cap, hanging over the mantelpiece. Surely the aged eyes took on a look of anguish as they see Janet. Not trembling, no, it would be better if she trembled, standing stupidly unmoved in her great beauty, while the heavy arm is lifted to strike her. The blow falls, another, and another. Surely the mother hears that cry. "Oh, Robert, pity, pity! Poor grey-haired woman! Was it for this you suffered a mother's pangs in your lone widowhood 35 years ago? Was it for this you kept the little worn morocco shoes Janet had first run in, and kissed them day by day when she was away from you, a tall girl at school? Was it for this you looked so proudly at her when she came back to you in her rich pale beauty, like a tall white arum that had just unfolded its grand pure curves to the sun?" The author's recurrence in her latest heroine to the pale dark beauty of her earliest is an interesting evidence of the persistence of an ideal, and the mind's unconscious obedience to it. But Janet is of far simpler stuff than Gwendolen in every way, and one is made to feel her weaker and tenderer through her very largeness of physique. She is indeed of a loving and forgiving sort, and there is something most womanly and most pitiful in her eagerness to forget her husband's brutality as soon as the moment of it is past. There could be nothing more pathetic than her willingness to lend herself to his wish of burlesquing the young curate who is devotedly preaching and living Christianity in the town, but who has fallen under the drunken lawyer's condemnation as a hypocrite. She gives all her cleverness to this miserable work, with no thought but of pleasing the husband who beats her, and for the time he is pleased. But another time comes when she meets his fury with rebellion, and then the end comes. About 11 the party dispersed, with the exception of Mr. Budd, who had joined them after dinner, and appeared disposed to stay drinking a little longer. Janet began to hope that he would stay long enough for Dempster to become heavy and stupid, and so fall asleep downstairs, which was a rare but occasional ending of his nights. She told the servants to sit up no longer, and she herself undressed and went to bed, trying to cheat her imagination into the belief that the day was ended for her. But when she lay down she became more intensely awake than ever. Everything she had taken this evening seemed only to stimulate her senses and her apprehensions to new vividness. Her heart beat violently, and she heard every sound in the house. At last, when it was 12, she heard Mr. Budd go out. She heard the door slam. Dempster had not moved. Was he asleep? Would he forget? The minutes seemed long, while with a quickening pulse she was on the stretch to catch every sound. "Janet!" The loud, jarring voice seemed to strike her like a hurled weapon. "Janet!" he called again, moving out of the dining room to the foot of the stairs. There was a pause of a moment. "If you don't come, I'll kill you." Another pause, and she heard him turn back into the dining room. Perhaps he would kill her. Let him. Life was as hideous as death. For years she had been rushing on to some unknown but certain horror, and now she was close upon it. She was almost glad. She was in a state of flushed, feverish defiance that neutralized her woman's terrors. She heard his heavy step on the stairs. She saw the slowly advancing light. Then she saw the tall, massive figure, and the heavy face, now fierce with drunken rage. He had nothing but the candle in his hand. He set it down on the table and advanced close to the bed. "So you think you'll defy me, do you? We'll see how long that will last. Get up, madame. Out of bed this instant." In the close presence of the dreadful man, of this huge, crushing force, armed with savage will, poor Janet's desperate defiance all forsook her, and her terrors came back. Trembling, she got up and stood helpless in her night dress before her husband. He seized her with his heavy grasp by the shoulder and pushed her before him. "I'll cool your hot spirit for you. I'll teach you to brave me." Slowly he pushed her along before him, downstairs and through the passage, where a small oil lamp was still flickering. What was he going to do to her? She thought every moment he was going to dash her before him on the ground. But she gave no scream. She only trembled. He pushed her on to the entrance and held her firmly in his grasp while he lifted the latch of the door. Then he opened the door a little way, thrust her out through it, and slammed it behind her. For a short space it seemed like a deliverance to Janet. The harsh northeast wind that blew through her thin night dress and sent her long, heavy black hair streaming seemed like the breath of pity after the grasp of that threatening monster. But soon the sense of release from an overpowering terror gave away before the sense of the fate that had really come upon her. This, then, was what she had been traveling toward through her long years of misery. Not yet death. Oh, if she had been brave enough for it, death would have been better. 3. These are dreadful things, and so squalid that they must shock the refined reader. But who that knows life can deny that they happened? They happen far oftener than is ever known. And if the veil could be lifted from many marriages that show a fair outside, what hideous things should not we see? It is not ill, but it is very well to be confronted with the ugly realities, the surviving savageries that the smug hypocrisy of civilization denies. For till we recognize them, we shall not abate them, or even try to do so. In such a scene as this, we have no outlaw beating down the suppliant figure of his paramour, as in the burglar's butchery of Nancy Sykes, but a man of education and of a certain position, wreaking his frenzy of drink and hate upon a woman not guiltless of his own vice, but utterly devoted to him at her worst. Who can doubt as to the relative value of the pictures? As to the art in them respectively, we almost lose sight of the superiority of George Eliot's in sense of her superior morality. This had not yet become the pure ethicism of her final evolution. It was not yet divorced from her strong religious tradition, but was still more vitally related to it. And when she imagined Janet Dempster redeemed and purified, it was through confession and submission to the poor man whom she has helped her wicked husband to deride, and who comes to her help, first owning his own frailty and imperfection.
There might be something, there might be much, to criticize in the conduct of the story after Janet's repentance begins. It is difficult to keep the true pathos of the situation free from sentimentality, but it is wrought out mainly with a sincerity both ethical and aesthetical, and where it fails in either effect, it is not through the author's want of faith in her ideal or her method. No one can be held to stricter account than this. It is for others to surpass George Eliot in motive or handling, if they can, in dealing with such a situation, and to bring greater right and clearer reason to it. I will own that I do not see how this could be done. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Heroines of Fiction by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 7, Anthony Trollope's Lily Dale. There are no two English novelists of the period we call Victorian who are more unlike and yet more characteristically English than George Eliot and Anthony Trollope. It is strange that in their far greater truth to English life they should not be named together, like Dickens and Thackeray, as the representative English novelists of their time. But they are not, and it is doubtful if time will repair the injustice which long ago became inveterate. They are both far greater artists, far greater intellectual and moral forces than the masters whose names stand for Victorian fiction. They paint English manners with a fidelity simply inconceivable of Dickens and Thackeray, and the problems they deal with are of an importance and interest surpassingly greater. On the psychological side, George Eliot's transcendent power has been fully recognized, but the greatness of her world and its wide inclusiveness has not been as duly certified by criticism. Just as in Anthony Trollope's case, his immense acquaintance with society in all its ranks and orders has taken the mind of his critics from his profound and even subtle proficiency in the region of motive. No one fails to note the attention given to questions of conscience in George Eliot's novels. They are seen always present or imminent. But few readers seem to have been aware how very largely these questions enter into the texture and color of Anthony Trollope's fiction. The difference appears to be that she concerns herself with what we may call the Puritanic conscience, and he with what we may call the Episcopal conscience. Their characters are equally far from the unmoral region in which, say, Mr. Hardy's quasi-pagans dwell. 1. In all fiction, I doubt if there is a lovelier or sweeter conscience story than that of The Warden. Unhappily for the purpose of these papers, we are barred from that study of the Warden which we might make in proof of Trollope's psychological power by the fact that it is so wholly the story of a gentle and conscientious old man as scarcely to have a heroine. Eleanor Harding, the daughter of the Warden, must stand for the heroine, and though she is his worthy daughter, and is most dramatically circumstanced in her relation to her lover, whose conscience obliges him to make the wardenship untenable to a man of her father's conscience, she is not of such structural value in the story that one strongly feels or remembers her part in it. The situation is in itself so affecting, so charming, that it might constitute Eleanor Harding a heroine of the first order, but something that may be called want of charm in the girl herself, perhaps a reflex effect from her history as it is prolonged into her second marriage with Dean Arabin after poor John Bold has sacrificed his conscience to his love of her, may be at fault; but at any rate the mind, after grappling with her idea, relaxes its hold and turns away to cling to that of Lily Dale in the divers and sundry books where she appears and reappears. The small house at Allington, where we first meet her, is no such symmetrically proportioned and excellently fashioned work of art as The Warden, which stands almost sole among the author's books for form. It is a very well balanced and compactly built story, however, and strongly held together by uncommon singleness of motive. The love of Lily Dale for Adolphus Crosbie, who jilts her after their engagement and marries Lady Alexandrina de Courcy, is the interest which the whole life of the book centres about so unremittingly that in the retrospect it seems the only interest. But there is a subsidiary interest in the love of John Eames for Lily Dale, vital enough to prolong itself through the wandering ways of The Last Chronicle of Barset, and really essential to the full evolution of Lily's fate. Without this we could not know that her hapless love had become so largely herself that when it was crushed there was not enough of her left together for a second and happier passion. She lived to realize that her false lover had been too basely cruel, not for her forgiveness, but for her endurance. She lived to refuse him when he offered himself again after his wife's death. She lived to see him, and even in a social exigency to have him speak to her. But though she lived to know that he was nothing to her forever, she lived also to make sure that no man could be anything to her as a lover evermore. This put an end to the long, brave hopes of Johnny Eames, who was not always as high as his hopes, but always delightfully a human being, such as Lily might well be glad to have for a friend. It cannot be said that the concluding passages of her story are as effectively managed as those of what is more distinctly her tragedy, and yet her final and decisive refusal of Eames is truly the climax of the whole. Her character triumphs, her nature remains good and kind, but her life, that poor little existence which is all there is of her on earth, is spoiled of that which should have made its supreme happiness. It is a great story, whose absolute fidelity to manners, and whose reliance upon the essential strength of the motive, must exalt it in the esteem of those accustomed to think of what they read. 2. If any such reader happens himself to be of that period of the early 1860s to which Lily Dale's romantic young girlhood belonged, and in which young girlhood was sweeter than it has ever been since, he will see her as she first appeared to Adolphus Crosbie. He will know that she wore a large hoop, which tilted enough when she played croquet to give a glimpse of her white stockings; that her loose sleeves were confined at the wrists with narrow little linen cuffs, matching a little linen collar at her neck, and that everything was very plain and smooth about her. She would have on a pork pie hat, which was thought very chic in the days before it was known what chic was, the word itself being not yet. And but for the author, I should say that she wore her hair in a net of rather a heavy velvet mesh. The author, however, contends that she wore it in simple braids, and that it was not flaxen hair, and yet it was very light. Nor did it approach auburn, and yet there ran through it a golden tint that gave it a distinct brightness of its own. Her eyes were brightly blue, and seldom kept by any want of courage from fixing themselves where they pleased. Her face was not perfectly oval. Her nose was somewhat broader than it should be. She had a dimple in her decided chin. She was something below the middle height, the time of the tall heroine not having come yet, and she was very fair, so that the soft tint of colour which relieved her complexion was rather acknowledged than distinctly seen. This was the sort of girl who gave her heart in perfect abandon of passion and hero worship to as selfish a scoundrel as ever was recreant to his plighted troth. The worst of Adolphus Crosbie is that he is no worse in nature than he is. Worse in conduct he could not be, and yet in his way he always loved Lily Dale, and he suffered in betraying her. But he did betray her. He first won her heart in her quiet home at Allington, under her mother's approving eyes, and then when he found that her uncle Squire Dale would not meet his hopes as to settlements, went from her with renewed vows of constancy, and offered himself to Lady Alexandrina. His engagement to Lily was already known, and she had to bear the public shame as well as the secret anguish of being jilted. The thing was as bad as it could be, but how bad it was for Lily Dale can be known only to those familiar with her history, and these do not need telling. I wish I might send to it those unfamiliar with it, for I do not believe that a story of simple heartbreak, as it may happen in good society, without the squalid adjuncts of social perdition or infamy for the victim, has ever been so truly told. Lily Dale was jilted by the man whom she had absolutely trusted, and she had to gather up her broken life and make what she could of it. The mild but strong resistance she opposes to her fate begins with her first knowledge of it. She has never been represented as very beautiful or brilliant, but merely as sweet and good and kind, with an unselfish common sense which has served her well with every one but the wretch who stole her heart from her. These great qualities, for oh, dear young ladies, these are the great qualities, avail her in the hour of her disaster, when she must spare herself in order to spare others, and first of all the poor mother, whom her wretched lover has made the messenger of his treason to her. Crosbie had written to Mrs. Dale from Courcy Castle, where he had just been accepted by Lady Alexandrina, and had asked her to tell Lily, enclosing a brief note for her, which her mother was to give her if she thought best. Now they, the letters, had been read by her to whom they had been addressed, and the daughter was standing before the mother to hear her doom. "Tell me all at once," Lily had said, but in what words was her mother to tell her? "Is it from him, mamma? May I read it? He cannot be it is from Mr. Crosbie. Is he ill, mamma? Tell me at once. If he is ill, I will go to him." "No, my darling, he is not ill." "Not yet. Do not read it yet." "Oh, Lily!" "It brings bad news, very bad news." "Mamma," said Lily, "whatever it is, I must, of course, be made to know it. I begin to guess the truth. It will pain you to say it. Shall I read the letter?" Mrs. Dale was astonished at her calmness. It could not be that she had guessed the truth, or she would not stand like that, with tearless eyes and unquelled courage before her. "You shall read it, but I ought to tell you first. Oh, my child, my own one!" Lily was now leaning against the bed, and her mother was standing over her, caressing her. "Then tell me," said she. "But I know what it is. He has thought it all over while away from me, and he finds that it must not be as we have supposed. Before he went I offered to release him, and now he knows that he had better accept my offer. Is it so, mamma?"
In answer to this, Mrs. Dale did not speak, but Lily understood from her signs that it was so. "He might have written it to me myself," said Lily, very proudly. "Mamma, we will go down to breakfast. He has sent nothing to me, then. There is a note. He bids me read it, but I have not opened it. It is here." "Give it me," said Lily, almost sternly. "Let me have his last words to me," and she took the note from her mother's hands. "Lily," said the note, "your mother will have told you all. Before you read these few words, you will know that you have trusted one who was quite untrustworthy. I know that you will hate me. I cannot even ask you to forgive me. You will let me pray that you may yet be happy. A.C." She read these few words, still leaning against the bed. Then she got up, and walking to a chair, seated herself with her back to her mother. Mrs. Dale, moving silently after her, stood over the back of the chair, not daring to speak to her. So she sat for some 5 minutes, with her eyes fixed upon the open window, and with Crosbie's note in her hand. "I will not hate him, and I do forgive him," she said at last, struggling to command her voice, and hardly showing that she could not altogether succeed in her attempt. "I may not write to him again, but you shall write and tell him so. Now we will go down to breakfast." And so saying, she got up from her chair. Mrs. Dale almost feared to speak to her, her composure was so complete, and her manner so stern and fixed. "You frighten me, Lily," she said. "Your very calmness frightens me." "Dear mamma!" and the poor girl absolutely smiled as she embraced her mother. "You need not be frightened by my calmness. I know the truth well. I have been very unfortunate, very. The brightest hopes of my life are all gone, and I shall never again see him whom I love beyond all the world." Then at last she broke down, and wept in her mother's arms. There was not a word of anger spoken then against him who had done all this. Mrs. Dale felt that she did not dare to speak in anger against him, and words of anger were not likely to come from poor Lily. She, indeed, hitherto did not know the whole of his offence, for she had not read his letter. "Give it me, mamma," she said at last. "It has to be done, sooner or later." "Not now, Lily. I have told you all that you need know at present." "Yes. Now, mamma," and again that sweet silvery voice became stern, "I will read it now, and there shall be an end." Whereupon Mrs. Dale gave her the letter, and she read it in silence. Her mother, though standing somewhat behind her, watched her narrowly as she did so. She was now lying over upon the bed, and the letter was on the pillow, as she propped herself upon her arm. Her tears were running, and ever and again she would stop to dry her eyes. Her sobs, too, were very audible, but she went on steadily with her reading till she came to the line on which Crosbie told that he had already engaged himself to another woman. Then her mother could see that she paused suddenly, and that a shudder slightly convulsed all her limbs. "He has been very quick," she said, almost in a whisper, and then she finished the letter. "Tell him, mamma," she said, "that I do forgive him, and I will not hate him. You will tell him that from me, will you not?" And then she raised herself from the bed. "You must, mamma, or if you do not, I shall do so. Remember that I love him. You know what it is to have loved one single man. He has made me very unhappy. I hardly know yet how unhappy. But I have loved him, and do love him. I believe in my heart that he still loves me. Where this has been, there must not be hatred and unforgiveness. I will pray that I may become able to forgive him," said Mrs. Dale. "But you must write to him those words. Indeed you must, mamma. She bids me tell you that she has forgiven you and will not hate you. Promise me that." "I can make no promise now, Lily. I will think about it. and endeavour to do my duty?" Lily was now seated, and was holding the skirt of her mother's dress. "Mamma," she said, looking up into her mother's face, "you must be very good to me now, and I must be very good to you. We shall be always together now. I must be your friend and counsellor, and be everything to you, more than ever. I must fall in love with you now." And she smiled again, and the tears were almost dry upon her cheeks. 3. I think the quiet truth of this scene, full of the gentle self-control of a nature superior to the impulses of passion, is worth worlds of passion. It is really so that such a girl as Lily Dale would have spoken and acted, and the readers of latter-day romance are the losers that such types of girlhood are no longer presented to them. In the present default, I could not send the girls of this period back to better company than hers, who was the contemporary of their mothers, and often their companion. It will not be contended by any true friend of hers that she was perfectly wise, but what she tried to do, she did. She did forgive the man who had so atrociously wronged her. In a manner, she did fall in love with her mother, and lived to console and support her under the blow that had fallen upon her through her own heart. In the lapse of time she achieved a calm that, if never gay, was often cheerful. After much honest endeavour in behalf of Johnny Eames, she found it was no longer in her to love any man again. When, with incredible meanness, Crosbie offered himself after his wife's death, she refused him, not ungently. When later they chanced to meet, she found that she no longer cared even for the man he had once seemed. He was no longer her hero, her idol, and the wonder was that he could ever have been. She had survived her illusion, but there could never be any other, for love is always an illusion in its place. She had ceased to suffer from the hurt he had done her, but not from the memory of her suffering. This had full power upon her, when chance, a freak, or a duty of fate brought them together again. There were, in fact, two last meetings of this sort, both treated with a dignity, a repose worthy of the material, and with a true, strong emotion very uncommon in the author, who had caught from Thackeray the bad habit of twaddling about his women, and could not often leave them so entirely alone to work themselves out in their own way, as he does Lily Dale in this case. In the first of the meetings, Lily was riding with her cousin Bernard and his betrothed in Rotten Row, when on a sudden, coming slowly towards her along the diverging path, and leaning on the arm of another man, she saw Adolphus Crosbie. She had never seen him since the day on which she had parted from him with many kisses, with warm, pressing, eager kisses, of which she had been what ashamed. He had then been to her almost as her husband. She had trusted him entirely, and had thrown herself into his arms with a full reliance. There is often much of reticence on the part of a woman towards a man to whom she is engaged, something also of shamefacedness occasionally. There exists a shadow of doubt, at least of that hesitation, which shows that in spite of vows the woman knows that a change may come, and that provision for such possible steps backward should always be within her reach. But Lily had cast all such caution to the winds. She had given herself to the man entirely, and had determined that she would sink or swim, stand or fall, live or die, by him and by his truth. He had been as false as hell. She had been in his arms, clinging to him, kissing him, swearing that her only pleasure in the world was to be with him her treasure, her promised husband, and within a month, a week, he had been false to her. There had come upon her crushing tidings, and she had for days wondered at herself that they had not killed her. But she had lived, and had forgiven him. She had still loved him, and had received new offers from him, which had been answered, as the reader knows. But she had never seen him since the day on which she had parted from him at Allington, without a doubt as to his faith. Now he was before her, walking on the footpath, almost within reach of her whip. Then he raised his eyes and saw Lily's side face, and recognized her. Had he seen her before he had been stopped on his way, I think he would have passed on, endeavouring to escape observation. But as it was, his feet had been arrested before he knew of her close vicinity, and now it would seem that he was afraid of her, and was flying from her, were he at once to walk off, leaving his friend behind him. And he knew that she had seen him, and had recognized him, and was now suffering from his presence. He could not but perceive that it was so, from the fixedness of her face, and from the constrained manner in which she gazed before her. He could not take his eyes from off her. He could see that she was as pretty as ever, that she was but very little altered. She was in truth somewhat stouter than in the old days, but of that he took no special notice. Should he speak to her? Should he try to catch her eye, and then raise his hat? Should he go up to her horse's head boldly, and ask her to let bygones be bygones? Or should he simply ask her after her health? He made one step towards her, and he saw that the face became more rigid and more fixed than before, and then he desisted. He told himself that he was simply hateful to her. He thought that he could perceive that there was no tenderness mixed with her unabated anger. At this moment Bernard Dale and Emily came close upon him, and Bernard saw him at once. "Done," he said. "I think we were right on," and he put his horse into a trot. "Is there anything the matter?" said Emily to her lover. "Nothing specially the matter," he replied, "but you were standing in company with the greatest blackguard that ever lived, and I thought we had better change our ground." "Bernard," said Lily, flashing on him with all the fire which her eyes could command. Then she remembered that she could not reprimand him for the offence of such abuse in such a company, so she reined in her horse and fell a-weeping. The second and the last of the two encounters between Lily and Crosbie took place in a great London house, where Lily was looking at the pictures with her cousin and his friends. Mrs. Harold Smith had declared that she would not look at another painting till the exhibition was open. Three of the ladies were seated in the drawing room, and Sif Dunn was standing before them, lecturing about art as though he had been brought up on the ancient masters. Emily and Bernard were lingering behind, and the others were simply delaying their departure till the truant lovers should have caught them. At this moment two gentlemen entered the room from the gallery, and the two gentlemen were Fowler Pratt and Adolphus Crosbie. All the party except Mrs. Thorne knew Crosbie personally, and all of them except Mrs. Harold Smith knew something of the story of what had occurred between Crosbie and Lily. Sif Dunn had learned it all since the meeting in the park, having nearly learned it all from what he had seen there with his eyes. But Mrs. Thorne, who knew Lily's story, did not know Crosbie's appearance. Crosbie would have gone on, but that, in this attempt to do so, he passed close by the chair on which Mrs. Harold Smith was sitting, and that he was accosted by her. "Mr. Crosbie," she said, "I haven't seen you for an age. Has it come to pass that you have buried yourself entirely?" He did not know how to extricate himself so as to move on at once. He paused and hesitated, and then stopped and made an attempt to talk to Mrs. Smith as though he were at his ease. The attempt was anything but successful, but having once stopped, he did not know how to put himself in motion again so that he might escape. At this moment Bernard Dale and Emily Dunstable came up and joined the group, but neither of them had discovered who Crosbie was till they were close upon him. Crosbie, in his attempt to talk to Mrs. Smith, had smiled and simpered, and had then felt that to smile and simper before Lily Dale, with a pretended indifference to her presence, was false on his part, and would seem to be mean. He would have avoided Lily for both their sakes, had it been possible, but it was no longer possible, and he could not keep his eyes from her face. Hardly knowing what he did, he bowed to her, lifted his hat, and uttered some word of greeting. Lily, from the moment that she had perceived his presence, had looked straight before her, with something almost of fierceness in her eyes. Now, when he saluted her, she turned her face full upon him, and bowed to him. Then she rose from her seat, and made her way, between Sif Dunn and Pratt, out of the circle. The blood had mounted to her face, and suffused it all, and her whole manner was such that it could escape the observation of none who stood there. Even Mrs. Harold Smith had seen it, and had read the story. As soon as she was on her feet, Bernard had dropped Emily's hand, and offered his arm to his cousin. "Lily," he said, out loud, "you had better let me take you away. It is a misfortune that you have been subjected to the insult of such a greeting." The misfortune of the encounter had become too plain to admit of its being hidden under any of the ordinary veils of society. Crosbie's salutation had been made before the eyes of them all, and in the midst of absolute silence, and Lily had risen with so queen-like a demeanour, and had moved with so stately a step, that it was impossible that any one concerned should pretend to ignore the facts of the scene that had occurred. Crosbie was still standing close to Mrs. Harold Smith. Mrs. Thorne had risen from her seat, and the words which Bernard Dale had uttered were still sounding in the ears of them all. "Shall I see after the carriage?" said Sif Dunn. 4. "I call this all extremely good work. I do not call it fine work as to the mere artistry. It is a little too plain and matter of fact for that. A greater artist than Trollope would have had a more sparing touch in his realism. It is not so that Turgenev, or Bjornson, or Flaubert, or Mr. Hardy would have presented these scenes. A greater artist than Trollope, psychologically, would have had a greater subtlety in his divinations and revelations. It is not so that Hawthorne, or Tolstoy, or Mr. James would have shown us the soul of a girl in such a moment of martyry. They would all, both realists and psychologists, have shown us her naked soul in such wise that we should have been less abashed than by her soul as we see it here with its clothes on. But it was strictly Trollope's business to show us her soul with its clothes on, for in the world he deals with, the soul, as well as the body, is clothed, and wears its decorums and conventions as constantly. It is when Trollope shows the soul moving in these that he is most a master. It is when he sometimes strips them away and bluntly exposes the soul, instead of letting it betray itself, that he is least a master. He is mostly at his worst in the last chronicle of Barset, where in his cleaning up of all the odds and ends of life left over from the other stories relating to the Barchester neighbourhood, he leaves few shreds and patches for the reader's imagination to penetrate. Yet it is from the last chronicle that the two last scenes of Lily Dale's suffering are taken, and it is in the last chronicle that the tremendous psychical tragedy of the perpetual curate of Hogglestock finally slips through the author's thumb-fingered hold. Lily's two encounters with Crosbie are of the quality of what is sublimest in the dark agony of Josiah Crawley, and even the somewhat perfunctory drama of the subsequent scenes with Johnny Eames is above the ordinary level of the book. But it is hard to believe in this part of Lily's experience. Her entirely credible experience ends with the last encounter with Crosbie. What follows with Eames, who has loved her from childhood, and is left loving her in her resolute old maidhood, is something that the reader feels it his duty to help the author out with in deference to the original implications of her story. Yet once in a way, why is it not well to see a thing of this sort through to a natural conclusion? It is certainly of true interest, if not the most poignant interest, and though the love making of Eames is somewhat tediously prolonged, and is often somewhat incredibly repeated, still it is all important in rounding out and setting in full relief the story of Lily Dale. That story, I say it again, is one of the most interesting I know, one of the most sincerely and courageously treated. One feels at every moment its essential and specific veracity. It is a tragedy of the most harrowing sort, and yet it is altogether wholesome and consoling. To be superior to fate, one must be the trusting worshipper of omnipotence. And it was in the shelter of this stronghold that such a girl as Lily Dale, with no touch of pietism or word of cant, found shelter and safety. End of Section 26.
Section 27 of Heroines of Fiction by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anthony Trollope's Lucy Robarts and Griselda Grantley. Anthony Trollope was the author of 39 or 40 novels, relating nearly all of them to the contemporary English society life, which he seems to have known better than any other English novelist. Out of the whole number, the novels which will come first to the reader's mind are those relating to clerical society as it existed during the 1850s and 60s in the imaginary cathedral town of Barchester. And but for the explicit denial in his autobiography, one might next have said that he had made an exhaustive study of the bishops, deans, archdeacons, canons, vicars, and curates, tutti quanti, with their wives, sisters, aunts, and cousins, in the whole variety of their duties and pleasures, joys and sorrows, hopes and fears. He was at the trouble to assure his believers, however, that he did not specifically or scientifically know the types he makes so interesting, and was only their casual and involuntary observer. Yet such is the inherent evidence against him that we must regard his pretense as the foible of a writer who would rather be thought inspired than informed, and whose caprice it was to prefer the reputation of having made a lot of lucky guesses to that of having made a series of careful studies. He had several foibles, that poor Anthony Trollope, who wrote so much better of English life than any one except Jane Austen and George Eliot, but who wished to write like Thackeray. He copied Thackeray's most offensive and inartistic confidential attitude, though he knew him and had the courage to pronounce him false to certain aspects of English society. He says frankly that he never met any such people among the nobility and gentry as the Marquis of Steyne and Sir Pitt Crawley. He apparently met many others quite as vulgar and wicked, but not these self-evident caricatures and exaggerations. And he is the more to be trusted because he is so honest about their vulgarity and wickedness. He does not mock or scourge his bad aristocrats as Thackeray does. There is nothing of the satirist in him. And he is all the more impressive as a moralist because he contents himself with simply letting us see them as they are. He has no apparent purpose of reforming them. At times you have from him the notion that reform of any sort among the hierarchy or nobility might constitute a danger to society, and would be worth less than it would cost. He even imparts a sense of such entire approval of society conditions, such unquestioning fealty to the existing order, that you hardly know whether to admire more the skill with which he portrays it, or the seriousness with which he accepts it and honors it. 1. Framley Parsonage is almost a typical novel of the sort which displays Trollope's distinguishing strength and weakness, and I think myself it is a most delightful story, running its course through a variety of characteristic incident, and prospering finally in the happy marriage of the first heroine, Lucy Robarts, and the brilliant marriage of the second heroine, Griselda Grantley. As no reader of the story can have forgotten, Lucy is the daughter of a successful country doctor, and the pretty young sister of Reverend Mark Robarts,
whom Lady Lufton has given the living of Framley because her son and he have always been friends, and because in her rather high and mighty, but perfectly kind and conscientious way, she has loved him from his boyhood. She is willing to love his pretty young sister, too, in a way, when she comes to the parsonage after the doctor's death, but it is no part of her plan that young Lord Lufton, her son, shall love Lucy Robarts rather more than he has ever loved her brother. This is what happens, however, and the facts which Lucy has to face if she accepts Lord Lufton are the deep displeasure and disappointment of Lady Lufton, who means her son for Griselda Grantley, or if she rejects him, the still deeper displeasure and disappointment of Lord Lufton. She will share the displeasure in Lady Lufton's case, for she does not feel it quite right to come and get her son away, and in Lord Lufton's case she will share the disappointment, for she is as much in love with him as he is with her. The natural thing for a romantic girl to do is to deny her love, since Lord Lufton will not take any other sort of no for an answer, and the natural thing for a sensible girl to do is to confess it when her lover has sufficiently insisted. Lucy, being both romantic and sensible, does both these natural things in the succession indicated, and all ends well. She never ceases to be little and dark, if pretty, and so far inadequate to her rank, and Griselda Grantley never ceases to be tall and fair and cold, and most suitable for the wife and mother of aristocracy. But since Lord Lufton will not have Griselda in spite of her willingness, and will most passionately and perversely have Lucy in spite of her unwillingness, his mother reconciles herself so thoroughly to the inevitable that with the lapse of time she comes almost to feel as if she had promoted the marriage. 2. The pretty story is told in the plainest and openest way, with quite miraculous impartiality concerning the rights and duties of all concerned, and with due consideration for their feelings and opinions. There is a current of tragedy, but not the darkest tragedy, running through it, from the financial follies of Mark Robarts to his just but not desperate moral sufferings, and all the rest is love comedy, just enough shadowed by passing doubt to keep the reader from relaxing in perpetual sunshine. Lord Lufton is such a lover as any girl, romantic or sensible, or both, might be glad to have. Being satisfied that he is in love with Lucy, he has no other idea than to win her, and he goes as promptly and directly about it as possible, without any of the fine scruples concerning other people which distract the girl. His mother is all very well as the means of bringing a Lord Lufton into the world, and he loves and honours her as a good son should, but a Lord Lufton has duties to himself in the choice of a wife that he cannot let even a mother contravene. He therefore puts her and her purposes of Griselda Grantley kindly but firmly aside, and having noticed that Lucy no longer comes to his mother's house, and otherwise avoids meeting him, he goes to the parsonage to find out why. He asks her, and it presently comes to her, saying: "The world will say that I, the parson's sister, set my cap at the young lord, and that the young lord had made a fool of me." "The world shall say no such thing," said Lord Lufton, very imperiously. "Ah, but it will. You can no more stop it than King Canute could the waters. Your mother has interfered wisely to spare me from this, and the only favour that I can ask you is, that you will spare me also." And then she got up. "Stop, Lucy," he said, putting himself between her and the door. "It must not be Lucy any longer, Lord Lufton. I was madly foolish when I first allowed it. By heavens, but it shall be Lucy, Lucy before all the world. My Lucy, my own Lucy, my heart's best friend and chosen love. Lucy, there is my hand. How long you may have had my heart, it matters not to say now." The game was at her feet now, and no doubt she felt her triumph. Her ready wit and speaking lip, not her beauty, had brought him to her side, and now he was forced to acknowledge that her power over him had been supreme. Sooner than leave her he would risk all. She did feel her triumph, but there was nothing in her face to tell him that she did so. As to what she would now do she did not for a moment doubt. He had been precipitated into the declaration he had made, not by his love, but by his embarrassment. She had thrown in his teeth the injury which he had done her, and he had then been moved by his generosity to repair that injury by the noblest sacrifice which he could make. But Lucy Robarts was not the girl to accept a sacrifice. He had stepped forward as though he were going to clasp her round the waist, but she receded and got beyond the reach of his hand. "Lord Lufton," she said, "when you are more cool you will know that this is wrong. The best thing for both of us now is to part." "Lucy, do you mean that you cannot learn to love me?" "I mean that I shall not try. Do not persevere in this, or you will have to hate yourself for your own folly." "But I will persevere till you accept my love, or say with your hand on your heart that you cannot and will not love me. Then I must beg you to let me go." And having so said, she paused, while he walked once or twice hurriedly up and down the room. "And, Lord Lufton," she continued, "if you will leave me now, the words that you have spoken shall be as though they had never been uttered. I care not who knows that they have been uttered. The sooner that they are known to all the world, the better I shall be pleased, unless, indeed Think of your mother, Lord Lufton. What can I do better than give her as a daughter the best and sweetest girl I have ever met? When my mother really knows you, she will love you as I do. Lucy, say one word to me of comfort." "You have no right to press me any further," she said, and sat down upon the sofa with an angry frown upon her forehead. "By heavens," he said, "I will take no such answer from you till you put your hand upon your heart, and say that you cannot love me." "Oh, why should you press me so, Lord Lufton?" "Why, because my happiness depends upon it, because it behooves me to know the very truth. It has come to this, that I love you with my whole heart, and I must know how your heart stands towards me." She had now again risen from the sofa, and was looking steadily in his face. "Lord Lufton," she said, "I cannot love you." And as she spoke, she did put her hand, as he had desired, upon her heart. "Then God help me, for I am very wretched. Good bye, Lucy," and he stretched out his hand to her. "Good bye, my lord. Do not be angry with me." "No, no, no." And without further speech he left the room and the house and hurried home. And when he was well gone, absolutely out of sight from the window, Lucy walked steadily up to her room, locked the door, and then threw herself on the bed. Why, oh, why had she told such a falsehood? Could anything justify her in a lie? Was it not a lie, knowing as she did that she loved him with all her loving heart? But then his mother, and the sneers of the world, which would have declared that she had set her trap, and caught the foolish young lord. Her pride would not have submitted to that. Strong as her love was, yet her pride was perhaps stronger at any rate during that interview. 3. Following the scene with Lord Lufton, there is a mighty pretty passage between Lucy Robarts and her sister-in-law, to whom she owns the love that she denied to Lord Lufton. I should like to give it all, but perhaps I had better send my readers to the novel for it. They will thank me for sending them to the novel upon any excuse, when they have read it. Well, no, it has been all my own fault, though, for the life of me, Fanny, going back and back, I cannot see where I took the first false step. I do not know where I went wrong. One wrong thing I did, and it is the only thing that I do not regret. What was that, Lucy? I told him a lie. And what has he said to you, Lucy? What? Only this, that he asked me to be his wife. Lord Lufton proposed to you? Here, standing here on this very spot, on that flower of the carpet, he begged me a dozen times to be his wife. I wondered whether you and Mark would let me cut it out and keep it. And what answer did you make to him? I lied to him and told him that I did not love him. You refused him? Yes, I refused a live lord. There is some satisfaction in having that to think of, is there not? Fanny, was I wicked to tell that falsehood? Had I thought that it was good for him, that he would not have repented, I would have braved anything for his sake. Even your frown, for you would have frowned. You would have thought it sacrilege for me to marry Lord Lufton. You know you would. Mrs. Robarts hardly knew how to say what she thought, or indeed what she ought to think. What would Lady Lufton say, or think, or feel? What would she say and think and feel as to that parsonage, from which so deadly a blow would fall upon her? Would she not accuse the vicar and the vicar's wife of the blackest ingratitude? Would life be endurable at Framley under such circumstances as those? "What you tell me so surprises me that I hardly as yet know how to speak about it," said Mrs. Robarts. "And you would not accept his love?" "No, I would have nothing to say to it. Look you, I stood here, and putting my hand upon my heart, for he bade me do that, I said that I could not love him. And what then? He went away, with a look as though he were heartbroken. He crept away slowly, saying that he was the most wretched soul alive. For a minute I believed him, and could almost have called him back. But no, Fanny, do not think that I am over proud or conceited about my conquest. He had not reached the gate before he was thanking God for his escape. That I do not believe. This passage develops the character of Lucy Robarts as it remains with the reader, and reveals in her the strain of humour, which still does not render her finally rebellious against the social situation, as the author's humour does not render him rebellious. Both author and heroine accede to it, though they both fully recognize its absurdity and are aware of its injustice. In fact, the attitude of the characters in all of Trollope's books, and the attitude of Trollope himself, is one of Asiatic submission to the established order of things, mixed with a strictly Anglo-Saxon freedom of speech concerning it, so that the more democratized American is scarcely more amazed at the one than at the other. No people with less than the English good sense could prevent their social conditions from working more harm than they do. No people with so much good sense ever abandon themselves to a status in which the outsider sees no sense at all. But the law and the gospel of Trollope, a prophet of as clear vision as need be, is that the thing which is, must be, and that every one concerned must conform to it in mind and conscience as wisely and decently as possible. It is an immensely frank race, and what Trollope does is to show it with a frankness equaled by that of no other novelist, with a cold-bloodedness and absence of disagreeable consciousness which almost command respect. 4. Nothing could be more respectable than the open understanding, so impossible to two American mothers, between Lady Lufton and Mrs. Archdeacon Grantley, that Lord Lufton and Griselda Grantley should be brought together in such circumstances that the young man shall offer himself, and the young girl shall accept him. The intended lovers are themselves in the plot, which miscarries, because Lord Lufton, not caring for Griselda to begin with, sees Lucy Robarts at his mother's house, where he is meant to see no one but Griselda, and falls in love with Lucy. Griselda is so purely and entirely of her world that she finds no offence to her personal dignity and maidenly modesty in being put in a young man's way for him to fall in love with. That is a perfectly right and proper arrangement. When he will not fall in love with her, she merely resents it in a brief cold anger, and makes haste to accept another nobleman of higher rank and greater wealth than Lord Lufton. Trollope has shown no greater mastery than in the handling of this girl's passive egotism and dull glacial self-sufficiency. It is only such as most abjectly submit themselves to the world that most dominate it at last, and in the different books that record Griselda Grantley's progress we see her grow naturally and logically, almost inevitably, from an unimpulsive, unresponsive young girl into a great lady of fashion, a ruler in society. She is always rather stupid, and she never does or says anything to win her way to social supremacy. It may be said that this supremacy comes to her because she is fit for it, and knows how to keep it without the least pains or inconvenience. She is really, in her cold but perfectly adequate nullity, a wonderful achievement, and she is from first to last the same. But she is so null, so negative, that it is difficult to choose any passage which shall dramatically impart the notion of her. But the conversation which her mother has with her, when Mrs. Grantley comes to see her at Lady Lufton's London house, and to find out how the land lies with regard to Lord Lufton, may serve at least as well as another. Toward the middle of this conversation the mother had to be frank, since the daughter would not be. What I particularly wanted to say to you was this. I think you should know what are the ideas which Lady Lufton entertains. Her ideas, said Griselda, who had never troubled herself much in thinking about other people's thoughts. Yes, Griselda, while you were staying down at Framley Court, and also, I suppose, since you have been up here in Bruton Street, you must have seen a good deal of Lord Lufton. He doesn't come very often to Bruton Street, that is to say, not very often. Of course he cannot be at home now as much as he was down in the country when he was living in the same house, said Mrs. Grantley, whose business it was to take Lord Lufton's part at the present moment. He must be at his club, and at the House of Lords, and in 20 places. He is very fond of going to parties, and he dances beautifully. "I'm sure he does. I have seen as much as that myself, and I think I know some one with whom he likes to dance." And the mother gave her daughter a loving little squeeze. "Do you mean me, mamma?" "Yes, I do mean you, my dear. And is it not true? Lady Lufton says that he likes dancing with you better than with anyone else in London." "I don't know," said Griselda, looking down upon the ground. "But young ladies must think of such things, must they not?" "Must they, mamma? I suppose they do, don't they? The truth is, Griselda, that Lady Lufton thinks that if Can you guess what it is she thinks?" "No, mamma." But that was a fib on Griselda's part. "She thinks that my Griselda would make the best possible wife in the world for her son. And I think so, too. I think that her son will be a very fortunate man if he can get such a wife. And now what do you think, Griselda?" "I don't think anything, mamma." "You don't think anything? But, my darling, you must think. You must make up your mind what would be your answer if Lord Lufton were to propose to you. That is what Lady Lufton wishes him to do. But he never will, mamma. And if he did But I'm sure he never will. He doesn't think of such a thing at all, and what, my dear? I don't know, mamma. Lord Lufton thinks a great deal more of Lucy Robarts than he does of any one else, I believe," said Griselda, showing now some little animation by her manner. "Dumpy little black thing that she is. Lucy Robarts! Lord Lufton, of course, is bound to be civil to any young lady in his mother's house, and I am quite sure that he has no other idea whatever with regard to Miss Robarts. I certainly cannot speak as to her intellect, for I do not think she opened her mouth in my presence, but she has plenty to say for herself when she pleases. She's a sly little thing." As the reader will have seen, Griselda was quite right, and indeed the one quality she had in positive measure was a subtle cunning, such as in higher minds serves the purposes of divination. She was equal through this and through an absence of all tenderness to most of the exigencies of life. Not through principle, but the want of it. She was able philosophically to endure things that wring the heart and break the spirit of other people. After her engagement to Lord Dumbello, while she was at her father's house actively superintending the preparation of her trousseau, there came a rumour, which seemed only too well founded, that her betrothed had gone to Paris to break off the engagement, and her father decided on going up to London to see about it. "Susan," said the Archdeacon to his wife, just as he was starting (at this moment neither of them was in the happiest spirits), "I think I would say a word of caution to Griselda." "Do you feel so much doubt about it as that?" said Mrs. Grantley. On the next morning Mrs. Grantley, with much cunning preparation, went about the task which her husband had left her to perform. It took her long to do, for she was very cunning in the doing of it, but at last it dropped from her in words that there was a possibility, a bare possibility, that some disappointment might even yet be in store for them. "Do you mean, mamma, that the marriage will be put off? I don't mean to say that I think it will. God forbid, but it is just possible. I dare say that I am very wrong to tell you of this, but I know that you have sense enough to bear it. Papa has gone to London, and we shall hear from him soon." "Then, mamma, I had better give them orders not to go on with the marking." I should be puzzled to point out a line in which I thought the artist had gone wrong in this extraordinary portrait. If he had done nothing else, it would be sufficient to prove him a master, and it is only one of many masterpieces. It must have been one of the most difficult to do, because the formula is so very simple. Not to have mixed other ingredients with the component parts of Griselda's character, or not to have mixed the original ingredients in disproportion, is the highest proof of the artist's mastery. She is never caricatured, never suffered to transcend the limits of her temperament. She is a disagreeable person because she is cold and selfish, but she is not unjust, and she deserves at the hands of her Creator the justice he does her in a final touch, and without which perhaps the picture would have wanted perfect relief. After her marriage Lucy Robarts met Lady Dumbello in London. Lucy had felt that she had been despised by the rich beauty. She also, in her turn, had disliked, if she had not despised, her rival. But how would it be now? Lady Dumbello could hardly despise her, and yet it did not seem possible that they should meet as friends. They did meet, and Lucy came forward with a pretty eagerness to give her hand to Lady Lufton's late favourite. Lady Dumbello smiled slightly, the same old smile which had come across her face when they two had been first introduced in the Framley drawing-room, the same smile without the variation of a line, took the offered hand, muttered a word or two, and then receded. It was exactly as she had done before. She had never despised Lucy Robarts. She had accorded to the parson's sister the amount of cordiality with which she usually received her acquaintance. and now she could do no more for the peer's wife. So to the end her perfect congruity is defined. End of section 27. Section 28 of Heroines of Fiction by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 9, Anthony Trollope's Mrs. Proudie. If I have not yet said that I think Anthony Trollope the most English of the English novelists, I will do so now. Of course, Jane Austen and George Eliot might dispute this primacy with him, but both would fail in the comparison, the one because she was too witty, and the other because she was too wise, faithfully to mirror the British spirit. The perpetual play of delicate sarcasm in Jane Austen's books is as alien to the heavy sincerity of that simple soul as the deep psychological implications of George Eliot's. But the make and the manner of Trollope are exactly interpretative of it. All is plain and open in his work. If there is any cutting or thrusting, it is not such as leaves the subject to shake itself before it realizes a wound. If there is any philosophizing, it is not of the accusing sort which makes the reader feel the fault or the fate of the character as bound with him. And yet Trollope was a true humorist, and, as I have already insisted, a profound moralist. He surpassed the only contemporaries worthy to be named with him in very essential things, as far as he surpassed those true great women in keeping absolutely the level of the English nature. He was a greater painter of manners than Thackeray, because he was neither a sentimentalist nor a caricaturist. And he was of a more convincing imagination than Dickens, because he knew and employed the probable facts in the case, and kept himself free of all fantastic contrivances. 1. He was the author of more books than Dickens, and many more than Thackeray, but in the number of his creations he fell below either, because of his habit, acquired from Thackeray, of carrying the personages of one book into another. Thackeray did this with some half a dozen prominent people. Major Dobbin of Vanity Fair reappears in Pendennis. Pendennis reappears in Philip, and Beatrix Esmond of Esmond reappears in The Virginians, and so on. But Trollope's principal books are all bound together by the continuity of the principal characters. We have again and again the Duke of Omnium and his congeners. Dr. Thorne and his kindred and connections come and go through different novels, and the Barchester series is a warp in which the same pattern of figures and faces is carried through from the beginning to the end. The Grantleys, the Hardings, the Dales, the Eameses, the Omniums, the Robartses, the Luftons, the Crawleys, and above all, the Proudies. There is a fascination which every writer of fiction will own in recurring to a type once studied, but the novelist indulges this fancy at some risk of tiring his readers. The fact that he had tired his readers with Mrs. Proudie was brought rudely home to Trollope one day at his club, where he overheard the sighs and groans of a man who was sick of her at finding her again in the novelist's current story. Trollope says that he then and there resolved to kill her, and in that very story he made an end of her. But it seems to me that his resolution censured both the art and the courage of the novelist, who should have had a faith in himself and his work superior to his sense of any reader's impatience, and should have been above suffering dictation from it. It is certain, however, that he lost heart and put an end to the admirable she was artistically most admirable creature of his invention, to the lasting loss of all lovers of the true, if not the beautiful. I will not be sure which book one first meets Mrs. Proudie in. One seems, after meeting her, to have known her always, but she pervades the whole Barchester series with her searching and persistent personality. Mrs. Proudie is not merely a shrew and a scold, though she is a shrew, and does scold the bishop dreadfully, and put him to shame before those who should believe him master in his house and office. It is less her ambition than her nature to govern, and she cannot help extending her domain from the bishop to the diocese, and meddling in things which it is mischievous as well as indecorous for her to concern herself with. But in all this she is mainly of a conscientious zeal. She has done so much to forward the fortunes of her husband, and to promote his rise from among the inferior clergy to a spiritual lordship, that she cannot help arrogating power and attributing merit to herself in the management of his affairs. She has her strong likes and dislikes, and with other women she has her spites and jealousies. She wishes sometimes to put these women under her feet, and to trample on them after she has got them there. But though she makes her husband so unhappy and ashamed, she does not mean to do so, or rather she would not do so if she could have her way without doing so. The great thing, however, is to have her way, and whatever hinders her having it is for that sufficient reason wrong and wicked. The bishop himself, poor little weak yielding man, is wrong, and at least wickedly led, when he opposes her, and in her great struggle with his clergy in the case of Josiah Crawley, the perpetual curate of Hogglestock, she brings the bishop to open shame, and through his shame to open rebellion. His rebellion takes the form of answering to all she says, "You have broken my heart," and so sending her from him by mere refusal to be actively engaged in controversy, or even to be actively scolded. In this exile she suddenly dies. But I, for one, cannot rejoice in Mrs. Proudie's untimely taking off, for when you have her at second hand, a scold is purely amusing. Besides this, there is a pathos in her death which throws all her character into a softened relief. She dies partly because she does not know what else to do. She has finally and utterly failed with the man she has always loved, in the method she has always successfully used with him, and she waits, bewildered and anguished, for some break of his intangibility in which she can take hold of him again in the old way. While she waits, her spiritual pang translates itself into a physical pang, and she dies of heart disease. She is no longer needed. She cumbers the man whom she has so valiantly championed, even against his own comfort and quiet. She will be missed for a while, but she will not be truly lamented. She will be a mischief taken out of the world. I call this all very touching, and it reflects a light upon her whole story, which keeps me from seeing her altogether hateful and harmful. 2. The moral and ecclesiastical struggle in which Mrs. Proudie closes with Josiah Crawley is the beginning of the end with her, as the reader will find somewhat over duly recorded in The Last Chronicle of Barset. That is a book largely imagined and in places amply realized, which as a whole fails as distinctly of being a masterpiece as any great novel I know of. Trollope's second-hand vice of twaddling Thackeray-wise over his characters and situations comes to the worst in it,
where the fag ends of the Barchester series are gathered together in a loose and feeble intrigue. The tremendous conception of Crawley's tragedy is suffered to become part and parcel of the prevailing weakness through the author's willingness to eke out the interest by delaying the dénouement so long. But if that tragedy alone could have been openly treated, and Crawley studied solely in his relation to the other human particles it magnetically attracted, the book would have been one of the great fictions of the world. As it is, second-rate and third-rate though it is, still it has the fascination which that pure, sad, half-mad soul never fails to exercise whenever he appears on the scene. With the dreadful accusation of theft which he falls under, after passing a cheque which he seems to have come by unlawfully, but which he cannot remember how he came by, he alone gives the story cohesion and unity, and it is his sorrow and his shame which bring Mrs. Proudie in enmity upon him. When the magistrates, his old friends and fellow clergymen, are constrained to commit him upon the charge to which he has laid himself open, Mrs. Proudie decides that it is high time the bishop should take some action concerning him, and she requires the poor bishop to summon him to the palace and make him show cause why he should not be suspended from his perpetual curacy at Hogglestock until a jury of his countrymen shall have acquitted him of the charge. Then Crawley, being too poor to pay for a carriage, walks the long road from Hogglestock to Barchester in the cold and wet, and presents himself to his spiritual superior. But the superior of his spiritual superior is there also to receive the threadbare, muddy, majestic man, and the scene that follows is the representation of her determination to force herself into an affair which is none of hers, and his determination to keep her out of it. "You are very punctual, Mr. Crawley," said the bishop. Mr. Crawley simply bowed his head, still keeping his hands beneath his cloak. "Will you not take a chair nearer to the fire?" Mr. Crawley had not seated himself, but had placed himself in front of a chair at the extreme end of the room, resolved that he would not use it unless he were duly asked. "Thank you, my lord," he said, "I am warm with walking, and if you please will avoid the fire." Hitherto Mrs. Proudie had not said a word. She stood back in the room near the fire, more backward a good deal than she was accustomed to do when clergymen made their ordinary visits. On such occasions she would come forward and shake hands with them graciously even if proudly. But she had felt that she must do nothing of that kind now. There must be no shaking hands with a man who had stolen a cheque for £20. "I hope your wife and children are well, Mr. Crawley." "I have felt for Mrs. Crawley very deeply," said Mrs. Proudie. Mr. Crawley had made up his mind that as long as it was possible he would ignore the presence of Mrs. Proudie altogether, and therefore he made no sign that he had heard the latter remark. "It has been most unfortunate," continued the bishop. "Far be it from me to express an opinion upon the matter which will have to come before a jury of your countrymen. It is enough for me to know that the magistrates assembled at Silverbridge, gentlemen, to whom no doubt you must be known, as most of them live in your neighbourhood, have heard evidence upon the subject." "Most convincing evidence," said Mrs. Proudie, interrupting her husband. Mr. Crawley's black brow became a little blacker as he heard the word, but still he ignored the woman. He not only did not speak, but did not turn his eye upon her. "You would have been put in prison, Mr. Crawley, because the magistrates were of opinion that you had taken Mr. Solmes's cheque," said Mrs. Proudie. On this occasion he did look at her. He turned one glance upon her from under his eyebrows, but he did not speak. "With all that I have nothing to do," said the bishop. "Nothing whatever, my lord," said Mr. Crawley. "But, bishop, I think that you have," said Mrs. Proudie. "The judgment formed by the magistrates as to the conduct of one of your clergymen makes it imperative upon you to act in the matter." "Yes, my dear, yes, I am coming to that. What Mrs. Proudie says is perfectly true. It is undoubtedly the fact that you must at the next assizes surrender yourself at the court house yonder to be tried for this offence against the laws." "That is true. If I be alive, my lord, and have strength sufficient, I shall be there." "You must be there," said Mrs. Proudie. "The police will look to that, Mr. Crawley." She was becoming very angry in that the man would not answer her a word. On this occasion again he did not even look at her. "Under these circumstances," continued the bishop, "looking to the welfare of your parish, to the welfare of the diocese, and allow me to say, Mr. Crawley, to the welfare of yourself also" "And especially to the souls of the people," said Mrs. Proudie. The bishop paused, and Mr. Crawley bowed his head. "I therefore sent over to you a gentleman with whom I am well acquainted, Mr. Thumble, with a letter from myself, in which I endeavoured to impress upon you, without the use of any severe language, what my convictions were. Mr. Thumble brought me back your written reply," continued the bishop, "by which I was grieved to find that you were not willing to submit yourself to my counsel in the matter." "I was most unwilling, my lord. Submission to authority is at times a duty, and at times opposition to authority is a duty also." "Opposition to usurped authority is an imperative duty," said Mr. Crawley. "And who is to be the judge?" demanded Mrs. Proudie. Then there was silence for a while, when, as Mr. Crawley made a reply, the lady repeated her question. "Will you be pleased to answer my question, sir? Who in such a case is to be the judge?" But Mr. Crawley did not please to answer her question. "The man is obstinate," said Mrs. Proudie. "I forget where I was," said the bishop. "Oh, Mr. Thumble came back, and I received your letter. Of course I received it, and I was surprised to learn from that in spite of what had occurred at Silverbridge, you were still anxious to continue the usual Sunday ministrations in your church." "Had I been Mr. Thumble," said Mrs. Proudie, "I would have read from that desk, and I would have preached from that pulpit." Mr. Crawley waited a moment, thinking that the bishop might perhaps speak again, but as he did not, but sat expectant as though he had finished his discourse and now expected a reply, Mr. Crawley got up from his seat and drew near to the table. "My lord," he began, "it has all been just as you have said. The circumstances are strong against me, and though your lordship has altogether misunderstood the nature of the duty performed by the magistrates in sending my case for trial, although, as it seems to me, you have come to conclusions in this matter in ignorance of the very theory of our laws" "Sir!" said Mrs. Proudie. "Yet I can foresee the probability that a jury may discover me to have been guilty of theft." "Of course the jury will do so," said Mrs. Proudie. "But till that time shall come, my lord, I shall hold my own at Hogglestock, as you hold your own here at Barchester." "You defy us, then?" said Mrs. Proudie. "My lord, I grant your authority as bishop to be great, but even a bishop can only act as the law allows him." "God forbid that I should do more," said the bishop. "Sir, you will find that your wicked threats will fall back upon your own head," said Mrs. Proudie. "Peace, woman," Mr. Crawley said, addressing her at last. The bishop jumped out of his chair at hearing the wife of his bosom called a woman. But he jumped rather in admiration than in anger. He had already begun to perceive that Mr. Crawley was a man who had better be left to take care of the souls at Hogglestock, at any rate till the trial should come on. "Woman!"
said Mrs. Proudie, rising to her feet, as though she really intended some personal encounter. "Madam," said Mr. Crawley, "you should not interfere in these matters. You simply debase your husband's high office. The distaff were more fitting for you. My lord, good morning." And before either of them could speak again, he was out of the room, and through the hall, and beyond the gate, and standing beneath the towers of the cathedral. 3. After all, I find that it is rather the character of Josiah Crawley than of Mrs. Proudie which is developed in the foregoing scene. In another scene she suffers a like defeat at the hands of the topping Dr. Tempest, one of the chief clergy at Barchester, whom she attempts to instruct in his duty respecting Mr. Crawley. He, too, ignores her presence, and if he does so with less majestic dignity than Crawley, he brings the bishop a yet keener sense of his degradation through his wife. The bishop did not again speak a word of kindness to her, and he tried not to speak to her at all. "You have broken my heart," he said again and again. Her own efforts to bring him back to something like life, to some activity of mind, if not of body, were made constantly, and when she failed, as she did fail, day after day, she would go slowly to her own room, and lock her door, and look back in her solitude at all the days of her life. She had agonies in these minutes of which no one near her knew anything. She would seize with her arm the part of the bed near which she would stand, and hold by it, grasping it, as though she were afraid to fall. And then, when it was at the worst with her, she would go to her closet, a closet that no eyes ever saw unlocked but her own, and fill for herself and swallow some draught. And then she would sit down with the Bible before her, and read it sedulously. She spent hours every day with her Bible before her, repeating to herself whole chapters, which she almost knew by heart. It cannot be said that she was a bad woman, though she had in her time done an indescribable amount of evil. She still longed to rule the diocese by means of her husband, but was made to pause and hesitate by the unwonted mood that had fallen upon him. When Crawley at last wrote resigning his perpetual curacy, she determined to rouse the bishop to action. But when she went to speak with him, he would not look at her. "Why do you not turn round and speak to me properly?" she said. "I do not want to speak to you at all," the bishop answered. This was very bad. Almost anything would be better than this. He was sitting now over the fire, with his elbows on his knees, and his face buried in his hands. She had gone round the room so as to face him, and was now standing almost over him, but still she could not see his countenance. "This will not do at all," she said. "My dear, do you know that you are forgetting yourself altogether? I wish I could forget myself." And now he got up and looked at her. For a moment he stood upon his legs, and then again he sat down with his face turned towards her. "It is the truth. You have brought on me such disgrace that I cannot hold up my head. You have ruined me. I wish I were dead, and it is all through you that I am driven to wish it." Of all that she had suffered in her life, this was the worst. She clasped both her hands to her side as she listened to him, and for a minute or two she made no reply. "Bishop," she said, "the words that you speak are sinful, very sinful." "You have made them sinful," he replied. "I will not hear that from you. I will not indeed. I have endeavoured to do my duty by you, and I do not deserve it. All I want of you is that you should arouse yourself and go to your work." "I could do my work very well," he said, "if you were not here." "I suppose, then, you wish I were dead?" said Mrs. Proudie. To this he made no reply, nor did he stir himself. How could flesh and blood bear this? Female flesh and blood, Mrs. Proudie's flesh and blood. Now at last her temper once more got the better of her judgment.
probably much to her immediate satisfaction, and she spoke out. "I tell you what it is, my lord. If you are imbecile, I must be active. It is very sad that I should have to assume your authority. I will not allow you to assume my authority. What do you mean to say to Mr. Thumble when you see him?" "That is nothing to you." She came up to him and put her hand upon his shoulder, and spoke to him very gently. "Tom," she said, "is that the way in which you speak to your wife?" "Yes, it is. You have driven me to it. Why have you taken upon yourself to send that man to Hogglestock?" "Because it was right to do so. I came to you for instructions, and you would give none." "I should have given what instructions I pleased, in proper time. Thumble shall not go to Hogglestock next Sunday." "Who shall go, then?" "Never mind." "Nobody. It does not matter to you. If you will leave me now, I shall be obliged to you. There will be an end of all this very soon, very soon." Mrs. Proudie, after this, stood for a while thinking what she would say, but she left the room without uttering another word. As she looked at him, 100 different thoughts came into her mind. She had loved him dearly, and she loved him still, but she knew now, at this moment, felt absolutely sure, that by him she was hated. In spite of all her roughness and temper, Mrs. Proudie was in this like other women, that she would fain have been loved had it been possible. She had always meant to serve him. She was conscious of that, conscious also, in a way, that although she had been industrious, although she had been faithful, although she was clever, yet she had failed. At the bottom of her heart she knew that she had been a bad wife, and yet she had meant to be a pattern wife. She was preparing to go up to her chamber with her hand on the banisters and with her foot on the stairs, when she saw the servant who had answered the bishop's bell. "John," she said, "when Mr. Thumble comes to the palace, let me see him before he goes to my lord." Then Mrs. Proudie went upstairs to her chamber and locked her door. Mr. Thumble returned to Barchester that day, leading the broken down cob, and a dreadful walk he had. John was peremptory with him, insisting that he must wait first upon Mrs. Proudie, and then upon the bishop. Mr. Thumble might perhaps have turned a deaf ear to the latter command, but the former was one which he felt himself bound to obey. So he entered the palace, rather cross, very much soiled as to his outer man, and in this condition went up a certain small staircase which was familiar to him, to a small parlour which adjoined Mrs. Proudie's room, and there awaited the arrival of the lady. Mrs. Proudie's own maid, Mrs. Draper by name, came to him and said that she had knocked twice at Mrs. Proudie's door, and would knock again. 2 minutes after that she returned, running into the room with her arms extended, and exclaiming, "Oh, heavens, sir, mistress is dead!" Mr. Thumble, hardly knowing what he was about, followed the woman into the bedroom, and there he found himself standing awestruck before the corpse of her who had so lately been the presiding spirit of the palace. The body was still resting on its legs, leaning against the end of the side of the bed, while one of the arms was clasped around the bed post. The mouth was rigidly closed, but the eyes were open as though staring at him. Nevertheless, there could be no doubt from the first glance that the woman was dead. He went up close to it, but did not dare to touch it. There was no one as yet there but he and Mrs. Draper. No one else knew what had happened. 4. The type of mere termagant is not hard to catch, but the woman who is conscientious as well as arrogant, who means well to those she most wrongs and outrages, is one of those mixed characters far more difficult to achieve, and it is such a woman who constitutes the author's triumph in Mrs. Proudie. One cannot say she is his greatest triumph. A cloud of witnesses would rise in protest if one said that. There would be Lady Glencora Palliser, Lady Laura Kennedy, Mrs. Phineas Finn, Madalina Desmoulins, Miss Dunstable, and the various heroines of Orley Farm, the Bertrams. Can you forgive her? Is he Popenjoy?
he knew he was right, and many others to gainsay so bold a claim. Yet, in spite of them, is not Mrs. Proudie, after Lily Dale, the woman character who remains most distinct in the memories of Trollope's readers? I have been wondering all through my writing of him whether the readers of Trollope are of that commanding class which they once were, and sadly doubting. Once, there is no question, but he had the largest number of authoritative readers, but for how long a time, or just when, it would not be easy to say. I suspect his supremacy was brief, and that it could be ascertained only for that bright moment when Thackeray was editing the Cornhill Magazine, and Trollope was writing its serial. But his popularity extended all through the 1860s and well into the 70s, from the time fixed by his Cornhill story. I forget which of his stories it was. Thackeray had then done all his great novels, and though Dickens had still several of his prodigious fantasies before him, it is doubtful if he was to deepen or even widen the impression he had already made. Charles Reade was synchronously coruscating in his most brilliant pin-wheeling and sky-rocketing, but like Dickens he was confirming rather than forming his public. George Eliot's greatest work came a little later, and in Middlemarch she pushed Trollope from the throne, which she then held until her declining powers made the accession of Mr. Thomas Hardy easy for his unquestionable mastery. But during the period covered by our Civil War, say from 1861 till 1865, Trollope reigned, and no one, I think, can say that he was unworthy to reign. Each of the great contemporary English novelists represented an English world, and Thackeray's English world did not differ more from Dickens's than from Reade's or George Eliot's. But Trollope, without seeking subjects for ironical satire, or surprising transformation, or dazzling discovery, or morbid analysis, represented the English world as it appeared to him in its normal moods of high and low mindedness, vicious, virtuous, dull, amusing, respectable and disreputable, wise and foolish, but in all its varieties entirely and for the most part unconsciously English. One need not recur to Carlyle's saying that Trollope could never lack for character so long as there were 30 millions of people in Great Britain, mostly bores, for that is as false and wrong-headed as nearly all Carlyle's ad captandum criticism. And Hawthorne saying that a novel of Trollope's was like a piece of earth under the microscope, with all the life active upon it, imparts an erring sense of dimensions. If a telescope of prodigious power could be trained from somewhere in space upon the British Isles, so that their people could be seen life-size, that would offer some such effect as we get in Trollope's fiction. He had not enough, or he had too much imagination to conceive of representing his fellow subjects in the mid-years of the Victorian reign, other than as he knew them, and he neither extenuated nor aught set down in malice concerning them. If this is true of the men, it is still truer of the women. At a time when Thackeray was caricaturing or sentimentalizing them, when Dickens was translating them into pretty or hideous monsters, when Reade was portraying them as impassioned or perfidious pusses, and when George Eliot was idealizing them in her Romolas or persecuting them in her Gwendolens and Rosamonds, Trollope was doing his period the incalculable service of anticipating instantaneous photography in his likenesses of Victorian maids, wives, and widows in endless variety. His work is all so true and artistic that one cannot trace in it the presence of any favorite type of woman. The women are such women as each scheme necessarily involves, good, bad, and indifferent, fair, plain, and middling, wise and foolish, high and low. The camera treats them all alike fairly, and the spectator is the richer by its impartiality. Upon the whole, I should be inclined to place Trollope among the very first of those supreme novelists to whom the ever womanly has revealed itself. He has not shown the subtlest sense of womanhood. His portraits do not impart the last, the most exquisite joy. It is not the very soul of the sex that shows itself in them, but it is the mind, the heart, the conscience, the manner, and this is for one painter enough. Let Jane Austen catch their ultimate charm, and George Eliot their ultimate truth, and Hawthorne their farthermost meanings and intimations. Trollope has shown them as we mostly see them when we meet them in society, and as we know them at home. And if it were any longer his to choose, he might well rest content with his work. For my part, I wish I might send my readers to the long line of his wise, just, sane novels, which I have been visiting anew for the purposes of these papers, and finding as delightful as ever, and, thanks to extraordinary gifts for forgetting, almost as fresh as ever. End of Section 28. Section 29 of Heroines of Fiction by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Heroine of the Initials. Sometime about the middle of the century, which has so lately become the last, there appeared a novel which swept the younger novel-reading world almost with the thoroughness of Jane Eyre among maturer readers. Those who were once at that younger world still think the Initials one of the most captivating love stories ever written, and they feel something of the old pride in it which they felt when it was a mark of taste and refinement to like it. Not to have read the Initials was in their day to have left oneself out of the range of intellectual conversation and almost of human sympathy. Such a one was not authorized even to speculate about the authorship, which, then unknown, added the excitement of mystery to the intrinsic charm of the book. Later it came out that the Initials was written by the Baroness Tautphius, an Englishwoman married and living in Bavaria. But quits, at least, by the author of the Initials reached them before her identity penetrated to her worshippers. Neither Quits, however, nor Cyrilla, nor At Odds ever had half the acceptance of the Initials, and in fact they had none of the rounded completeness, the entire and perfect fascination of the first story. It remained her best, as it remains one of the best novels written in the century when fiction won the primacy in polite literature which it seems destined to keep. 1. The Initials is first of all a love story, and then it is an international love story, and perhaps the earliest of the modern sort, which Americans rather than the English have cultivated. It relates to the loves of a young Englishman and a young German girl, in whose family he becomes an inmate at Munich. Her father is of civil condition, but has married a second wife socially beneath him, and in their rather less than moderate fortunes the Rosenbergs are more than willing to take a lodger. The mother is of good soul, if not of good family, and, like most women of her nation, a devoted housekeeper. The family consists of her young sons and of her stepdaughters, Hildegard and Crescens, who are hardly of the age to be heroines in England, but at 16 and 15 are quite old enough to be thought of in marriage in Germany. I should be ashamed to give these details to people of my own generation, for everybody who was anybody knew them 40 or 50 years ago. But I now address them to the later youth, and I feel myself safe if I have not got them quite straight. I believe Herr Rosenberg had married above him when he espoused the mother of his daughters, who, I remember, had some noble cousins bothering about and complicating matters. But I do not care. The main fact is that the young Englishman, Hamilton, comes to live with the Rosenbergs for the improvement of his German, and that Crescens falls in love with him, and he falls in love with Hildegard. Hildegard is one of the first proud and angry heroines who, since, rather than before, have flourished a good deal in fiction, and she is frankly beautiful, the concession to human weakness being made in the matter of temper. It will be noted that she is therefore of a type at once earlier than the plain impassioned heroines of Charlotte Bronte and later, and is of that pretty but tempestuous sort of girls whom Emily Bronte brought in the fashion of, and who antedated and outlived their cousins. She contributed a spice of variety to the family of English heroines by her strangeness, for though of English origin, through the author who imagined her, she was of such foreign make and manner as at once to catch the eye among them. She was shown, too, in her native environment, and for the first time we had in her affair with Hamilton that piquancy of internationality which the American novelists, oftener than the English, have since invoked. Before her there had been such heavy affairs as that of Sir Charles Grandison and the lovely Italian Lady Clementina. But in the initials the situation had almost the modernity of a case fancied by Mr. Henry James, the greatest of all the masters in that way. Neither Hamilton at 19 nor Hildegarde at 16 could be of such confirmed and hardened prejudices in favor of their own nation as to make their national difference an obstacle to their passion. The barriers this had to surmount were social and personal, for the well-born Englishman could not help feeling and showing himself superior to the bourgeois family which had received him, and such a girl as Hildegarde could not help promptly hating him for it. They met almost as enemies, and their wooing throughout had often the alarming effect of warring. At the very end her capture is something like a hostile triumph. The affair is not the less intoxicating to the spectator. The country fought over, though difficult, is picturesque, and the manners and customs of the neutrals as well as the belligerents are realized as vital elements of the exciting spectacle. 2. In her first presentation Hildegarde is grouped with her sister, and they are both described as perfect personifications of German beauty, blue eyes, blooming cheeks, red lips, and a profusion of brown hair most classically braided and plaited. They were both tall and very slightly formed, and their dark cotton dresses were made and put on with an exactness which proved that they were not indifferent to the advantages bestowed on them by nature. At the table d'hote where he meets them, the young ladies, to Hamilton's infinite astonishment, took the chicken bones in their fingers and detached the meat from them with their teeth. He felt at once convinced that they were immeasurably vulgar, not aware that the mode of eating is in Germany no such exact criterion of manners as in England. It is the good, sweet, stupid Grisens that Hamilton first becomes acquainted with, and who, in her tenderness for him, confesses her wretchedness at being obliged to marry the kindly but elderly and bald-headed Major Stulz. "Why, before I left Sion he seemed much more inclined to marry your sister than you. Oh, of course, he would rather have married Hildegarde, because she is so much handsomer and cleverer than I am, but she would not listen to him, and called him an old fool." "I admire her candour," said Hamilton, and then she got into a passion when he persevered and slapped him on the mouth. Yes, when he attempted to kiss her hand, at least he says so, and Hildegarde thinks it may be true, as she was angry and struggled very hard to release her hand. She seems of rather a passionate temperament. Passionate, yes, she sometimes gets into a passion, but it is soon over, and then she can be so kind to those she loves. With me she is never in a passion. In due time Hamilton himself experiences her temper, notably once, just after he has been waltzing with Grisens, and holding her rather closely embraced. "Your sister's personal dislike seems to influence her conduct on all occasions," said Hamilton, glancing towards Hildegarde. Hildegarde rose. As she passed Hamilton, she said in a low voice, "For personal dislike you may say detestation, when you refer to yourself in future." "Most willingly, most gladly," said Hamilton, laughing. "I wish you to hate me with all your heart." "Then your wish is gratified. I feel the greatest contempt." "Halt!" cried Hamilton, laughing, for her anger amused him. "I did not give you leave to feel contempt. I only said you might hate." One day Madame Rosenberg bids the girl carry Hamilton his coffee to him in his room. "But," hesitated Hildegarde, "Mr. Hamilton is not alone. Count Zedwitz is in his room, but he won't bite you, so go at once." Half an hour later Hamilton was out in the corridor. Madame Rosenberg hoped his coffee was not too cold. "Coffee? No. Yes. When? Where did I drink it?" "In your own room," replied Madame Rosenberg, laughing. "I sent it to you by Hildegarde." He looked inquiringly at Hildegarde. She raised her eyes slowly from her work, and, looking at him steadily and gravely, said in French, "I threw it out of the window rather than take it to you." "Next time I advise you to drink it," said Hamilton, laughing. Hildegarde's anger towards Hamilton is kindled not only from her unconscious love of him, but from her more generous indignation of what she believes his trifling with poor pretty Crescens. At last she can bear it no longer, and she brings him to book for it, and there is a fine scene between them which the lovers of the lovers will not have forgotten. She reproaches him, and then implores him to leave their house. He temporizes and teases her till it comes to her saying, "Ungenerous, unfeeling Englishman." "I see you are trying to put me into a passion, but I am not angry," she said, seating herself in the chair he had before placed for her. "You said you were able to convince me." "You have convinced me that you are a consummate actress," cried Hamilton, contemptuously. "I am no actress," she exclaimed, starting from her chair with such a violence that it fell to the ground with a loud crash. "You are even more thoroughly selfish than I imagined. This is the last time I shall ever speak to you." "Don't make rash vows," said Hamilton, coolly. "I daresay you will often speak to me in time, perhaps condescend to like me." "Never. I do not think there exists in the world a more unamiable being than you are. You are vindictive, too, cruelly vindictive. It is because you dislike me, it is in order to make me unhappy, that you trifle with my sister's feelings. No matter, I see now that these conferences and quarrels are worse than useless, and" "I quite agree with you," said Hamilton, quickly. "Suppose I promise never, by word or deed, to disparage Major Stultz in future, and totally to abstain from all further attentions to your sister." "That is better than nothing," said Hildegarde, slowly. "If you promise," she added, hesitatingly, "I think I may trust you." 3. It cannot go so far as this without going farther both in warring and wooing, with two young people brought together under the same roof, and meeting daily, almost hourly, almost momently. The love making and the hate making between Hildegarde and Hamilton advance equally, and it is only a question of time when the hate making shall be altogether lost in the love making. She has to bear a great deal, poor, proud girl, but she proves strong enough for her burden, even to accepting in Hamilton's presence her stepmother's rebuke of her pride, and her advice to forget that the Countess Raymond was her mother. She suffers, but she takes it all in good part, and in fact she is a good girl for all her temper and hauteur, doing her part in the family and the housekeeping, and not forgetting that she is a daughter to her father as well as her mother, and has duties to her step brothers as well as her sister. From her mother's family she has only trouble, and there is one worthless cousin whose unworthy and irreverent love pursues her and persecutes her, and all but effects her separation from Hamilton, who is himself not too considerate of her helplessness. In fact, the Englishman's best excuse in certain crises of conduct is the sincerity of his passion, and not his unselfishness, as will appear to the reader who first acquaints himself with that famous chapter of their lives called "The Struggle." It is perhaps the climax of the story, and it shows Hildegarde in her limitations as well as her potentialities with respect to both Hamilton and Oscar Raymond. Certainly the scene of her warring and wooing with Hamilton is a résumé of all in that kind which characterizes the book, and is one of high novelty and originality as such scenes go. The family have apparently all gone out when Hamilton returns from a Sunday morning ride, after having the night before had an uncommonly amicable talk with Hildegarde, and prevailed with her, as he thought, not to read a certain unfit book, but read only those he had given her a list of. He entered the house by the back staircase, visited all the rooms, and even the kitchen, but found all deserted. Madame Rosenberg's room was also unoccupied, but through the partly open door of it he saw Hildegarde sitting on the sofa in the drawing room, reading so intently that she was perfectly unconscious of his presence. The deep folds of her dark blue merino dress, with its closely fitting body, gave a more than usual elegance to her tall, slight figure as she bent in profile over her book, and Hamilton stood in silent admiration, unconsciously twisting his riding whip round his wrist, until his eyes rested for the second time on the book which she held in her hand. He started, hesitated, then hastily strode forward and stood before her. Doubt and uncertainty were still depicted on his countenance as Hildegarde looked up, but her dismay, her deep blush, and the childish action of placing the hand containing the volume behind her were a confirmation of his fears that she was reading the forbidden work. "Excuse me for interrupting you," he said with a forced smile, "but I really cannot believe the evidence of my own eyes, and must request you to let me look at that book for a moment." "No, you shall not," she answered, leaning back on the sofa and becoming very pale, while she added, "It is very disagreeable being startled and interrupted in this manner. I thought you told mamma you would meet her at Neubergausen. Very true, perhaps I may meet her there, but before I go I must and will see that book. On it depends my future opinion of you." "You shall not see it," cried Hildegarde, the colour again returning to her face. "The book," said Hamilton, seizing firmly her disengaged hand, "the book or the name of it." "Neither. Let me go," cried Hildegarde, struggling to disengage her hand. Like most usually quiet-tempered persons, Hamilton, when once actually aroused, lost all command of himself. He held one of her hands as in a vice, and when she brought forward the other to accelerate its release, he bent down to read the title of the book, which was immediately thrown on the ground, and the then free hand descended with such violence on his cheek and ear that for a moment he was perfectly stunned. And even after he stood upright, he looked at her for a few seconds in unfeigned astonishment. "Do you think," at length he exclaimed vehemently, "do you think that I will allow you to treat me as you did Major Stulz, with impunity?" And then catching her in his arms, he kissed her repeatedly, and with a violence which seemed to terrify her beyond measure. "I gave you fair warning more than once," he added, when at length he had released her. "I gave you fair warning, and you knew what you had to expect." She covered her face with her hands and burst into a passion of tears. "I cannot imagine," he continued, impetuously walking up and down the room, "I cannot imagine why you did not, with your usual courage, tell me at once the name of the book and prevent this scene." Hildegarde shook her head and wept still more bitterly. "After all," he said, seating himself with affected calmness opposite to her, leaning his arms on the table and drumming upon the book, which now lay undisputed between them, "after all, you are not better than other people, not more to be trusted than other girls, and I fancied you such perfection. I could have forgiven anything but the untruth," he exclaimed, starting up, "anything but that. Pshaw! Yesterday, when you told me that the books had been sent back to the library, I believed you without a moment's hesitation. I thanked you for your deference to my opinion. Ha, ha, ha! What a fool you must have thought me!" Hildegarde looked up. All expression of humility had left her features. Her tears ceased to flow, and as she rose to leave the room, she turned almost haughtily towards him, while saying, "I really do not know what right you have to speak to me in this manner. I consider it very great presumption on your part, and desire it may never occur again." "You may be quite sure I shall never offend you in this way again," he said, holding the book towards her. "What a mere farce the writing of that list of books was! No, for I had intended to have read all you recommended, and all I recommended you to avoid, too. This which you tacitly promised not to finish." He stopped, for, while she took the book in silence, she blushed so deeply and seemed so embarrassed that he added sorrowfully, "Oh, how I regret having come home! How I wish I had not discovered that you could deceive me." "I have not deceived you," said Hildegarde. "Appearances are against me, and yet, I repeat, I have not deceived you. The books were sent to the library yesterday evening, but too late to be changed. Old Hans brought them back again, and I found them in my room when I went to bed. I did not read them last night." "But you stayed at home for the purpose to day," observed Hamilton reproachfully. "No, my mother gave the servants leave to go out for the whole day, and as she did not like to leave the house quite unoccupied, she asked me to remain at home. I, of course, agreed to do so, without, I assure you, thinking of those hateful books. I do not mean to. I cannot justify what I have done. I can only say in extenuation that the temptation was great. I have been alone for more than 2 hours. My father's books are locked up. I never enter your room when you are absent, and I wish to know the end of the story, which still interests and haunts me in spite of all my endeavours to forget it. The book lay before me. I resisted long, but at last I opened it, And so, I suppose, I must acknowledge that I have judged you too harshly," said Hamilton. "I do not care about your judgment. I have fallen in my own esteem, since I find that I cannot resist temptation." "And is my good opinion of no value to you?" "It was, perhaps, but it has lost all worth within the last half hour." "How do you mean? I have seen you in the course of that time suspicious, rough, and what you would yourself call ungentlemanlike. You were the last person from whom I should have expected such treatment," continued Hildegarde, while the tears started to her eyes and her voice faltered. "The very last, and though I did get into a passion and give you a blow, it was not until you had hurt my wrist and provoked me beyond endurance." She left the room and walked quickly down the passage. "Stay," cried Hamilton, following her. "Stay, and hear my excuses." "Excuses? You have not even one to offer," said Hildegarde, laying her hand on the lock of her door. "Hear me, at least," he said eagerly. "I could not endure the thought of your being one jot less perfect than I had imagined you. That made me suspicious. The wish for proof made me rough, and though I cannot exactly justify my subsequent conduct, I plead in extenuation your own words, the temptation was great." Hildegarde's dimples showed that a smile was with difficulty repressed, and Hamilton, taking courage, whispered hurriedly, "But one word more. Hear my last and best excuse. It is that I love you deeply, passionately. But I need not tell you this, for you must have known it long, long ago. Hildegarde, say only that our perpetual quarrels have not made you absolutely hate me." Hildegarde, without uttering a word more, impetuously drew back her hand, sprang into her room, and locked the door. He waited for a minute or two, and then knocked, but received no answer. "Hildegarde," he cried reproachfully, "is this right? Is this kind? Even if you dislike me, I have a right to expect an answer." "Go," she said, in a very low voice. "Go away. You ought not to be here when I am alone. Why did you not think of that before?" "I don't know. I had not time. I Nonsense. Open the door and let me speak to you for a moment." No answer, but he thought he heard her walking up and down the room. "Only one moment," he repeated. "I cannot, indeed I cannot. Pray go away." 4. The youthfulness of all this is lovely. These people are really at the beginning of life, and are immersed in the intoxicating employ of finding themselves out while remaining ignorant of their power upon each other. Neither is an actor. The fascination of both is in their entire sincerity, or worse than either would not have done what they each did, they are still almost children. I think it is plain that the author learned part of her trade from those weird sisters who wrote Jane Eyre and Wuthering Heights. Her art is a blend of Charlotte Bronte's and Emily Bronte's, with a greater tendency to the greater freedom of Emily's, and an effect in the composite result of a fresh originality. But in her stormiest scenes you have not the sense of outlawry, such as you have in those of Wuthering Heights, and the casing air is charged with comedy, not tragedy. Oddly enough, these aesthetics do not discord with the metaphysics which the author has learned to indulge from the fiction of Goethe. There are passages in this story of young love which, in their psychological, economical, sociological excursiveness, might have been studied from Wilhelm Meister. The author was in fact operating in a region then so new to the novelist that she had a fair right to divide with the reader the weight of the exegetic duty laid upon her. She had invited him into a world so strange to the English-speaking reader that she must sometimes suspend the lighter pleasures of hospitality in making sure that he understands what is going on. The world is since so much more thoroughly traveled, and thanks to such fiction as hers, the peoples are so much more intimately versed in each other's peculiarities, that the task of the international novelist is now indefinitely lightened. But fortunately, however well we knew Germany or Italy or Spain or Russia, the pays du tendre always remains strange to us, and the highways and byways of the land of love may be mapped out in the closest detail to the untiring interest of the student. Especially that region of a girl's heart, explored by so many thousands of travelers, who have recorded its surprises in so many hundred thousands of books, continues a perennial mystery, a continent proof against all revelations. We get glimpses of it in the story of such a girl as Hildegarde, but only glimpses, and perhaps if she herself opened it to us, we should be none the wiser in it. We cannot be sure that Hamilton will always be happy. At times he will be tempestuously happy, but at least he will never be calmly unhappy. She will be always a surprise and a puzzle to him, and when she is most his own, his sense of possession will be qualified by this inalienable strangeness in her, which will also be her strangeness to herself. She will never be able to reveal her own nature wholly to him, for she will never wholly know it. For other girls, the most obvious, though not by any means the most valuable lesson of her experience will be that it is not safe for a girl to box a young man's ears unless she is willing to marry him. This point seems to be definitely ascertained in the initials. End of section 29. Section 30 of Heroines of Fiction by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Heroine of Kate Beaumont. If we put aside the romances of Hawthorne and the romantic novels of Cooper, we can hardly find much fiction of American scope and import before the Civil War, except Uncle Tom's Cabin. That was a great novel, marred by defects of art, and fettered to a cause, but still a great novel, and really the earliest American novel. After the war we began to have other novels of material proportions, and first among these were the stories of J. W. De Forest, a brevet major of volunteers and a veteran of the vast army, then fading back with the weather-beaten blue of its overcoats into the common color of the popular life. His distinction was thereafter civil and literary, and for the purposes of this paper it will be convenient to call him Mr. De Forest, though there is so much in his books to remind the reader of the big war which the author had passed through, with all his artistic senses alert. The book in which I first made his acquaintance with the surprise and joy in an American who seemed to write novels with authority was altogether concerned with the war and its results, and Miss Ravenel's conversion was not less valuable to me for the light it cast upon the motives and morals of the recent struggle than for the knowledge of men and women as such which it showed. I have not read it since those far off days, and I have not recurred to his subsequent novels, Playing the Mischief, The Wetherell Affair, Overland, and Irene the Missionary, which I have hardly named in the order of their succession, but I have read Honest John Vane more than once, with a feeling of its mastery in handling the flabby material of our ordinary political virtue, such as no other American novel has given me. A certain impatience, a certain contempt of his material on the moral side, is what as nearly allies Mr. De Forest's art, in spite of his Huguenot race, to the New England ethicism so fatal to fiction, as anything I have noted in him. It forbids him the artist's impartial joy in the good, bad, and indifferent motives which his sole affair is to let show themselves what they are, and it leaves him, if not a partisan of the better, a censor of the worse. A certain scornful bluntness in dealing with the disguises in which women natures reveal themselves is perhaps at the root of that dislike which most women have felt for his fiction, and which in a nation of women readers has prevented it from ever winning a merited popularity. 1. I suppose his shapeliest novel is Kate Beaumont, which might better have been called A Family Feud, so largely is it the history of the hostilities between the Beaumonts and McAllisters in a South Carolina village before the war. Within the framework of this tragedy, which has the comic reliefs visible to so true a humorist as Mr. De Forest, plays the love story of Kate Beaumont and Frank McAllister. They have met on the steamer bringing them home from a long sojourn in Europe, and he has fallen in love with her before she has fallen into the sea and been saved from death by her hereditary enemy. He has the greatest loathing for the hereditary enmity, which he considers a relic of barbarism, and his rescue of Kate Beaumont forms a pretty basis for the reconciliation of their families when the young people get home. The reconciliation is always just about to effect itself, but is always turning into provisional hostilities, and it does not actually take place till the close of the book, when the lovers are duly married. I confess that it was not with the expectation of finding Kate Beaumont a heroine to my hand that I turned again to the book, and I there found her what I remembered her, a sweet girl, gentle and generous, with a ready-made passion for her lover, and otherwise a prevailing passivity. It was in her sister Nelly, the wife of the drunken Randolph Armitage, that I looked forward to meeting a second time, a personality which greatly pleased me the first. Nelly Armitage is a great little creature, quite true to herself and her circumstance, absolute woman, and yet with rather more humour than is vouchsafed to most of her family. She had married Armitage for love of his beauty, and as his vice grew upon him, the proud girl had lived to suffer from him every ignominy, of which blows were almost the least part. When she ceases to love him, she cannot leave him because of the public scandal, which a woman of the Beaumont race must not expose herself to, and because she cannot do so without confessing to the other Beaumonts things which will make it their duty and pleasure to kill her husband. All the men in the book have an extraordinary vitality, and Nelly Beaumont has her full share of it, though the other women are rather scanted in behalf of the men. She is pathetically, heroically, whimsically alive from the first moment, and is never more so than when she falls in love with Frank McAllister for her sister's sake, and putting aside the historic Beaumont hatred, resolves that he shall be Kate's husband. She comes the more naturally to this pass when she at last abandons her own husband and takes refuge with her father, for by this time life has taught her that the love of a good man is the best thing in the world, and Frank McAllister is good. With the help of the heavenly powers, she has fairly got the feud under her feet when her husband comes to claim her, and in his drunken jealousy of Frank, not on hers but on Kate's account, tries to kill the young fellow whom he finds on a mission of peace in Peyton Beaumont's house. His wild shooting brings down Beaumont's saintly old father-in-law, Colonel Kershaw. Frank's brothers, lurking about, imagine that the Beaumonts have attacked him, and open fire upon the Beaumonts, who come running, pistol in hand, and the old feud flames out again in more infernal fury than ever. But Kershaw's death proves a real peace offering. Armitage is promptly turned out, and when his initial is found on the fatal bullet, and not the McAllisters, the way is open to the Beaumonts for that forgiveness of their enemies which the old man has urged upon them from his deathbed. The families are reconciled, and Kate and Frank are married. 2. Now that the prejudices of the war time and the anti-war time have effectively died away, we may rejoice in the virtues which Mr. De Forest shows consistent with so many vices in the Beaumonts. Each of the men of that family is studied with an accuracy which brings him tangibly before us. The father, Peyton Beaumont, a quivering mass of affection for his own flesh and blood, an impersonation of the noblest and stupidest caste, and family pride, his hot blood on fire with constant cocktails, and his life always in his hand for the resentment of insult, an impassioned parent, and an impenitent homicide. Vincent, the cynical scientific product of the Paris medical schools, returned to the full acceptance of the South Carolina conditions. His younger brother, Poinsett, bred to the law, but practically no more a lawyer than Vincent is a doctor, serenely philosophical and amiable from premature fat, but as devoted to the feud as the youngest brother, Tom, with whom it is a religion. The Beaumonts are of Huguenot race, and by so much are more picturesque than the Scotch-blooded McAllisters, but these are scarcely less delicately differentiated, though they are not touched with the same artistic affection. The old Judge McAllister, as canny, suave, and slippery as Peyton Beaumont is, dense, frank, and truthful, is an admirable portrait, and so is the kind, consumptive, mechanically homicidal eldest son, Bruce. Frank, emancipated from all local tradition by his 7 years' study in Europe, and holding the feud in utter abhorrence, is worthily the lover of Kate Beaumont. But the women of his family are shown in the abeyance of the Southern women in the slave-holding times. It is only some woman liberated by unhappiness to a sort of family leadership who can have the importance of Nellie Beaumont. But even she, as a character, is less livingly presented than even such a subordinate man as Bentley Armitage. Among the group of powerful men figures that of the old Colonel Kershaw, who has outlived the sins of his youth and the errors of his civilization, must profoundly interest the student. His patriarchal paramountcy, not only with the passionate Beaumont, but all his impassioned descendants, is, however, an effect of native goodness which is now become saintly without having degenerated into weakness. 3. Have I been tacitly owning that even my chosen heroine in Kate Beaumont is not of the dominant quality which the other heroines of this series may justly claim? She is of scarcely more force, indeed, than the heroines of Dickens, though of indefinitely more vitality. It is not Dickens, however, who in any way characterizes Mr. De Forest, but there are hints and traces of another influence in his novel, which is all the more curious because Charles Reade never minimized woman's part in fiction. The hints and traces, to be sure, are in the manner, but there is a deeper affinity between the two writers in their divination of women's nature. Reade turned his seership to flattering account, and so won the favor of a sex which he was apt to symbolize in the innocence of serpents and the wisdom of doves. But it is the defect of Mr. De Forest's temperament that he could not flatter the foibles of womanhood or even its faults. I remember in Miss Ravenel's Conversion a very lurid Mrs. Leroy, of whom I cannot think without shuddering. The wife of honest John Vane is pitilessly ascertained, and there is a widow in Playing the Mischief who is not a mirror for widows, to say the least. In Kate Beaumont, the old flirt, Mrs. Chester, and the young flirt, Jenny Devine, are treated with a contempt equally open and unsparing. All the more to the honor of such a brave and essentially good woman as Nellie Armitage, who is married to her hurt and kept it hidden, is the praise of an author so chary of flattery for woman. She has kept her hurt so well hidden that none of the Beaumonts who would have bathed it in blood have ever suspected it, and when she takes Kate home with her for a visit, the girl is simply fascinated with her handsome brother-in-law, and thinks her sister the happiest of wives. The day after her coming to his house, Armitage is brought home from a debauch, and with her sister she comes upon him lying senseless. "Oh!" she exclaimed, "is he dying?" "He is dead, dead drunk," replied the wife. "To think how I have loved him," Nellie went on. "That man has had all the good, all the best, that was in my heart. He has had it and trampled on it, and wasted it till it is gone. I can hate now, and I hate him. I have seen the time when I could kneel and kiss the figures of the carpet which his feet had rested upon. And now see how I hate him and despise him. I can take a mean and cowardly revenge on him." She suddenly advanced upon the senseless man and slapped his face with her open hand. "Oh, you woman, what are you doing?" exclaimed Kate, seizing her and drawing her away. "Nellie, I won't love you." "Yes, I am hateful," replied Nellie. "Do you know why? I can't tell you half the reasons I have for being hateful. Look at that scar," pointing to a mark on her forehead. "He did it. He struck me with his doubled fist, and that gash was cut by the ring which I gave him." Kate sat down, covered her face with her hands, and sobbed violently. "He had struck me before, and he has struck me since, and there have been other insults. Oh, if my father and brothers knew, they would kill him, Nellie," whispered Kate, looking up piteously, as if pleading for the man's life. I know it, but that is not all. I have become so savage that it seems to me I would not mind that. What I care for is the exposure. If they should shoot him, people would learn why. It would be known that Nellie Beaumont could not live with her husband, that she had failed as a wife and a woman. I shall stay and fight it out here till I can fight no longer. But I wanted someone's sympathy. I wanted at least to tell my sister how miserable I am." She stopped, fell on her knees, laid her head in the girl's lap, and broke out in violent crying. After a minute she rose, lifted Kate to her feet, embraced her passionately, and said in a voice which had suddenly become calm, "This is my first cry in 2 years. My heart feels a little less like breaking. Let us go." "Do you suppose he has heard?" asked the young woman, glancing at Armitage. "Heard?" answered Nellie, with a hard laugh. "He couldn't hear the last trump, if it should be blown in this room. Isn't he horrible and handsome?" 4. After a first moment of prejudice, Mrs. Armitage had taken a sudden liking to Frank McAllister. When at last she realized that she must leave her husband, she was not sorry to find Frank on the train that took her and her sister back to their father's house. He behaved with such discreetness, and in regard to Kate with such slavish submission to Mrs. Armitage's will, that I am his sworn ally, she said to her sister, as they drove home from the Hartland station. "If he proposes, do you accept him? Then I will go to papa with the whole story, and if he is naughty, I will appeal to your grandpapa." She lost no time in making her approaches to their father's heart through the story of her sufferings. "I have had to leave my husband, and I am excusable for telling why." "Had to leave your husband?" echoed the father, his bushy eyebrows bristling and his eyes turning bloodshot. "The infamous scoundrel! He was so much of a Beaumont that he asked for no more than the fact that his daughter had felt herself compelled to leave her husband. On that he judged the case at once and forever. Be perfectly easy. He won't live the month out." "Have a care what you do," replied Nellie. "I don't want the whole world to know what I've suffered." "Who is going to know it?" interrupted the old fire eater. "By heavens, I will shoot the man that dares to know it." "You can't shoot the women," said Nellie. The skill with which she plays upon the tenderness of her father in behalf of her sister have their effect in his consenting that if the feud can once be extinguished, Kate shall marry Frank McAllister. "But I can't discuss it now," he protests. "Do let me alone. Do you want to break my heart?" "No, nor Kate's either," said Nellie, and presently there is a scene between Kate and her father, who sees her unhappy and must know why. "Is it more than a Beaumont can endure?" he repeated, gently, though with an appeal to the family pride. "No, it is not more," answered Kate. The father was not satisfied, for he did not want his daughter to suffer at all. "I did not seek this new quarrel," he said. "I can truly declare that Judge McAllister forced it upon me. I could live with the man decently if he would let me. Oh, father, I have nothing to say about these matters. Why do you explain them to me?" "Because I don't want you to blame me. I can't bear it. I say I could live with those people. As for the young man, I mean Mr. Frank McAllister, I respect him and like him." Kate, in spite of her virginal modesty, gave him a glance of gratitude that stung him. He started, and then resigned himself. The girl did love that man. "I must speak out," he declared. "It is my duty as a father. I know that this young man likes you and wishes to marry you. If your happiness is concerned, I must know that. Then I will see what I can do." Kate could endure no longer. She was fairly driven into a burst of tears and sobbing. She clutched her father and buried her face in his neck, all the while kissing him. It was the same as to say, "I am very miserable, but do not be unhappy about it, and do not be vexed with me." "Oh, my poor child," he repeated several times, patting her shoulder in a helpless way, the most discomforted of comforters. At last she recovered her self-possession a little, gradually lifting her head until her lips touched his ear. Papa, I will tell you everything," she whispered. "I did love him, and oh, I do. If you had let him propose to me, I should have taken him. But now it is different. Since I have seen how it must always be between our families, I've decided that I will never marry him, not even if you consent. I will not risk being put in hostility with my own family. And now let me go. Quick, let me run." The instant he loosed his embrace, she rustled out of the room and away to her own chamber, shutting the door upon herself with a noise of hurry which he could plainly hear. 5. All this, it must be owned, is very sweet and true, and there is nothing anywhere forced in the note of Kate Beaumont's character. She is always very naturally and delicately a girl who suffers into admirable womanhood. But the want of something salient in her appearances unfits her for quotation. Perhaps that is the worst that can be said of her. The worst that can be said of her author is that he was apt to leave his work in a certain unfinish, and at last he left it altogether. I think it one of the greatest pities of our literary history that about 20 years ago Mr. De Forest ceased to print if he did not cease to write fiction. I suspect that the only book he has recently published, A Lover's Revolt, is of a much earlier invention. It has the virtues and the defects of all his work. It is strongest in the portrayal of men's characters, though its women cannot be said to be either weakly or falsely done. Their natures are truly but not kindly rendered, and this is a sort of error in the handling. Again, as always before, the artist's contempt for their duplicity masters his sense of the goodness, the sincerity, indeed, which consists with that duplicity. He is distinctly a man's novelist, and as men do not need novelists so much apparently as women, his usefulness has been limited. When he was writing the novels which, like Kate Beaumont, commanded for him the admiration of those among his countrymen best fitted to know good work, it seemed reasonable that he should be lastingly recognized as one of the masters of American fiction, and I for one shall never be willing to own him less, though I cannot read many pages of his without wishing he had done this or that differently. It is not only the master who chooses to leave things in the rough, it is sometimes the prentice who has not yet learned how to shape them perfectly. Still, in spite of all this, I remember and I feel his strenuous imaginative gift working with a sort of disdainful honesty to the effects of art. Finer, not stronger, workmen succeeded him, and a delicate realism more responsive to the claims and appeals of the feminine oversoul replaced his inexorable veracity. In the fate of his fiction, whether final or provisional, it is as if this sensitive spirit had avenged the slight it felt, and as the habit of women is, over-avenged itself. It had revealed itself to him as it does only to the masters of fiction, and he had seemed not to prize the confidence, had mocked at it, or, what was worse, had made it the text for dramatic censures, far more cutting and insufferable than sermons. In the lapse of time, however, the woman's soul may revise and even reverse its judgments. It is capricious as well as implacable, and it is possible that in some future moment it may fancy seeing itself as a most truthful man's soul saw it, and then Mr. De Forest's belated turn will have come. End of Section 30. Section 31 of Heroines of Fiction by William Dean Howells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. James's Daisy Miller. As I have noted before in these papers, it is the fate of most novelists to be associated in the minds of readers with a certain type of heroine, or with a single heroine. If it is a type that represents the novelist, he is not unfairly used, for the type may be varied into distinctive characters. If it is a single character, it seems not so just, for every novelist has invented many characters. Mr. Henry James, for instance, has given us more and more finely, yet strongly differenced heroines than any novelist of his time.
But at the mention of his name a single creation of his will come so prominently to mind that Daisy Miller will for the moment make us forget all her sisters. 1. Mr. James's time is still ours, and while perfect artistry is prized in literature, it is likely to be prolonged indefinitely beyond our time. But he belongs preeminently to that period following the Civil War when our authorship felt the rising tide of national life in an impulse to work of the highest refinement, the most essential truth. The tendency was then toward a subtle beauty which he, more than any other American writer, has expressed in his form, and toward a keen, humorous, penetrating self-criticism, which seized with joy upon the expanding national life, and made it the material of fiction as truly national as any yet known. Mr. J. W. De Forest was the pioneer in the path which the American novelists were to take, and hard upon him came Mr. Henry James, as unlike him as one talent could well be unlike another, and yet of the same mission in preparing the way and planting the seeds of an imaginative literature native to our soil, but taking the four winds of heaven in its boughs. They were as like in their equipment through study and sojourn abroad as they have been unlike in their destiny. Mr. De Forest's books are a part of our literary history. Mr. James's books are a part of our literature. Mr. De Forest somehow offended the finer female sense, in whose favor the prosperity of our fiction resides, and he is no longer read. Mr. James, who flattered it as little, lastingly piqued it, and to read him, if for nothing but to condemn him, is the high intellectual experience of the daughters of mothers whose indignant girlhood resented, while it adored, his portraits of American women. To enjoy his work, to feel its rare excellence, both in conception and expression, is a brevet of intellectual good form, which the women who have it prize at all its worth. This is not a history of American fiction, and I cannot arrange here for giving Mr. James even a provisional predominance in it. But those who know our short and simple annals in that sort will no doubt place him where he belongs. Those who do not know them may at least be told that no American writer has been more the envy and ambition of generous youth trying for distinction as well as sincerity in their work. 2. Mr. James is not quite the inventor of the international novel, as I intimated in my notices of the initials, but he is the inventor beyond question of the international American girl. He recognized and portrayed the innocently adventuring, unconsciously perequulent American maiden who hastened to efface herself almost as soon as she saw herself in that still flattering, if a little mocking mirror, so that between two sojourns in Europe, a decade apart, she had time to fade from the vision of the friendly spectator. In 1860 70 you saw her and heard her everywhere on the European continent. In 1870 80 you sought her in vain amidst the monuments of art, or on the misty mountain tops, or at the table d'hôte. Her passing might have been the effect of a more instructed civilization, or it might have been a spontaneous and voluntary disappearance. In any case, she was gone, and it seemed a pity, for she was sweet and harmless, with a charm derived from our earth and sky, a flavor of New World conditions, imparting its wilding fragrance to that strange environment as freely as to its native air. I could well fancy her discoverer feeling a pang of desolation to find no longer in the living world this lovely creature, who perished, as it were, of her own impossibility, and whose faded ghost has no habitat but in his faithful page. It was perhaps in some such divine despair that he left the field of international fiction, which he had made his own, and had kept for so many years, and turned to English life, with only a thin American presence flitting now and then across the scene. He has done better work, because maturer work, in the treatment of this alien material than he did in the earlier fiction before he possessed himself of the international field. His English people have the convincing effect of having been more truly seen than others except Trollope's, but they are not those absolute contributions to polite learning which his internationals are. No one else could do them, certainly no living Englishman, and yet one resents the author's late preoccupation with them, and demands his return to the types of that Atlantis, psychologically midway between Europe and America, where his art ripened and perfected itself in the study of character, which confided its existence to him earliest, if not onliest. One demands this of him with a strong disposition to implore him. If the demand fails to comply in the interest of history, which must, without his help, fail of some of the most curious and interesting, not to say significant, phases of modern civilization. Since he began to note Americo-European manners, we have gone increasingly abroad, and his field has indefinitely broadened and filled itself with an increasing variety of figures. If these have lost the refreshing sharpness of outline which first tempted his eye, they have gained in a fine differentiation which ought still more sympathetically to invite his subtle fancy. A whole new generation has grown up in the international field, and since he abandoned it, no one else has held it in any such force as to be able to dispute his sovereignty, if he should come back to it. 3. It is a curious and interesting fact of Mr. James's literary fortunes that in his short stories (one is obliged to call them stories for want of a more closely fitting word) rather than his more extended fictions, are the heroes and the heroines we know him best by. He has the art of so environing the slightest presentment of female motive that it shows life size in the narrow space of a sketch or study, and you remember such a picture with a fullness of detail and a particularity wanting to many colossal figures. You seem in the retrospect to have lived a long time with the pictures, looks, attitudes, phrases remain with you, and when you revert to the book you do not lose this sense of rich amplitude. It would be futile to catalogue the personalities which are so real in the recollection of stories so numerous, but not half numerous enough. And it is only for the pleasure of naming them over that I mention at random Mrs. Headway in The Siege of London, the terrible Georgina in Georgina's Reasons, Madame Mauve in the story called after her, Pandora in Pandora, Lady Barberina in Lady Barberina Lemon, that pathetic presence in The Altar of the Dead, the two wives of the Master in The Lesson of the Master, both the girls in The Spoils of Poynton, the heroine and Mrs. Dallow, the sub heroine in The Tragic Muse, the daughter in Marriages, the poor shabbily defrauded girl in Paste, the two old things, the old maids, in the third person, Lily and Miss Gunton of Poughkeepsie. The list is inexhaustible, and it is not only futile but dangerous to deal with it, for your forgetfulness of any figure accuses your taste in all the rest, and if you leave out a general favorite you are in peril of falling a prey to the furious resentment of those who adore just that neglected heroine. No other novelist has approached Mr. James in his appreciation of women, and in his ability to suggest the charm which is never wholly absent from women, whether they are good, bad, or indifferent in looks or behaviour. Take all the other men that have written novels in English, and match their women with his, and they seem not to have written of women at all. A few women may vie with him in the portrayal of a few figures, Jane Austen May, and Fanny Burney, and Miss Edgeworth, and George Eliot, and the Brontes, and Mrs. Humphry Ward, but their heroines are as much outnumbered by his as the novelists are in every other way surpassed. The fact is not affected by the want of general recognition. It is not yet known to the ignorant masses of educated people that Mr. James is one of the greatest masters of fiction who has ever lived. It is because he has worked in a fashion of his own, in regions of inquiry not traversed by the herd of adventurers, and dealt with material not exploited before, that he is still to the critical Jews a stumbling block, and to the critical Greeks foolishness. But time will inevitably care for this unrivalled artist, or this unique psychologist, who deals artist-wise with his knowledge of human nature, and he will yet take that eminent place for which he has no rival. I cannot, in thinking of him and his somewhat baffling failure of immediate acceptance, promise myself that his right will be acknowledged soon. His own generation, in its superior refinement, was better fitted to appreciate him than the present period, coarsened and vulgarized by the prevalence of puerile romance. And yet, if his earliest masterpiece had been offered to this thicker-witted time, I doubt if it would have suffered the same injustice which it met from a more enlightened tribunal, or at least the same kind of injustice. It is pathetic to remember how Daisy Miller was received, or rather rejected, as an attack on American girlhood, and yet it is perfectly intelligible that it should have been taken so by Americans who had still a country to be so inclusively proud of that they could not bear the shadow of question to fall upon any phase of it. Our political descent to the European level has not only thickened our skins, but it has in a manner so broadened, though it has imbruted our minds, that if she could have come again, we should see Daisy Miller's innocent freedom in the face of immemorial convention with the liberal and tolerant pleasure which the English at once felt in it. We should not be blinded to her charm, or to the subtle patriotism which divined and portrayed it, by a patriotism which, if fervent and generous, was not so subtle as the author's. But, as I have said, Daisy Miller cannot come again. The very conditions that would render us patient of her now have rendered her impossibility impossible. It is a melancholy paradox, but we need not be inconsolable, for though she has perished forever from the world, we have her spiritual reflex still vivid in the sensitive mirror which caught with such accuracy her girlish personality while it still walked the earth in the dusty ways of European travel. For the story of Daisy Miller is as slight as Mr. James delights to make the frame of his picture, which depends so very little for its quality upon the frame. She is first seen at Vevey in Switzerland with her young but terribly mature little brother and their mother, a little lonely American group in the rather impertinent custody of a courier whom they make their domestic if not social equal. And she is seen last at Rome, where indeed she dies of the fever, the wonder of the international and the opprobrium of the compatriotic society. Such drama as arises from the simple circumstances precipitates itself in a few spare incidents, which in the retrospect dwindle to nothing before the superior interest of the psychology. A girl of the later 1870s sent with such a mother as hers to Europe by a father who remains making money in Schenectady, after no more experience of the world than she had got in her native town, and at a number of New York dinners among people of like tradition, uncultivated but not rude, reckless but not bold, inexpugnably ignorant of the conventionally right, and spiritedly resentful of control by criterions that offend her own sense of things. She goes about Europe doing exactly what she would do at home, from an innocence as guileless as that which shaped her conduct in her native town. She knows no harm, and she means none. She loves life, and talking, and singing, and dancing, and attentions, but she is no flirt, and she is essentially and infinitely far from worse. Her whole career, as the reader is acquainted with it, is seen through the privity of the young Europeanized American who meets her at Vevey and follows her to Rome in a fascination which they have for each other, but which is never explicitly a passion. This side of the affair is, of course, managed with the fine adroitness of Mr. James's mastery. From the first moment, the sense of their potential love is a delicate pleasure for the reader, till, at the last, it is a delicate pang, when the girl has run her wild gauntlet, and is dead, not only of the Roman fever, but of the blows dealt her in her course. There is a curious sort of fatality in it all. She is destined by innate and acquired indiscipline to do the things she does, and she is not the less doomed to suffer the things she suffers. In proportion to the offense she gives by her lawless innocence, the things she does are slight things, but their consequences break her heart and leave the readers aching, as Winterbourne's must have ached lifelong. 5. The young man is sitting in the garden of the Trois Couronnes at Vevey, talking with her terrible little brother, when Daisy Miller comes down the walk toward them. She was dressed in white muslin, with 100 frills and flounces and knots of pale colored ribbon. She was bareheaded, but she balanced in her hand a large parasol with a deep border of embroidery, and she was strikingly, admirably pretty. He was ceasing to be embarrassed, for he had begun to perceive that she was not the least embarrassed herself. She gradually gave him more of the benefit of her glance, and then he saw that this glance was perfectly direct and unshrinking. It was not, however, what would have been called an immodest glance, for the young girl's eyes were singularly honest and fresh. They were wonderfully pretty eyes, and indeed Winterbourne had not seen for a long time anything prettier than his fair countrywoman's various features, her complexion, her nose, her ears, her teeth. As regards this young lady's face, he made several observations. It was not at all insipid, but it was not exactly expressive, and though it was eminently delicate, Winterbourne mentally accused it, very forgivingly, of a want of finish. He thought it very possible that Master Randolph's sister was a coquette. He was sure she had a spirit of her own, but in her bright, sweet, superficial little visage there was no mockery, no irony. Before long it became obvious that she was much disposed to conversation, having first assured herself that he was a real American. Her lips and her eyes were constantly moving. She had a soft, slender, agreeable voice, with all her prettiness in her lively eyes, and in her light, slightly monotonous smile. Before the end of the day, her mother has evasively appeared, and been unwillingly made acquainted with her daughter's unknown friend, whom the girl has already easily made invite her to go with him to see the castle of Chillon. The mother is not surprised that evening in the same garden, when Daisy tells him she wishes he would take her a row on the lake. Mrs. Miller sees no social objection, but suggests I should think you had better find out what time it is." The courier, however, who has arrived to announce that Randolph has gone to bed, ventures to interpose. "I suppose you don't think it's proper," Daisy exclaimed. "Oh, I hoped you would make a fuss. I don't care to go now." "I myself shall make a fuss if you don't go," said Winterbourne. "That's all I want, a fuss," and the young girl began to laugh again. Daisy turned away from Winterbourne, looking at him, smiling and fanning herself. "Good night," she said. "I hope you are disappointed, or disgusted, or something." He looked at her, taking the hand she offered. "I am puzzled," he answered. "Well, I hope it won't keep you awake." "I should not know where else to find the witless purposelessness, beyond the moment's excitement and the pleasure of bewildering a young man, in much of a girl's behaviour more sufficiently yet more sparingly suggestive than in these admirable passages. The girl is a little fool, of course, but while her youth lasts she is an angelic, a divine fool, with caprices that have the quality of inspirations. She behaves at Vevey with Winterbourne, a real American, as she would have done with a gentleman friend at Schenectady. But when he sees her next at Rome, he finds her behaving with Italians as if they, too, were gentlemen friends at Schenectady. He meets her at the house of a Europeanized American lady who would fain Europeanize Daisy enough at least to save her from scandal. Daisy was exchanging greetings very prettily with her hostess, but when she heard Winterbourne's voice she quickly turned her head. "Well, I declare," she said, "I told you I should come." Winterbourne rejoined, smiling. "Well, I didn't believe it," said Miss Daisy. "You might have come to see me." "I arrived only yesterday." "I don't believe that," the young girl declared. "Why, you were awfully mean at Vevey." "You wouldn't do anything. You wouldn't stay there when I asked you." "My dearest young lady," cried Winterbourne, with eloquence, "have I come all the way to Rome to encounter your reproaches?" "Just hear him say that," said Daisy, giving a twist to a bow on Mrs. Walker's dress. "Did you ever hear anything so quaint?" "So quaint, my dear?" murmured Mrs. Walker, in the tone of a partisan of Winterbourne. "Well, I don't know," said Daisy, fingering Mrs. Walker's ribbons. "Mrs. Walker, I want to tell you something. You know I'm coming to your party, but I want your permission to bring a friend. It's an intimate friend of mine, Mr. Giovanelli," said Daisy, without a tremor in her clear little voice, or a shadow on her brilliant little face. "He's an Italian. He is the handsomest man in the world except Mr. Winterbourne. He thinks ever so much of Americans. He's tremendously clever. He's perfectly lovely." The afternoon before the party, Mrs. Walker and Winterbourne find Daisy walking on the Pincio at the supreme hour of the promenade with Giovanelli, quite as she would have been with a gentleman friend at home. Mrs. Walker wants her to leave him and get into her carriage, but Daisy thinks it would disappoint and wound him, and she will not do that. In the evening she comes to the party long after her mother has appeared, and comes alone with Giovanelli, as she might with a gentleman friend in Schenectady. When she goes up to take leave of her hostess, Mrs. Walker turns her back on her. It is the beginning of the end, in which all society turns its back on Daisy. Winterbourne sees her for the last time in the Colosseum at midnight, alone with Giovanelli. "How long have you been here?" he asked, almost brutally. Daisy, lovely in the flattering moonlight, looked at him a moment. Then, "All the evening," she answered, gently. "I never saw anything so pretty. I'm afraid that you will not think Roman fever very pretty. This is the way people catch it." "I never was sick," the girl declared. "I don't look like much, but I'm healthy. I was bound to see the Colosseum by moonlight. I shouldn't have wanted to go home without that. And we've had the most beautiful time, haven't we, Mr. Giovanelli?" "I should advise you," said Winterbourne, "to drive home as fast as possible." "What you say is very wise," Giovanelli rejoined. "I will go and make sure that the carriage is at hand." Daisy followed with Winterbourne. He kept looking at her. She seemed not the least embarrassed. Then, noticing his silence, she asked him why he did not speak. He only began to laugh. They passed under one of the dark archways. Giovanelli was in front with the carriage. Here Daisy stopped a moment, looking at the young American. "Did you believe the other day I was engaged?" I believe it makes very little difference whether you are engaged or not." He felt the young girl's pretty eyes fixed upon him through the thick gloom of the archway. "I don't care," said Daisy, in a little strange tone, "whether I have the Roman fever or not." In her delirium she entreats her mother to tell Winterbourne that she never was engaged to Giovanelli. After her death he finds himself alone with the Italian by her grave. He seemed to wish to say something. At last he said, "She was the most beautiful young lady I ever saw, and the most amiable." And then he added, "And she was the most innocent." 6. The perfection of the workmanship in this little book could not be represented without an apparent exaggeration, which would wrong its scrupulous but most sufficient expression. If no word could be spared without in some degree spoiling it, none could be added without cumbering its beauty with a vain decoration. To quote from it at all is to wish to quote it all, and one resigns oneself the more easily to the impossibility of giving a notion of the perfection of the performance in view of the impossibility of imparting a due sense at second hand of the loveliness and truth of the conception. The reader must go to the book for both, and when he has read it, I think he will agree with me that never was any civilization offered a more precious tribute than that which a great artist paid ours in the character of Daisy Miller. But our civilization could not imagine the sincerity in which the tribute was offered. It could not realize that Daisy Miller was presented in her divine innocence, her inextinguishable trust in herself and others, as the supreme effect of the American attitude toward womanhood. The American man might have suffered her, perhaps more than suffered her, pitied her, adored her even, but the American woman would none of her. She fancied in the poor girl a libel of her nationality, almost a libel of her sex, and failed to seize her wilding charm, her flower-like purity. The American woman would none of Daisy Miller, not because the American woman was ungracious or ungrateful, but because she was too jealous of her own perfection to allow that innocence might be reckless, and angels in their ignorance of evil might not behave as discreetly as worse people. End of Section 31.